Song Yunxian had another strange dream tonight. Xiao Tianzi's face appeared in her dream now and then. Xiao Tianzi had such a gentle and elegant face. While he was young, he had starry eyes and long thin eyebrows. Every time he curled up his lips, the gentleness was like an incoming warm breeze. He had always been a reserved and warm person. He liked wearing clothes in light colors. When Xiao Tianzi married her, he wore a white suit. Though she didn't show much appreciation or affection on the surface, she felt quite happy from the bottom of her heart. It went without saying that it was fascinating and lucky to be able to marry such a man and live together with him for the rest of her life. Though their married life was routine, yet Xiao Tianzi was so happy when she was pregnant for the first time that he had always been treasuring her. After she had aborted her first baby, Xiao Tianzi held her fingers, bowed and kissed the back of her hand. She seemed to sense his tears fell on the back of her hand in a trance. She had always been feeling that she had a heart of stone. After having lived in the Gu family for all these years, she did a lot to maintain Gu family's dominant situation and position. She had sacrificed too much. She even did not really protect her first child but game with it. Xiao Tianzi should have understood what a person she was at that time. After that, she gave birth to Gu Yi and Miao Miao. The relationship between Xiao Tianzi and her was not intimate enough to make them attached to each other. However, it was also not cold enough to make them disgusted with each other. She had thought that she could live with him like this forever. But out of her expectation, she didn't know from when. Xiao Tianzi had begun to think about how to murder her. She pressed her lips. A cold operating table in Xiao Tianzi's face, which was so cruel-hearted that it even became perverted, appeared in her dream. Cold sweat oozed from her forehead bit by bit. Just at the time the scalpel touched her body, Song Yunxian woke up from her dream in fear. She swiftly opened her eyes. Song Yunxian felt that she could hardly breathe as her heart retracted so quickly. Though the scalpel just appeared in her dream, yet the cutting edge of it still made her feel that her heart would be gouged out in any second. Song Yunxian raised her hand in the dark and touched her forehead. As expected, her fingers wiped off several bits of sweat. She took a long breath and turned over to bury her face into the soft pillow, recalling why she had such a dream at this time. She hadn't dreamt of Xiao Tianzi for a long time. Everything went as she planned, and it went quite smoothly. She would soon beat Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunxian wanted Xiao Tianzi to suffer like Gu Changge did, and make him understand the feeling and mood of being desperate. Song Yunxian pressed her lips and closed her eyes stubbornly. She wanted to fall asleep again. After all, every following step must be going as she planned. Therefore, she must gather her strength to deal with changes that might happen later. Song Yunjia, Gu Changge or Xiao Shui. None of them was a pawn. They were living people who might cause some changes at any time. And the changes could be totally different from what Song Yunxian had imagined. But no matter what changes happened, Song Yunxian must overcome them. Because only by this could her second life be meaningful. She breathed in the dark quietly while closing her eyes in order to calm herself down to fall asleep again. However, before Song Yunxian could fall asleep, something happened. The handle of the door was slightly twisted. Now Song Yunxian wasn't used to locking the door after entering her bedroom for sleep. Because now the whole Song family belonged to her, so there was no need for her to guard against anyone. However, she didn't allow servants to enter her bedroom when nothing was urgent. She didn't move but opened her eyes. Then her fingers quietly reached under her pillow. There was a small dagger under her pillow. Though it was small, yet it was a valuable treasure brought back from the Zong family in the Habor city. It was said that the dagger could cut clean through iron as if it had been mud, and it was priceless. Song Yunxian had once drawn out that dagger which only had a size of a palm, but it didn't look quite different from fruit knives. Thus she just placed it under her pillow, in case of an emergency. Yet out of her expectation, she spoke of the devil. Now the time she needed to use that dagger really came. The door was gently pushed open. Her nerves had already been stretched. Just at the moment, Nurse Wang's worried voice came from the door. "Mr. Chu, our miss has been asleep." Mr. Chu. Hearing the call, Song Yunchuan's fingers let go of the dagger under the pillow. It was Chu Machen who came. She felt relieved at once and listened to the low voices coming from the door. Just by listening to Nurse Wang's voice, one could tell that Nurse Wang didn't really want Chu Machen to enter Song Yunchuan's bedroom. Besides, she had told Chu Machen that Song Yunxian had been asleep. Yet Chu Machen had no intention of retreating from the door. What's more, he put his index finger in front of his mouth to tell Nurse Wang to be silent. Then a smile appeared on his handsome face. Go to sleep, Nurse Wang. I won't wake her up. Though Nurse Wang was quite unwilling to let Chu Machen enter Song Yunchuan's bedroom, yet she felt that it was not okay for her to continue stopping Chu Machen from entering. So she just nodded and left the door. Song Yunxian heard that Nurse Wang sighed and left. Then she heard Chu Machen close the door and come over to her. Song Yunxian slowly closed her eyes and felt that there was nothing to worry about. She knew that Chu Machen wouldn't have sex with her at his will, especially when he knew that she was pregnant. Chu Machen groped in the dark to reach the bed. It seemed that he didn't want to wake Song Yunxian up, as he had no intention to turn on the light. He just sat on the side of the bed and looked at the figure on the bed quietly in the several beams of moonlight coming through the window. Song Yunxian could hear his quiet breath, and she wasn't going to turn over to open her eyes to talk to him. Chu Machen had been sitting on the side of the bed for quite a long time. Just at the time when Song Yunxian felt that Chu Machen would continue sitting on the side of her bed while keeping silent, Chu Machen suddenly reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. Then he bent over to kiss her cheek lightly, saying in a low voice, I miss you, Yunxian. Song Yunxian closed her eyes and did not change her countenance at all. But inside her heart, something had already touched her heart because of his words. Song Yunxian had to admit that she had fallen in love with the man after tangling with him for quite a long time. Song Yunxian liked to be protected and cared for by the man. Though the man once stopped her from getting revenge, yet she knew that Chu Machen was quite aware of the risk she would have had to take if she had got her revenge. After kissing her gently, Chu Machen wanted to see if she woke up. Then he got onto her bed quietly and lay down beside Song Yunxian. Then he reached out to pull her into his arms. Song Yunxian just moved a little bit, as she felt a bit uncomfortable. After having found a comfortable position, she pretended to be asleep again in his arms. Chu Machen put his fingers on her back and couldn't help patting her on the back. Song Yunxian recalled that she always patted Gu and Miao Miao on their backs when she got them to sleep during the time they were still babies. It seemed that this would make the two kids feel safe. Thus, soon after being patted on the backs, the two kids always fell asleep as she wished. Now, Chu Machen was like stroking a little kid. He was holding her in the arms and patting her on the back. Song Yunxian had mixed feelings, but she didn't know how to compress her mixed feelings. She almost drifted into sleep, yet the hand patting her on the back didn't stop. She knew that Chu Machen hadn't fallen asleep at the moment. She buried her face into Chu Machen's arms and listened to Chu Machen's strong heartbeats. Chu Machen was slightly stupefied by her intimate act. Then he stopped patting her on the back. Chu Machen looked down at the woman in her arms and couldn't tell what she looked like during the time she was asleep. Yet he could feel the warmth when Song Yunxian was in his arms. Chu Machen didn't come to visit her often recently, yet he was quite aware of the little things she did. She had already been joining in the fight between Gu Changge and Song Yunjia. Besides, judging from Song Yunjia and Gu Changge's current situations, Song Yunxian could definitely let either of the two persons win, as she had joined into their fight. Song Yunjia was her elder sister, but their relationship was not very good. Yet Gu Changge barely had a connection with her. But in the fight for the inheritance of the Song family, Gu Changge did everything in her power to obstruct her. Song Yunxian meddled in their fight now. Yet Chu Machen was not very clear about who Song Yunxian was going to help. Chu Machen planned to have a few words with Song Yunxian when he arrived tonight. However, he came at the wrong time. Song Yunxian had already been asleep. Usually, Chu Machen would have tried various ways to wake Song Yunxian up from her dreams. Yet considering that she was pregnant, Chu Machen knew that he should not wake her up no matter what. It was not worth waking her up for the fight between Song Yunjia and Gu Changge. He gently kissed Song Yunchuan's hair on the temples, and he could clearly smell the scent on Song Yunchuan's body with his nose tip. Yet the scent was peaceful. Gu Changge felt a bit hot in his heart. Yet he would not lay one finger on Song Yunxian. He just held her in his arms quietly and waited for the night to pass. In the beginning, Song Yunxian didn't fall asleep because of Gu Changge's coming. But after having been patted on the back by Gu Changge, she felt that she could not fight off the urge to sleep, and then she soon fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning and looked at her bed, Song Yunxian found that Gu Changge had gone. Song Yunxian had guessed that Gu Changge might return the next morning, but she still felt disappointed when seeing that the other part of the bed was empty. Song Yunxian put her long hair behind her head and then called out to Nurse Wang. Hearing Song Yunxian calling her, Nurse Wang immediately pushed the door open and entered. It seemed that she had been waiting for so long at the door. Looking at Nurse Wang, Song Yunxian asked, "Did anyone come to see me last night?" Looking at Song Yunchuan's expression, Nurse Wang lowered her eyes and answered, "No, Miss Song."
No?
Since Nurse Wang said that no one came to see her last night, then Gu Changge must have told Nurse Wang not to tell her the thing that he dropped by last night. Song Yunxian suddenly felt a bit angry. Why did Gu Changge ask Nurse Wang not to tell her that he dropped by last night? Song Yunxian couldn't figure out what was in Xiao Tian's mind recently. She felt a bit gloomy while having breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Shue's call came. Judging by her tired voice, it seemed that she had stayed up all night. After Xiao Shue had said good morning, she came straight to the point. "I'm going to cooperate with Song Yunjia." Xiao Shue used the indicative mood. Song Yunxian kept silent for a moment, and then she asked Xiao Shue, "Have you made up your mind?" Xiao Shue uttered a word. Song Yunxian continued saying, "If Song Yunjia's plan is not foolproof, Xiao Tianzi may know the real reason that you reunite with him. You have to know what kind of person Xiao Tianzi is. He would rather kill all just for one. If he finds out that you approach him with a purpose, he will definitely turn against you at once." Xiao Shue nodded. "I've already taken it into account. But if I don't chance my arm, then there may never be a great opportunity like this in the future. I rarely have such an opportunity to eradicate the helper, Song Yunjia, from Xiao Tianzi." Xiao Shue was right. This was a great chance. If Xiao Shue had eradicated Song Yunjia from Xiao Tianzi, then Xiao Tianzi's days would have been numbered. The reason that Xiao Tianzi could murder Gu Changge was that Song Yunjia made a crucial contribution to it. Song Yunxian ran through quite a lot of things in her mind. "So can you make it by yourself?" she asked Xiao Shue. Xiao Shue slightly curled up her lips, replying in a gentle voice, "Don't worry. I can manage these." Xiao Shue didn't talk with Song Yunxian for too long on the phone. But Song Yunxian knew that Xiao Shue would have become a crucial part in her plan, even if Xiao Shue hadn't talked much with her. After having put down her phone, Song Yunxian joined her hands together and slightly gripped her fingers. Nurse Wang, who was waiting for orders, asked Song Yunxian worriedly on seeing her hands' little movements, "Miss Yunxian, did the breakfast not agree with you?" Song Yunxian waved her hand. "No, it's just that I'd like to have something mild for breakfast today." Looking at the chicken porridge on the table, Nurse Wang felt a bit helpless, asking, "Miss Yunxian, what would you like to have?" As for breakfast, Nurse Wang assumed that chicken soup was mild enough for such an unmarried young lady like Song Yunxian. But judging from Song Yunchuan's reaction, she definitely felt that such breakfast didn't agree with her. Nurse Wang had no choice but to ask Song Yunxian what she would like to have for breakfast. Song Yunxian pressed her lips. "Make me some plain porridge." "Plain porridge?" Nurse Wang looked at Song Yunxian, feeling a bit surprised. Song Yunxian nodded with a smile. "Yes, just plain porridge." Seeing that Song Yunxian had made up her mind, Nurse Wang had to raise and go to the kitchen to tell the servant to make another kind of porridge. As the servant was preparing the plain porridge, she began to chit-chat with Nurse Wang. "Miss Yunchuan's taste has become lighter and lighter recently." "Yeah, and she ate much less recently." Nurse Wang felt quite worried. The servant in the kitchen turned to look at Nurse Wang and found that the worry between her eyebrows was quite real. Then she sighed involuntarily. Nurse Wang had come all the way from a small town to this large Song family with the illegitimate daughter Song Yunxian and accompanied her to go through obstacles, during which she had also suffered a lot. Now seeing that Song Yunxian had a bad appetite, Nurse Wang naturally worried about her very much like a mother. However, as Song Yunxian now took charge of the Song family, which was such a great property, Nurse Wang could live in peace for the rest of her life. After all, Song Yunxian was not a young lady who treated others shabbily. After having met Xiao Shui, Song Yunjia waited in the hospital anxiously. If Xiao Shui had trusted her and begun to hate Gu Changge because of those materials, then she would surely have contacted her. But a day and a night had already passed, and Song Yunjia still didn't receive a call from Xiao Shui. She began to feel uneasy. After having had her breakfast, someone who dispatched by Xiao Tianzi brought fruit over, and told her that she needed to stay in bed and rest for 2 more days before leaving the hospital. She wore a plastic smile. Yet she felt quite anxious inside. The longer she waited, the worse results she would get. Gu Changge was now in a fit of anger, and the public opinion of Yuncheng worked to Song Yunjia's benefit. As rumor had it that Gu Changge had an abortion, Xiao Tianzi used Song Yunjia as a shield and gave her meticulous care in order to dodge the thing that he had an affair with Gu Changge. And Xiao Tianzi would tell the media every single thing that he did for Song Yunjia to let them know how much he cared about Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia found it difficult to make out Xiao Tianzi's real purpose. She felt both clear and confused about it. The reason why she felt confused was that Xiao Tianzi had been treating her quite nicely. Yet Song Yunjia was quite clear that the reason why Xiao Tianzi treated her nicely was that he wanted to put on a show to scotch the rumor that he had an affair with Gu Changge. Her fingers held the phone, and she didn't even pay attention to the doctor's ward rounds. Seeing that Song Yunjia was in good condition, the doctor went to check on patients in other wards after having asked the nurse something about Song Yunjia. After the doctor who came forward rounds had left, Song Yunjia turned on the phone to see if there were any calls. Song Yunjia hoped to receive a call from Xiao Shui. As long as Xiao Shui had been willing to support her, it would have been possible that she could succeed through the efforts she made. However, if Xiao Shui hadn't supported her, then all her efforts would have been in vain. Xiao Shui was an important person in the fight between her and Gu Changge, and Xiao Shui's attitude played a crucial part in deciding who could stay with Xiao Tianzi permanently. As the nurse was peeling an apple for Song Yunjia, she glanced at the horrible expression Song Yunjia had when she stared at her phone. She was wondering whose call Song Yunjia was waiting for. The nurse had been accompanying her from 8 o'clock, which was time for the ward rounds, to 12 o'clock, the lunchtime, without stepping out of the room even once. And Song Yunjia had been staring at her phone for the whole morning. After lunchtime, Song Yunjia tossed her phone onto the bed with anger. She felt quite frustrated in her heart. Xiao Shui hadn't called her so far. It meant that she probably didn't want to help her. But it would have been fine if Xiao Shui hadn't wanted to help her as long as she hadn't been on Gu Changge's side. Song Yunjia felt quite uneasy. The nurse asked her cautiously, "Miss Yunjia, what do you like for lunch? Get out. Leave me alone." She sounded annoyed, and her attitude was quite appalling. The nurse, with a smile in the beginning, felt quite embarrassed on hearing Song Yunjia's cold words. Then she became silent, turned around and left. After the nurse had left, Song Yunjia lay on the bed after sitting straight on the bed for the whole morning, looking at the ceiling and feeling somewhat puzzled. Xiao Shui was unwilling to support her. Besides, the thing that Gu Changge had aborted would have been dug out sooner or later, even if Xiao Tianzi now hadn't had time to investigate it. If she hadn't been in hospital now and delayed that thing, the truth might have probably been dug out, and she might have been driven out by Xiao Tianzi. The expression in her eyes changed a bit, and Song Yunjia felt that she could never be laughed at by others no matter what. However, after pondering for a while, Song Yunjia could not think of a person that could save her. She turned over in bed. She was about to toss her phone, which had held for the whole morning, after getting up on the bed. Just then the phone rang. She was slightly taken aback. Then Song Yunjia reached out to take back the phone on the bed. Then she looked sharply at the caller ID. She saw the name, which she felt both familiar with and strange to. Then she was almost raring to answer the call. Then the voice which she had been waiting for the whole night and the whole morning came through the phone. "Miss Song, this is Xiao Shui." Song Yunjia held back her excitement and tried hard to calm herself down. "I know, Xiao Shui." Xiao Shui remained silent for a moment and then spoke, sounding quite down. "I've finished reading all the materials you gave me." Song Yunjia gently said great in her heart. Yet she still showed her sympathy. "I hope that you won't be too upset." This was a sentence to console Xiao Shui. However, Xiao Shui got a lot more excited on hearing this. "How could I not be upset?" Xiao Shui sneered, and her words were full of hatred. "My elder brother liked her so much, and I treated her as my future sister-in-law. But what has she done? She actually murdered my parents, who were my elder brother's adopted parents. At that time, maybe Miss Gu had a reason." Song Yunjia said something nice for Gu Changge on the surface. Yet she understood that Xiao Shui wouldn't forgive Gu Changge so easily as she had shown such intense hatred of Gu Changge. Song Yunjia's forged evidence was just enough to make Xiao Shui believe that Gu Changge murdered her parents. And it completely overturned the fact and made the ringleader Xiao Tianzi stay out of all these. Song Yunjia deliberately brought shame on Gu Changge and was sure that Xiao Shui, who looked just like an innocent young girl, would surely believe such conclusive evidence carefully prepared by her. "Xiao Shui, I want revenge." Xiao Shui said what her purpose was before Song Yunjia finished the next part of her sentence. Song Yunjia was keen to hear Xiao Shui say this. Now that Xiao Shui said it, Song Yunjia burst with joy. She needed to hear this, and she wanted Xiao Shui to hate Gu Changge's guts. Song Yunjia needed Xiao Shui to be on her side and make Gu Changge fail completely with Xiao Shui. Yet she couldn't show her expectation at once. Thus she said to Xiao Shui with embarrassment, "You'd better discuss with your elder brother about the thing." Xiao Shui said, "If my elder brother had believed such things so easily, Miss Song wouldn't have shown me the materials in the first place. Is that right?" Song Yunjia was speechless. Indeed, Xiao Tianzi would not believe such things. Besides, he would definitely not believe them. Xiao Shui spoke to her on the other end. "My elder brother has a deep affection for Gu Changge and will never expect that Gu Changge did such a thing. If we tell him about it, my elder brother will not believe us. Besides, he will probably protect her. So what are you going to do?" Song Yunjia's heart beat fast, and she began to feel excited inside. She knew that Xiao Shui's next sentence was something she was eager to hear. After pondering for a while, Xiao Shui said, "Hide the thing from my elder brother. I will wreak vengeance on Gu Changge and make her pay the price for murdering my parents." Song Yunjia quietly curled up her lips. Yes, she wanted to hear Xiao Shui say that she would hide the thing from Xiao Tianzi. As long as Xiao Tianzi had known nothing about it, the plan would have gone smoothly, till they could make Gu Changge fail completely. Xiao Shui's friendliness and cooperation this time was really a help from heaven. Song Yunjia felt relieved after calling Xiao Shui. Song Yunjia's movement had been under Song Yunxuan's eyes. Song Yunxian also had got well with the doctors in the hospital. Therefore, Song Yunxian knew Song Yunjia's body situation clearly. Song Yunjia could not stay in the hospital for so long. She couldn't wait to get out of the hospital 2 days after the call with Xiao Shui. Song Yunjia began to beseech Xiao Tianzi when Xiao Tianzi came to visit her. "I've been in the hospital for so long. Can I just get out of the hospital now?" Song Yunjia did not think that Xiao Tianzi would allow her to get out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianzi nodded. "If you want to go out, then we can go home and nurse your body." Song Yunjia was nervous. She was wondering which was the home Xiao Tianzi mentioned, the Champselacy of the Xiao family, or the only estate Song Yunjia got from the Song family. Xiao Tianzi saw Song Yunjia frowning in a bad mood. He told the assistant by his side, "You have the Champselacy prepared. Yunjia is going to go back there." Hearing Xiao Tianzi's instruction to the assistant, Song Yunjia looked better immediately. Song Yunjia looked at Xiao Tianzi in a more gentle way. After Xiao Tianzi's assistant helped Song Yunjia with the discharge formalities, Xiao Tianzi was to send Song Yunjia home in person. Unfortunately, the assistant came in and whispered in Xiao Tianzi's ear. Song Yunjia watched the changes on Xiao Tianzi's face. Seeing Xiao Tianzi frowning, Song Yunjia was worried. What happened? Xiao Tianze raised his eyes and looked at Song Yunjia. Your younger sister is here to see you. Song Yunjia heard Xiao Tianze mention her sister. The first name crossing her mind was Song Yunxian. Song Yunjia frowned. Is it Yunxian? Xiao Tianze nodded. Song Yunjia frowned more tightly. Her hatred towards this sister was written all over her face. Xiao Tianze saw Song Yunjia unhappy. He comforted her with a doting tone. I can help you if you don't want to see her. The door was open just after Xiao Tianze finished the words. Song Yunchuan's clear and bright voice came from the door. Unfortunately, I just came in. It was said that never hit the smiling guy. Moreover, Song Yunchuan's smile was so attractive. She looked at Song Yunjia with a deep sisterhood. Sister, are you leaving the hospital? It's the right time for me to come here. I will miss you if I come late. Song Yunjia frowned at Song Yunxian with a cold attitude. I'm getting out of the hospital. Aren't you happy? Why not be happy? Song Yunxian turned around and saw Xiao Tianze standing in the ward. She gave a bigger smile. Chairman Xiao seems to take good care of my sister. I feel glad to see that. Song Yunjia couldn't wait to get Song Yunxian away from her eyes immediately. However, Song Yunxian would not leave easily. Therefore, Song Yunjia could keep silent with a cold attitude. Xiao Tianze looked at Song Yunxian without any emotion. Xiao Tianze had been suspicious that Song Yunxian played some tricks when he sought Miao Miao and Gu Yi. Without definite evidence, Xiao Tianze still kept some confusion. As the youngest daughter of the Song family, Song Yunxian looked normal at first sight. However, Xiao Tianze found it difficult to deal with her gradually, since she hid a dagger in a smile. Song Yunxian knew that Song Yunjia discharged from the hospital today. She was also clear that she could not see Song Yunjia once Song Yunjia came back to the Champs-Élysées. To have a conversation with Song Yunjia, seeing her in the hospital was the best choice for Song Yunxian. But Song Yunxian just wanted to talk with Song Yunjia alone, instead of being with Xiao Tianze. Song Yunchuan's eyes were curved. She looked at Xiao Tianze deep in thought. Chairman Xiao. Xiao Tianze slightly frowned. What's the matter? Song Yunjia also stared at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian curved her lips. I want to talk with my sister alone. Song Yunjia did not want to talk with Song Yunxian at all. She said coldly, Tianze is not a stranger. He can know everything you tell me. Song Yunxian was in a dilemma. However, we are sisters. The relationship between Tianze and me is not worse than us. Song Yunjia said it firmly. It also confirmed how deep the relationship between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze was. Song Yunxian understood that Song Yunjia would not let Xiao Tianze go out. Therefore, Song Yunxian nodded and said, in fact, Mom had a message for you before she left. When Song Yunxian mentioned the word Mom, Song Yunjia gnashed her teeth with hatred. Song Yunjia couldn't help interrupting Song Yunxian. She is my mother. Song Yunxian, you bastard, how can you call her mom? Song Yunxian frowned. She gazed at Song Yunjia with a frightened expression. She also lowered her voice. But Mom said Yuning and I are both her daughters. I'm going to provide for her aged. Instead you. Song Yunxian paused for a while. Song Yunjia looked at Song Yunxian balefully. Get out. I don't want to see you. Song Yunjia was furious when she saw Song Yunxian. She would burst into anger as she glanced at Song Yunjia, let alone listen to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian looked sad. Sis, you don't need to get me out. I'm here to bring Mom's words. I'll leave as long as I tell you. These words made Song Yunjia a little relieved. Mom had a message for her? What was it? Song Yunxian looked at Song Yunjia's expression. She knew it had interested Song Yunjia. The light rising from Song Yunchuan's eyes sparkled coldly. Then Song Yunxian started. Before Mom went abroad, she let you take care of yourself. And Song Yunxian kept people guessing on purpose. Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia concentrated on her. Song Yunxian saw Song Yunjia's anxiety. She turned her back to Xiao Tianze and gave a light smile with little malice to Song Yunjia. She said slowly, Mom also said that you are no longer her daughter anymore. Song Yunjia's heart sank abruptly as she heard this word. Song Yunjia knew Yi Meiqi was so strong that nobody could disobey her. Song Yunjia gave up her mother because of Xiao Tianzi, which definitely hurt Yi Meiqi. It was not weird for Yi Meiqi to say that. Song Yunxian saw Song Yunjia's dimmed eyes. She turned around and walked towards Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunxian said with sadness and sympathy, "Chairman Xiao, my oldest sister loves you so much that she even breaks off with our mother. From now on, Chairman Xiao, please take good care of my sister." Song Yunxian told Xiao Tianzi so, which was not unkind to Song Yunjia. From a sister's perspective, Song Yunxian at least gave Xiao Tianzi a reminder. It reminded Xiao Tianzi that Song Yunjia gave up an important person for him. Xiao Tianzi closed his lips tight and clenched his fists slightly. Xiao Tianzi's eyes carried love and depression, crossing Song Yunxian, and fell on Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia's eyes were filled with unbelievable sadness. Her face was covered with tears. Song Yunxian had finished what she should say, while Xiao Tianzi had also focused on Song Yunjia with sympathetic eyes. Therefore, Song Yunxian walked away from Xiao Tianzi with a satisfied smile. Song Yunxian quietly looked back before she opened the door and left the ward. She found that Xiao Tianzi walked to Song Yunjia and took her, who was crying, in his arms. Song Yunjia was in Xiao Tianzi's arms. She was definitely not so upset in her heart. A woman who abandoned her mother because of a man would not express her real feelings on the surface. Song Yunxian pursed her lips. When Song Yunxian walked out of the ward, Meiqi came to her and whispered to her, "Miss Xiao Shui called you." Song Yunxuan's eyes ran over Meiqi. Then she told Meiqi with a straight face, "Tell her, do not call me during this period." Meiqi had known the relationship between Xiao Shui and Song Yunjia. He was a little worried. "Miss Xiao is clever. But without your help, I'm afraid." Song Yunxian walked forward and said, "Are you afraid that our plan will fail?"
Meiqi nodded.
Indeed, Xiao Shui was clever, but she was not as experienced as Song Yunxian. Therefore, Meiqi was worried that if Xiao Shui had made a small mistake, Song Yunjia would have found it and ruined the whole plan. Song Yunxian didn't worry about it at all. After they entered the VIP box, Song Yunxian said slightly, "Don't worry. This is the final chance for Song Yunjia. She has excessive dependence. It doesn't matter even if Xiao Shui makes a few mistakes." Meiqi fell into silence after hearing that. Meiqi did not ask her until they got out of the elevator. "Manager Song, you don't contact with Xiao Shui. Is it for protecting yourself or averting suspicion?" Song Yunxian did not conceal it. She directly answered, "For both." Song Yunxian walked to the bulletproof car of the Song family, and the safeguard opened the door for her. Under the protection from Meiqi, Song Yunxian entered the car, and Meiqi followed. After closing the door, Song Yunxian explained, "Song Yunjia deals with Gu Changge with Xiao Shui. She will never come back if she fails this time. Xiao Shui is young, while Xiao Tianzi is experienced and ruthless. As long as Xiao Tianzi finds the clue, he will investigate from Xiao Shui. If Xiao Tianzi finds Xiao Shui has known all facts, he will definitely deal with her. Xiao Shui is my assistant. I will never give up her if she falls into trouble. After helping her out of Xiao Tianzi's trap, I also want to help her with her wishes. This is the reason why I cannot contact her. If she is found, at least I will not be involved. I can help her in the future. If we didn't break off now, Xiao Tianzi would find the flaws and catch us all." Meiqi thought that Song Yunxian considered herself too isolated and helpless. After Song Yunxian finished, Meiqi reminded her, "Manager Song, Child Chu definitely will help you." Song Yunxian heard Chu Machen's name. She smiled with bright eyes. "I know he will help me. However, it will be much more serious once I need his help. It's the best choice for me to handle it like this." It wasn't that Song Yunxian did not believe Chu Machen, but she wanted to destroy her enemy in a simple and cruel way. At night, Song Yunxian met Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui held her forehead with the face somewhat pale. Song Yunxian came to Xiao Shui with coffee, then put a cup of coffee in front of Xiao Shui and asked her, "Are you not in the good mental state?" Xiao Shui smiled. "I think this time it may be a big show." Song Yunxian smiled and did not deny what she had said. The fight between Gu Changge and Song Yunjia is originally a large chess game, and they have fought secretly for so many years. Now they can use any means since they have torn their faces on the surface. Xiao Shui nodded. Song Yunxian took a sip of coffee and looked at her. Next, you can just follow the plan that Song Yunjia made for you. Song Yunjia hates me, so you can't contact me recently. I'll transfer you into a small branch of the magazine to pretend to suppress you. Only when Song Yunjia feels that your relationship with me is estranged and broken will she give you her best hope. Xiao Shui replied softly, but her fingers clasped together, looking a little nervous. Song Yunxian reached out and put her finger on her hand, gently comforting. Don't worry. No matter Gu Changge or Song Yunjia who wins the final, I can guarantee that you will be absolutely fine. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Xiao Shui raised her head and explained worriedly. I am not afraid of being hurt. I am anxious when it is Xiao Tianzi's turn. You are too impatient. Song Yunxian looked at her with deep and calm eyes. Xiao Tianzi will pay for what he did sooner or later, but not now. How long will I wait to revenge for my parents? Xiao Shui's shoulders trembled slightly and she seemed pretty excited. Looking at her urgent eyesight, Song Yunxian calmly said, when all the people around him are gone, he will be helpless and will not hold on for any longer. Xiao Shui nodded, showing dazed eyesight again. Song Yunjia and Gu Changge, who will win this time? Hearing this sentence from Xiao Shui, Song Yunxian slightly narrowed eyes and looked at her. It is up to you. Xiao Shui opened her mouth in surprise and looked at Song Yunxian. Seeing Xiao Shui looking at her with this surprised expression, Song Yunxian said with a smile, whoever you let win will win. But, Song Yunxian asked Xiao Shui before she finished asking. So, who do you want to make her the hostess of the Xiao family? Asked by Song Yunxian, Xiao Shui blinked and looked down. She said slowly, I want to ruin the Xiao family. The answer was chock full of gloomy and cold senses. Hearing the answer, Song Yunxian could not help raising the corner of her mouth. Yes, she liked the answer. The Xiao family, Xiao Tianzi, Song Yunjia, and Gu Changge, all of them must be ruined and no one could stay. All of them must be ruined. However, it would be more interesting to divide them and ruin them one by one. The sudden inaction of Song Yunxian made Xiao Shui have a short time of confusion, but she knew that the next plan must be done by herself. Song Yunjia cared for her after receiving her kindness. But Song Yunjia was not stupid enough to openly engage with Xiao Shui. But when Xiao Shui claimed that she was suppressed and excluded from the magazine, Song Yunjia asked her to come out, go shopping, have a meal, and strengthen the friendship between them by the way. Since Xiao Shui lived in the Xiao family, Song Yunjia inevitably asked Xiao Shui in detail about Gu Changge's state during this period. Xiao Shui said to Song Yunjia without reservation, Sister Changge seems to be in a bad mood these days. Song Yunjia raised the corner of her mouth, with pride smile in the eyes which almost could not be hidden. Gu Changge was certainly not in a good mood for the public opinion outside that she had an affair with her brother-in-law, although there was no definite evidence. The slanderous gossip was enough for her to suffer. Xiao Tianzi cherished his reputation. Naturally, he would never let rumors ruin the sound foundation of himself and the Xiao enterprise. Therefore, he had been refuting rumors recently. Of course, he made efforts to clarify his unblemished relationship with Gu Changge, including distancing himself from Gu Changge. The action was done so fast and the distance between them was so far which worried Gu Changge a lot. She snatched Xiao Tianzi from Gu Changge's hand before, which relatively made her feel a sense of crisis, let alone Xiao Tianzi did not stay around her all day long and hold her on top of his heart since then. Moreover, this sense of crisis would multiply with the time when Xiao Tianzi alienated her. Maybe in the end, Gu Changge would be locked in a fight with Xiao Tianzi because of this sense of crisis before her. Song Yunjia took action. Song Yunjia knew all these things in her mind, but she didn't say it directly. After Xiao Shui finished speaking, she still showed the appearance of being extremely depressed for being suppressed and excluded during work. Song Yunjia comforted her with generosity and kindness. Yunxian valued you very much before, and this time, maybe the reason why she transferred you to another position was to train you. Song Yunjia originally thought that Xiao Shui would be in a better mood after she said according to the relationship between Xiao Shui and Song Yunxian. But what beyond her expectation was that Xiao Shui immediately opened her mouth with a sneer in the eyes. She tries to train me? I think she just simply tries to suppress me since Xiao Hong, who is like a hired thug, has been around her all the time recently. Song Yunxian promoted me to that kind of bad position for she had been flattered well by Xiao Hong. Song Yunjia had been on guard against Xiao Shui due to her previous relationship with Song Yunxian. Now hearing Xiao Shui say so rudely of her dissatisfaction with being transferred, Song Yunjia was even more curious. Didn't Yunxian always value you? The present cannot compare with the past. Xiao Hong has been in the workplace for a long time, who usually gets along with people well. However, when there is a real interest dispute, she starts to play tricks behind. Yunxian is unexpectedly influenced and persuaded by the old woman, Xiao Hong, so easily that she transferred me out. Xiao Shui was in a bad mood and became angrier and angrier. However, seeing her angry appearance, Song Yunjia was pleased in mind. Song Yunjia believed that the worse the relationship between Xiao Shui and Song Yunxian, the better for her. Song Yunjia and Song Yunxian were originally hostile, and Xiao Shui would provide particularly important assistance for her. If Xiao Shui's relationship with Song Yunxian had been indestructible, Song Yunjia would have had many worries, including one that Song Yunxian would have learned about her plan from Xiao Shui and ruined her life. Xiao Shui was in a bad mood and ordered wine in the bar to relieve her worries. Song Yunjia had been urging her to go easy on the alcohol, but Xiao Shui turned a deaf ear and looked really upset. Seeing that Xiao Shui didn't seem to be acting, Song Yunjia let her vigilance and precaution down gradually and relaxed in mind. She couldn't persuade Xiao Shui not to drink, and the two had not returned their respective home by 11 o'clock at night. Xiao Tianzi was a model elder brother who cared about his sister. When calling Gu Changge, he asked, by the way, if Xiao Shui was at home. Gu Changge said to him perfunctorily that Xiao Shui had not come back yet. As soon as Xiao Tianzi finished the phone call, he immediately called Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was drunk and her cell phone was nearby. Seeing that the screen of Xiao Shui's mobile phone was bright, Song Yunjia took one look at the caller ID on it and found it was from Xiao Tianzi. She was supposed to reach out and answer the phone call, but she thought twice. It was not good to let Xiao Tianzi know that she had such a good relationship with Xiao Shui, so she handed the phone to the bartender in the bar. She motioned the bartender to answer the phone call, and then gave an address here to facilitate the family to pick up Xiao Shui. The bartender spoke to Xiao Tianzi fluently and said the address. Song Yunjia took out an extra 200 yuan from her wallet and gave it to the bartender. This is a tip. Just tell the person who will come to pick her up that she drank alone, understand? Her eyesight was fixed on the bartender. The bartender was also a smart man who had been used to handling all kinds of situations. He took 200 yuan tip from Song Yunjia's hand and smiled. Don't worry, Mississippi. I know what to say. After receiving the bartender's promise, Song Yunjia took one look at Xiao Shui and turned to leave. After Song Yunjia left, Xiao Shui opened her eyes slightly. She was not that easy to get drunk as Song Yunjia imagined, and she just wanted to see Song Yunjia's reaction after seeing her drunk. Her capacity for liquor, not to say thousands of cups, but it was definitely not the average man could compare and get her drunk. After her parents were killed, she once lost in intemperance for a long time because of her stress. It was also during that period of time that she increased her capacity for liquor to this extent. Seeing Song Yunjia left, Xiao Shui closed her eyes again without expression. After waiting for a while, she heard the sound from Xiao Tianzi ringing in her ear. He gently said, Shui. Of course, Xiao Shui would not open her eyes. The bartender said in a timely manner, This young lady seems not to be in a good mood. She drank alone and has not settled her account. Xiao Tianzi swiped his card to check out and took Xiao Shui home. After getting drunk, Xiao Shui behaved very quietly and did not go insane. Xiao Tianzi returned her to the Xiao family. Seeing Xiao Tianzi bring back Xiao Shui and smelling the pungent smell of alcohol on Xiao Shui, Gu Changge wrinkled her eyebrows, waved the air in front of her and said, Where did she go? How did she get so drunk? Xiao Tianzi did not answer. He just asked the servants in the house to take Xiao Shui to the room. Seeing Xiao Tianzi handed over Xiao Shui to the servant, Gu Changge looked a little better. She went over to him and asked, "When do you plan to come back? When the rumors outside subside." Hasn't the public relations department of the Xiao Enterprise already pursued those rumors? Why haven't they been pressed yet? What are they so useless? Gu Changge was aggressive, expressing dissatisfaction not only with the public relations department of the Xiao Enterprise, but also with the Xiao Tianzi's negligence to her to a greater extent. Knowing it was not easy to see Xiao Tianzi come back, she calmed down and felt that she should not quarrel with Xiao Tianzi. After taking a deep breath and adjusting the expression, she walked over to Xiao Tianzi and snuggled into his arms. "I miss you so much since you haven't been home for so long. Don't leave tonight, okay?" She looked at Xiao Tianzi with tenderness in her eyes. Seeing Gu Changge like this, Xiao Tianzi's heart slightly shook. However, after considering the current situation, he immediately refused. "I will move back after a period of time. You go to bed early tonight." Worried that he could not help staying after hearing a few more pleas from Gu Changge, he quietly pushed Gu Changge out of his arms. Gu Changge, who was pushed out, looked stormy. Gu Changge calmed down for a while before stopping, showing the angry and embarrassed expression on her face. She looked at Xiao Tianzi. "Where do you live now?" Xiao Tianzi was about to leave. "In the hotel." "You're lying to me." Seeing that Xiao Tianzi was about to leave, Gu Changge immediately walked over and blocked Xiao Tianzi. She glared at Xiao Tianzi and asked him, "Do you often go to the Champs-Élysées? Are you with Song Yunjia?" Her voice was sorrowful, and tears almost spilled from her eyes. Anyone who saw her forlorn face would feel sorry. However, in this case, Xiao Tianzi did not immediately promise to stay. He just called the servant who was responsible for taking care of Gu Changge, Shuang. Shuang had been observing carefully beside for a long time. Hearing that Xiao Tianzi called her, she quickly walked over. "Mr. Xiao." Xiao Tianzi nodded and ordered, "Take care of Changge." Shuang nodded. Gu Changge wanted to stop Xiao Tianzi and wanted him to stay. However, when she went forward, she was stopped by Xiao Tianzi's bodyguard. Gu Changge was unsatisfied. Shuang also saw that Gu Changge was in a bad mood and carefully comforted her. "Miss Gu, would you want to rest?" Hearing Shuang's voice, Gu Changge felt angry for no reason. Gu Changge shook off Shuang, who was supporting her. Shuang was taken aback by Gu Changge's sudden rage. After shaking off Shuang, Gu Changge didn't care about her and turned around to return her room. Xiao Shui went back to her room, supported by the servants. After hearing that all the servants left her room, she opened her eyes from the bed and went to lock the door. After the door was locked, she walked to the windows and gently pulled the curtain to see the scene downstairs. As she had expected, Xiao Tianzi left the Xiao family after accompanying her back. He didn't choose to sleep in the Xiao family. It was apparent that Gu Changge had failed to persuade Xiao Tianzi to stay. Xiao Shui pursed her lips and felt pity for Gu Changge. According to the development of this situation, Xiao Tianzi's heart must show partiality to Song Yunjia little by little. Song Yunjia was not a good person compared with Gu Changge. However, Song Yunxian had told Xiao Shui that she could decide who would be the winner of this battle. Xiao Shui hadn't known that she had such right. However, she had thought about that which woman staying in the Xiao family would be better when she was forced to make a decision. She closed the curtains and went back to her bed. She hugged her legs and wondered what to do next. Song Yunjia had gradually trusted her. However, Song Yunjia hadn't told Xiao Shui her plans entirely. As long as she didn't know Song Yunjia's plan, it meant that Song Yunjia had not fully trusted her. How could she get Song Yunjia's trust quickly? She frowned and meditated. When Xiao Shui was contemplating, she suddenly heard a shrill noise of shattering from outside. Xiao Shui frowned. Without going out to see, she knew it must be Gu Changge smashing things to lose her temper. Now Gu Changge was in a disadvantageous position, so her mental state was very depressed. She often smashed things at home, most of which were antiques bought by Xiao Tianzi's ex-wife Gu Changge from auction houses. Most of these antiques were priceless. However, Xiao Tianzi did not blame Gu Changge for smashing those priceless antiques. He even didn't frown. It could also be seen from it that Xiao Tianzi did not have much respect for his dead ex-wife. And Gu Changge hated her sister even more. Hearing the sound of porcelain being shattered, Xiao Shui frowned deeply, thinking it was chaotic. So she went to the bathroom, opened the shower and took a bath. Song Yunxian had said that she would not contact Xiao Shui for the time being. As she said, they didn't communicate for a few weeks. Xiao Shui was transferred from the director of Fanqing magazine to the director of a small magazine's branch office in H City. Although she was a director of the branch office on the surface, there was not much work there. And rumors had it that this branch office would be merged, and it would reduce the staff. Employees were jittery. Song Yunjia and Xiao Shui were in close contact. Every few days, Song Yunjia quietly asked Xiao Shui to go out for a meal. Song Yunjia also invited Xiao Shui to go shopping and go to the spa at weekends. Song Yunjia even gave her gifts at the festival. That situation lasted for 2 weeks. Song Yunjia invited her to dinner as usual on the weekend. The place for this appointment was a seafood restaurant. When they were in the restaurant, 2 young women were sitting in the seats next to them. The 2 young women were dressed in fashion and looked like good friends. Xiao Shui didn't care about them and sit down. Not long after Xiao Shui seated, she heard the 2 women's heated discussion. Do you know? Xiao Tianzi of the Xiao Enterprise seems to have an affair with his sister-in-law. Are you sure? I thought he was a good person. A lot of people say they have a romantic relationship. And in the Xiao Enterprise, the relationship between Xiao Tianzi and his sister-in-law is already an open secret. Really? That is crazy. I heard that Gu Changge had liked her brother-in-law for a long time. As soon as her sister died, she slept with her brother-in-law in no time. The 2 women's voices were not high, but others could hear them. While hearing their talk, Xiao Shui frowned lightly. Song Yunjia asked her, "Shall we change a place?" Xiao Shui nodded. Song Yunjia bent her lips and called a waiter immediately. Then they moved to a private room upstairs. There were windows in the private room. They could see the stream of people on the street from their seats. While eating, Xiao Shui frowned and said, "Gu Changge is a bitch. She ruined my brother's reputation." Song Yunjia also wore an unhappy and resigned expression. It was doomed. She has been so obsessed. It is natural of your brother to be moved after his wife died. Frowning, Xiao Shui put down her tableware and looked at Song Yunjia. You also love my brother, don't you? I think it will be better if you are with my brother. Song Yunjia was very happy to hear Xiao Shui say this. Seeing Song Yunjia's bent lips, Xiao Shui said again, "You still haven't thought of a way to deal with this bitch? You should know that if my brother moves back to the Xiao family, you won't have a chance to defeat Gu Changge. Gu Changge is really good at seducing men." Xiao Shui's words were out of anxiety for her, and she also sincerely wanted to warn Song Yunjia. Xiao Shui was right. As long as Xiao Tianzi moved back to the Xiao family, Gu Changge finally would have a way to win Xiao Tianzi's heart back while they were together from morning to night. By then, Song Yunjia would have had no chance if Gu Changge had reminded Xiao Tianzi to investigate her miscarriage. Thinking of those, Song Yunjia instantly lost her appetite. She even put down her tableware on the table. Seeing Song Yunjia put down her tableware, Xiao Shui knew her warning had made Song Yunjia realize the urgency to execute her plan. Song Yunjia lowered her eyes a little. In her mind, she clearly sorted out the plan she had thought about thousands of times. She looked up at Xiao Shui, who was sitting opposite her. "I have thought about competing with Gu Changge, but..." Song Yunjia wore an awkward expression. Seeing Song Yunjia's expression, Xiao Shui frowned. "But what?" Song Yunjia weighed her words before said, "But this plan needs a person to help me." Xiao Shui knew that the person Song Yunjia had mentioned was her, but she couldn't say it directly. Xiao Shui pretended that she didn't understand and asked, "Who do you need to help you?" Almost everything had been said, and Song Yunjia had nothing to hide. She put her sight on Xiao Shui and said, "Xiao Shui, I need your help." Xiao Shui was stunned, feeling inconceivable. "Do you need my help?" Seeing Xiao Shui's bewilderment, Song Yunjia nodded undoubtedly. Yes, I need your help. Xiao Shui didn't say anything for a while as if she was scared. Song Yunjia carefully observed the expression on Xiao Shui's face. She was afraid that Xiao Shui would refuse. Xiao Shui knew that she could not agree quickly. Otherwise, Song Yunjia would easily find out that Xiao Shui was cheating her. Xiao Shui frowned and thought for a few minutes. Then she raised her head, pursed her lips, and asked Song Yunjia irresolutely, "Isn't it going to kill people?" Hearing Xiao Shui's question, Song Yunjia felt absurd and laughed. "You overthink. I just want to drive the bad woman away from Tianzi. I have no idea of killing her." Although Song Yunjia denied on the surface, she was honest with herself in her heart. If she had had an opportunity to kill Gu Changge, she wouldn't have given up. After all, she wouldn't have touched blood if she had killed Gu Changge by Xiao Shui's hands. Xiao Shui couldn't know Song Yunjia's real thoughts. However, Xiao Shui quickly calmed down just because of Song Yunjia's simple words. Xiao Shui looked at Song Yunjia firmly and said, "I'll help you, Sister Yunjia." Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Song Yunjia nodded with satisfaction. A grateful look also appeared on her face. She reached out to grab Xiao Shui's hands. "Thank you for helping me, Xiao Shui." Xiao Shui smiled innocently. "This is not only helping you but also helping my brother. Gu Changge, the bad woman, has killed my parents and now wants to harm my brother. I will never let her stay with my brother as she wants." Her words were full of the sister's affection for her brother. Even Song Yunjia couldn't hear anything wrong. Seeing Xiao Shui had agreed, Song Yunjia composed herself and said to Xiao Shui, "Your brother won't believe that Gu Changge is a bad woman if we tell him directly. So we have to take a long-term plan for this matter." Xiao Shui listened with respectful attention. "I'll do whatever you say, Sister Yunjia." This unconditional trust made Song Yunjia very satisfied. She moved closer to Xiao Shui and whispered in Xiao Shui's ear, "I have a plan. It's very safe and able to drive away Gu Changge." Hearing what Song Yunjia had said, Xiao Shui moved closer to Song Yunjia with curiosity. "What plan?" Song Yunjia opened her red lips and uttered two words slowly. "Switch medicine." Xiao Shui squinted her eyes as soon as these two words were spoken. Song Yunjia was really vicious. Song Yunjia only said two words to Xiao Shui. Still, but these two words echoed in Xiao Shui's ears as if they were magical. Switch the medicine. Switch Gu Changge's medicine? It was a brilliant good idea. At the same time, it was an idea that could kill Gu Changge. Xiao Shui pursed her lips and said nothing. After getting home, she just looked down from the second floor. Seeing her staring at the first floor all the time, the servants at home felt strange. However, no one asked why. After all, in this Xiao family, except Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge, who were the masters in this family, Xiao Shui was the most powerful. Although she was just Xiao Tianzi's younger sister, Xiao Tianzi was very kind to her. At first, Xiao Tianzi had been so good to Xiao Shui that Gu Changge had hated Xiao Shui. Naturally, the present relationship between Gu Changge and Miss Xiao Shui was also not very good. The servants knew Xiao Shui's position in the Xiao family. They wouldn't meddle in irrelevant matters or say unnecessary words. Since Xiao Shui liked to look down on the second floor, the servants just let her look down. Anyway, there was no one on the first floor except Gu Changge. Gu Changge was in a bad mood at home. As time went by, the rumors outside haven't been suppressed. Gu Changge called Gu's public relations team as soon as she had time. This day was no exception. She called and asked the public relations team leader, "Why haven't Tianzi's rumors been suppressed for so long?" Hearing Gu Changge's furious question, the leader on the other side was stunned before answered in a low voice. "Miss Gu, it is complicated. We have no way to suppress all the rumors in a short time. I don't understand why Xiao Tianzi pays you fools." Gu Changge didn't explode with rage immediately, but her ironic words made the leader feel awkward. "Miss Gu, please watch your language." Hearing this sentence, Gu Changge sneered at once. "Are you warning me or threatening me?" She said to the other end of the phone. "Please explain to me." The leader knew precisely the relationship between Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi, and also understood this lady wasn't the one who they can provoke easily. He directly apologized. Miss Gu, please calm down. I didn't mean to offend you. Our team feels very sorry that the rumors have not been suppressed. I hope Miss Gu can give us more time. We will surely silence all the rumors as soon as possible. Hearing the leader pleased her in a flattering manner, Gu Changge laughed scornfully. No matter how much time I give you, you are unable to settle the affair, right? How could Gu Changge choose incompetent you in the first place? After she finished speaking, she seemed to realize it was not appropriate to call Gu Changge's name directly. Hence, Gu Changge corrected herself. If my sister in heaven had known that you guys didn't work hard for Tianzi, she should have thought that she was blind when hiring you. The leader was utterly silent. Gu Changge had wanted to say more to incite the leader, but when she was about to speak, she heard an awkward busy tone. When she realized, she found that the other end of the phone had hung up. She was infuriated. How dare you fools hang up my phone? The servants beside Gu Changge did not dare to speak. After Xiao Tianzi moved out, Gu Changge often spoke to herself and did not need the cooperation and response of others. Xiao Shui walked down from the second floor. She sat down on the sofa opposite Gu Changge. Gu Changge's anger at being hung up on the phone had not subsided. When she saw Xiao Shui appearing in front of her, she asked, "Do you think what I just said was rude?" Xiao Shui had listened to what Gu Changge had said on the phone, but she pretended that she didn't hear when asked. "What did you say when you were on the phone, Sister Changge?" "I just said that Gu Changge was blind when she hired the fools of the Shao Enterprises public relations team. The idiot hung up my phone because of this sentence." After saying that, Gu Changge sneered angrily. "I think Tianzi should align this team. Even a small staff member dared to hang up my phone." Gu Changge was furious. However, looking at Gu Changge's furious look, Xiao Shui said indifferently, "I heard from my brother that he had replaced all of the Shao Enterprises staff since he took office. Why are the staff of the Public Relations Department still the former employees of Gu's?" When it was mentioned, Gu Changge was also confused. Tianzi had planned to transfer the former employees of Gu's to the branches. But I don't know why the Shao Enterprise kept the entire public relations team of Gu's. Xiao Shui pursed her lips and lowered her eyes as she thought it over. Xiao Tianzi loathed everything about his ex-wife, Gu Changge. He allowed Gu Changge to smash things belonging to Gu Changge at home as much as she liked. Logically speaking, Xiao Tianzi should have hated the public relations team of Gu's because Gu Changge selected them in person. Why did Xiao Tianzi keep this team? Xiao Shui couldn't understand it, and nor did Gu Changge. However, Gu Changge paid all her attention to that matter. She thought of Xiao Tianzi in no time after seeing Xiao Shui. Gu Changge asked Xiao Shui, "Has Tianzi contacted you recently?" Xiao Shui curved her lips in a smile. "In my brother's heart, I am not so important as you, Sister Changge. If my brother hasn't contacted you, how could he connect with me?" Xiao Shui's words made Gu Changge glad. Her bad mood because of being hung up by the Shao Enterprises public relations team also became better as Xiao Shui comforted her. Gu Changge sighed. "As long as the rumors between your brother and me don't be suppressed, your brother cannot return to the Shao family. I miss him very much." Xiao Shui knew that Gu Changge missed Xiao Tianzi. If Gu Changge hadn't missed Xiao Tianzi this time, Xiao Tianzi would have been Song Yunjia's after some time. By then, it was useless for Gu Changge to miss Xiao Tianzi. Although Xiao Shui thought it in her heart, she didn't say anything. After chatting with Gu Changge in the living room for a while, Xiao Shui got up, went upstairs and went back to her room to sleep. Gu Changge was not a bit sleepy and stayed in the living room all the time. Her latest situation was miserable. There was Song Yunjia, her sworn enemy, in front of her. And behind her back, Xiao Tianzi made her fidgety. She didn't dare to relax. Even with Song Yunxuan's help, she still couldn't be at ease. Before going to sleep, she took her medicine and called Song Yunxian. Seeing Gu Changge's call, Song Yunxian curved her lips meaningfully. Gu Changge's first sentence was to ask Song Yunjia's recent state. Song Yunxian smiled and kindly said, "Miss Gu, you know my relationship with my sister. We can't get along well with each other. You should ask the servants of the Champ Celicia about her situation rather than me." These sentences made Gu Changge frown. Song Yunjia isn't a fool. All the servants in the Champs-Élysées have got Song Yunjia's trust. Even if I want to place someone in the Champs-Élysées, they won't accept anyone. Hearing Gu Changge's words, Song Yunxian frowned slightly. It was apparent that Gu Changge's answer made her disappointed. Song Yunxian had believed that Gu Changge could dexterously use all kinds of methods and schemes because she had spent so many years in the Gu family and was good at acting. Unexpectedly, she had overestimated Gu Changge's ability. Now was the time for Gu Changge to scheme. However, Gu Changge stuck to her outdated experience. Song Yunxian gently reminded Gu Changge, "Miss Gu, it is difficult to send people to the Champs-Élysées, but turning the maid in the Champs-Élysées into your maid is very simple." This sentence made Gu Changge stunned. Then, as if she had realized some truth from Song Yunxuan's words, Gu Changge said at once, "I understand." Song Yunxian nodded. "Miss Gu, your health state is not very well. You should go to bed early if it is permitted. Do not overthink." Even if Song Yunxian told Gu Changge not to overthink, Gu Changge would still think a lot. Gu Changge might dream about how to fight Song Yunjia at present. However, this time Song Yunjia might let her suffer. After all, this was the final step. If Song Yunjia still had held her strength back, she would have brought herself to the doom. Song Yunxian said good night to Gu Changge before she hung up. She looked at the screen of her mobile phone and did not look away for a long time. She would soon see the result of the war between Song Yunjia and Gu Changge. She was in this war, but she had been watching them in the dark, so she regarded herself as an outsider in this battle. In the end, who could win, Gu Changge or Song Yunjia? Song Yunxian was expectant. She curved her lips, and her face was reflected in the phone screen. Her smile was perfect. It was also beautiful. She turned off her mobile phone and put it on the nightstand. Then she buried her face in the pillow, quietly waiting for the duel between Gu Changge and Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia always did everything she had planned as fast as she could. It was only after drawing up a plan with Xiao Shui that Song Yunjia immediately asked Xiao Shui to pay attention to Gu Changge's eating habits and fix time for taking medicine. For this purpose, Xiao Shui specially asked the magazine for a week's leave. It was natural that the magazine approved all her leave requests. Because Xiao Shui was on her vacation, Gu Changge controlled herself when she lost temper in the living room. Xiao Tianzi still showed solicitude for Gu Changge, and called to ask Gu Changge's situation every night. And every time Gu Changge answered Xiao Tianzi's phone, she listened intensively to Xiao Tianzi's surroundings. She didn't want to hear Song Yunjia's voice from Xiao Tianzi's side. And Xiao Tianzi didn't disappoint Gu Changge. All the time, Xiao Tianzi called Gu Changge before he went to the Champs-Élysées. Only after coaxing Gu Changge to feel at ease would he go to the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunjia had always maintained a very optimistic attitude towards Xiao Tianzi's visit to the Champs-Élysées. Although Xiao Tianzi didn't sleep in the Champs-Élysées, at least it was a good start and a stable development for Song Yunjia. As long as Xiao Tianzi stayed at the Champs-Élysées, Song Yunjia had countless means to make Xiao Tianzi's affection for her become greater and greater. On the weekend, Song Yunjia waited for Xiao Tianzi with the dinner ready. However, Xiao Tianzi had not arrived at the Champs-Élysées when it was 8 at night. It did not go through when Song Yunjia called Xiao Tianzi for many times. Finally, Song Yunjia had no choice but to call Xiao Tianzi's assistant. The assistant seemed a little embarrassed when she answered Song Yunjia's phone. It was not until the assistant was pressed by Song Yunjia that she whispered, "Mr. Xiao went home tonight." Song Yunjia had known that Xiao Tianzi lived in the hotel since the rumors spread. Now the assistant said that Xiao Tianzi had gone home. Therefore, Song Yunjia thought that Xiao Tianzi had gone to the hotel. Song Yunjia questioned closely, "Has he gone to the hotel?" Being asked about that, the assistant had to confess to Song Yunjia, "Mr. Xiao came back to the Xiao family tonight." Song Yunjia had been in a good mood, but the assistant's words made her mood fall to the ground. Xiao Tianzi had never mentioned things about Gu Changge to Song Yunjia when he came to the Champs-Élysées. Song Yunjia had been naive enough to believe that Xiao Tianzi had forgotten Gu Changge. However, Not until the assistant said Xiao Tianzi had gone to the Xiao family did she realize that Xiao Tianzi would never give up Gu Changge. Song Yunjia hung up the phone. Song Yunjia's eyes became dimmed because of the disappointment. Then they were gradually darkened. Gu Changge clenched her fingers slightly. She said to herself, I can't let Gu Changge win. Anyway, I can't let Xiao Tianzi be on her side. If Gu Changge had kept Xiao Tianzi, then Song Yunjia could not have put off her plan. Song Yunjia pursed her lips, but her eyes were filled with the malicious expression.
Let Gu Changge dit.
If she had died, she would have never competed with her for Xiao Tianzi. Just like Gu Changge, who had been dead. A dead person could not fight. Even though Xiao Tianzi liked Gu Changge so much, it did not matter once Gu Changge died. Song Yunjia's heart beat more quickly for her wishes and pleasure to see Gu Changge die. Song Yunjia clenched her fingers slightly. Her fingertips were pressed into her palm unconsciously. When the servant Wenwen came in and saw Song Yunjia's appearance, she was a little scared. She called Song Yunjia, Miss Yunjia. Song Yunjia was totally buried in her own fantasies. She didn't notice who was around herself. Wenwen saw Song Yunjia out of attention. She raised her voice. Miss Yunjia, what happened to you? Hearing the loud voice, Song Yunjia frowned and turned around to look at her. Being frowned at by Song Yunjia, Wenwen was a little anxious. Miss Song, you were too preoccupied just now. Therefore I unconsciously raised my voice. Did I frighten you? Wenwen carefully begged for Song Yunjia's pardon. After all, Song Yunjia had been happy and waiting for Xiao Tianzi tonight. But Xiao Tianzi didn't come here. Song Yunjia was not happy either. Wenwen was about to call her, but she was worried that Song Yunjia would take it out on her. However, hearing the calling, Song Yunjia just gave Wenwen a light glance. She said with tiredness, You can clear the table now. Wenwen was surprised. But Miss Song, you haven't had dinner yet. Song Yunjia frowned at Wenwen. Tianzi didn't come here. How can I have an appetite to eat? Wenwen looked at Song Yunjia helplessly. She was frustrated. Well, I'll get it cleaned. Empty them all. Song Yunjia didn't care how wasteful it was to empty them at all. In her mind, the dinner was for her to spend time with Xiao Tianzi. Since Xiao Tianzi did not come, it was meaningless no matter how hearty the dinner was. Wenwen felt it was a pity to throw them away in her mind, but she couldn't say it out. Not only couldn't Wenwen say it out, but she had to cater to Song Yunjia. Miss Song, it's bad for your health to sleep on an empty stomach. I'll prepare the warm milk for you. It's better for you to have some milk before you go to bed. Song Yunjia looked back and saw Wenwen deeply. Wenwen smiled. She knew that Song Yunjia had believed in her since she had been caring for Song Yunjia so carefully. Indeed, after Song Yunjia saw Wenwen's smile, she became gentler. Then Song Yunjia nodded lightly and went upstairs to the bedroom. Wenwen felt relieved after Song Yunjia went upstairs. Then she was helpless to go towards the kitchen. The servants had been waiting for Xiao Tianzi's arrival. They did not have anything yet. Now they did it in vain. Moreover, they had to throw away what they had prepared with great efforts. What a sin! Wenwen pursed her lips and gave instruction to those servants waiting in the kitchen. Miss Song said that Mr. Xiao would not come here tonight, and we should throw these away. As expected, a servant began to complain just as Wenwen finished. Oh, come on! We have been working all night. And then we should throw them away because of one word. Wenwen frowned. She glared at the servant with complaints. Well, don't you listen to Miss Song? Being glared like this, the servant fell silent immediately. She pursed her lips and said, Since this is Miss Song's instruction, we should follow it. But how about these things? Wenwen turned the whites of eye up. Miss Song meant to throw them away. Are you deaf? Wenwen was around Song Yunjia. She seemed to be Song Yunjia's trusted subordinate. Therefore, other servants in the Champs-Élysées had to listen to her. Now hearing that they should throw the dishes away, the servants felt pity in their mind. But they had no choice but to do what Wenwen said. Wenwen was satisfied to see the servants pour the dishes into the trash can. Then she said, You can just throw them out in case Miss Song feels upset when she sees them. Some servants were angry but they dared not speak. They could just throw them out. Wen saw the servants doing according to her words. She nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. After Wen left, the servant throwing the trash also came back. One servant frowned. She sighed and whispered, "Miss Song has such temper in the Champsellesia now. Once she becomes hostess of the Shao family, we can't imagine how arrogant she will be." Other servants also pouted. The older servant, Nurse Li, came here. She glared at those two servants. "That's enough. Don't talk anymore." Being glared by Nurse Li, those two servants pouted their lips and turned to work. Nurse Li knew that the qualified servants in a rich family should watch their mouths. Thus, during these years in the Gu family, Nurse Li had seen so many things and kept them in her heart. Nurse Li almost saw Gu Changge grow up. However, she got a leisurely task and was appointed to watch the Champsellesia after Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi got married. It was as leisurely as retirement. Gu Changge didn't often live here, so that Nurse Li just came here to clean on time. Nurse Li normally just pruned the trees in the garden in her free time. Then she waited for Gu Changge's coming. She became busy as long as Gu Changge came. However, even though Nurse Li was busy, she still felt it worth it. Gu Changge had been respected by the Gu family. Even the servants had a high opinion of her. Gu Changge had more cruel means than anyone else. She also had more exquisite thoughts than her peers. Everyone knew that Gu Changge let the Gu family reach a position like no other families going by those means and thoughts. Gu Changge was a successful head of a family, but she was not a successful wife. When it came to this, Nurse Li's expression vanished. She went on working in silence. Song Yunjia went back to the bedroom and took a shower. She frowned and thought for a while before she went to bed. Song Yunjia didn't fall asleep when she lay on the bed. Instead, after thinking for a while, Song Yunjia called the dean of the Yuncheng People Hospital. It was the dean's private phone so that the dean would ask who was calling when he received a cold call. Song Yunjia slowly opened her mouth and told her name. "Dean, it's me, Yunjia." It was just a simple name. It made the dean stunned for a while. Then the dean frowned and asked her with an unbelievable tone, "How dare you call me now? Why not?" Song Yunjia seemed to have forgotten the previous predicament. She smiled. "Dean, I'm calling not just to regard but to ask for help from you." The dean almost lost his position because of Song Yunjia's operation which killed a person. Now Song Yunjia called him again. The dean absolutely saw her a big trouble. Before Song Yunjia could say anything, the dean had begun to refuse. "Yunjia, you can ask others for help. I'm too old to deal with those things in the hospital." The dean tried to cop out by telling Song Yunjia he had no power. But Song Yunjia spoke gently. Just like a whisper, she said with seductive sound, "Then Dean, how long do you want to stay in this position?" The dean was old enough, but he did not mean to retire. While Song Yunjia asked him this question, the dean thought Song Yunjia might give him a good condition. The dean fell into silence. As expected, Song Yunjia on the phone chuckled. Then she said, "Dean, as long as you help me this time, I will let Tianzi help you keep your position in the People's Hospital. I'm not as greedy as you young people think." The dean did not know Song Yunjia's demand. Therefore he was hedging. Song Yunjia knew that the dean was a duplicitous fox. Thus she said slowly, "As long as you can help me, I can be with Xiao Tianzi. Besides, I can be the hostess of the Xiao family. You can think about it. With the support from the hostess in the Xiao family, you can be the dean in the People's Hospital as long as you want, can't you?" People were always lured by various things. Song Yunjia was lured by Xiao Tianzi because of love. The dean was lured by Song Yunjia's condition because of the power and money. No one knew how many benefits the dean could get from the People's Hospital. Besides, the dean could support Song Yunjia because of those benefits. The dean's silence meant that he was willing to help Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia was satisfied with the dean's answer. Then she said slowly, "Changge's surgery was the top surgery around the world. Her anti-rejection medicine has never been off, has it?" Speaking of this, the dean had known what Song Yunjia thought of. The dean raised his eyebrows. He reminded Song Yunjia with cold sweat on his forehead. Yunjia, you know Miss Changge is very important to the Shao family. If we rush in, it may. She is important to the Shao family? Song Yunjia couldn't help frowning when she heard the dean's words. She interrupted the dean and reminded him with a sneer. You know Gu Changge is important to the Shao family. Then have you ever thought how much Gu Changge meant to the Gu family when you allowed us to kill her? As long as he heard the name of Gu Changge, the dean felt his heart tremble. Indeed, even Gu Changge, the dean had allowed the subordinate to kill her. Now just Gu Changge, what was her? Song Yunjia thought that the dean would insist on protecting Gu Changge. She pursed her lips and said with coldness, if you don't stand by my side, the death of Gu Changge might all come out in the wash when I fail. Dean, what will you do at that time? The dean's forehead was increasingly sweating. What could he do? What else could he do? Once Gu Changge's death came out, the dean might take all blame for Shao Tianzi. At that time he could not even defend but accept bad luck. Song Yunjia asked the dean again. Dean, you should really consider it and give me the answer. Song Yunjia's words were full of coldness. The dean thought of Gu Changge. He got the shivers in his heart and said immediately, I will help you. I promise. Song Yunjia raised her lips. Thank you, Dean. After this call, the dean touched his forehead, sweating. The dean sighed with affliction. Then he said slightly, what a sin! From the death of Gu Changge, he should have considered how complicated things were. Gu Changge was just like a curse. Those who had killed her had been gradually corroded by this curse. Obviously, Song Yunjia had been in a dead end now. However, Song Yunjia was unwilling to admit her failure. She seemed to struggle for something. Song Yunjia liked Shao Tianzi, but they had worked together in the People's Hospital for so many years. Others could not see through Shao Tianzi. The dean knew him clearly. In Shao Tianzi's mind, except for the hatred towards Gu Changge, the only love was for Gu Changge. Song Yunjia now planned to do this. Once it was discovered, Song Yunjia's life would come to an end. Song Yunjia was gearing up for her plan. At the same time, Gu Changge was not free. Gu Changge had called Song Yunxian. She agreed on Song Yunxuan's words on the phone. Under the situation where Gu Changge could not set eyes in the Champs-Élysées, Song Yunxian told Gu Changge that she could make the people in the Champs-Élysées become her eyes. It might be hard for other people, but it was very easy for Gu Changge. Gu Changge let Shuang get the list of the servants in the Champs-Élysées. Gu Changge hesitated to decide who would be the right one, Wan or Nursely. Shuang was cowardly. She was nothing compared with smart Wan who was with Song Yunjia. However, Shuang was more thoughtful and considerate. It made Gu Changge satisfied. Gu Changge thought of Wan's face. Then her eyes finally fell on Nursely on the list. That's her. Shuang, you check it out when I can see her. Yes, Miss Gu, I'll go and watch her. Gu Changge frowned. What are you going to do? Find someone else to watch her. Shuang nodded. She soon found a reliable servant to watch Nurse Li's movements in the Champs-Élysées. Xiao Shui came home at this time. She saw Shuang go out with a servant. Then she found Gu Changge sitting on the sofa in the living room without any expression. She gave Gu Changge a gentle greeting and went upstairs. Although Gu Changge and Xiao Shui lived in the same house, the relationship between them was not close. Gu Changge sometimes would pretend to be in a good relationship with Xiao Shui in front of Shao Tianzi to cater to him. At other time they were just a bowing acquaintance. Gu Changge heard Xiao Shui's greeting. She raised her eyes to look at Xiao Shui and nodded at her. Then she went on her thinking. Xiao Shui did nothing but raised her lips. Xiao Shui guessed that Gu Changge was thinking about how to deal with Song Yunjia right now. Song Yunjia had called Xiao Shui this afternoon. She told Xiao Shui that everything was ready, and let Xiao Shui find time to see her the next day. Xiao Shui knew Song Yunjia's meaning. It probably meant Song Yunjia had received the medicine prepared for Gu Changge. Song Yunjia could not change medicine for Gu Changge in person. This task naturally fell on Xiao Shui. Besides, Gu Changge's anti-rejection medicine from the hospital would be identified by the professional pharmacist to see if it was real medicine. Shao Tianzi paid high attention to Gu Changge's life. Xiao Shui came back to her room, waiting for Gu Changge to take it out on the servants at night. During this period, Xiao Tianzi did not live in the Xiao family. The rumors outside could not be pressed from time to time. Gu Changge did not see Xiao Tianzi at night. She would burst into anger and take it out on the servants. Sometimes she would ask about the rumors and call the public relations department to question their abilities. The previous team leader of the public relations department, who hung up Gu Changge's phone last time, had been reduced. Xiao Tianzi heard that leader hung up Gu Changge's phone and angered Gu Changge. He immediately reduced him. The present leader of the public relations department knew why the previous one got fired. Therefore, he just smiled at Gu Changge when he received the call from her, and whatever Gu Changge said. Even though he was scolded by Gu Changge, he just gave a smile and said, "Okay, fine." It had spread in the Xiao enterprise. Since the general headquarters of the Fanqing magazine was opposite to the skyscraper of the Xiao enterprise, sometimes the staff from two companies would have meals in the same restaurant. There were some staff from the Xiao enterprise complaining about their work. Gu Changge was the one they complained most. Gu Changge had no talents like Gu Changge, but she could act wildly in the Xiao enterprise. Xiao Tianzi's unconditional spoiling also made the staff in the Xiao enterprise choke with silent fury. The staff could do nothing but complain secretly outside. However, Gu Changge's behaviors would trouble Xiao Tianzi sooner or later. Xiao Shui did not like Gu Changge. She just waited in her room and watched Gu Changge's farce. However, it was out of Xiao Shui's expectation. This night, Gu Changge did not make any scene. Xiao Shui had been waiting for Gu Changge to go crazy. But it was over 8 o'clock. Gu Changge neither went to bed nor called the public relations department of the Xiao enterprise or got angry with the servants. Xiao Shui frowned slightly. She walked out of her room. She just saw Shuang and a servant talking with Gu Changge. After Gu Changge heard Shuang and the servant's words, her eyebrows raised slightly. She was obviously satisfied with their words. Shuang's voice rose from downstairs. "Nurse Li goes to the market every 2 days. Miss Gu, you can see her at that time." Hearing the name of Nurse Li, Xiao Shui felt confused at first. Then it occurred to her that Nurse Li was the middle-aged woman in the Champs-Élysées. Nurse Li was the servant around Song Yunjia. Gu Changge wanted to see Nurse Li. Did she want to get any news from Nurse Li? Xiao Shui was still thinking. Gu Changge heard Shuang's words. She got up from the sofa and told Shuang, "You get clothes for me. I'm going to take a shower." "Yes, Miss Gu." Gu Changge turned around to go upstairs. Just at that time, Gu Changge looked up and saw Xiao Shui standing on the second floor. Xiao Shui usually had slept at this time, but tonight she occurred on the second floor. It crossed Gu Changge's mind first that Xiao Shui was overhearing their conversation. Thinking of this, Gu Changge's expression became serious suddenly. Being stared at by Gu Changge, Xiao Shui regained her composure gradually. Xiao Shui looked at Gu Changge. She said first, "Sister Changge, are you still up? Why are you still up?" Gu Changge questioned coldly. Xiao Shui smiled with embarrassment. "I have been on the bed. But I played my phone for so long and I want to have something to drink. So I go downstairs to drink some water." It was a perfect explanation. Gu Changge could not find anything wrong. Gu Changge nodded and went upstairs to sleep. Xiao Shui dealt with Gu Changge. She sighed lightly. Xiao Shui heard the conversation between Gu Changge and Shuang, and she knew that Gu Changge might buy off Nurse Li. But she did not mean to tell these things to Song Yunjia. The next day, Xiao Shui met Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia put a well-packaged pink gift box in front of Xiao Shui. The box looked like an exquisite gift at first glance. But Xiao Shui knew that Song Yunjia would never give a surprise for a gift. It was definitely not a gift. Xiao Shui reached out her hands to open the box. However, Song Yunjia pressed Xiao Shui's hands. She smiled. "You cannot open it until you arrive home." Xiao Shui looked at Song Yunjia with suspicion. Being questioned by Xiao Shui with eyes, Song Yunjia nodded slightly. Song Yunjia nodded slightly but firmly. Moreover, Xiao Shui saw viciousness in Song Yunjia's eyes. Indeed, in the box must be the medicine prepared by Song Yunjia. It was prepared for Gu Changge. As long as Gu Changge took it, she might die within a few days. However, it was Xiao Shui who needed to consider how to switch this medicine for Gu Changge. Gu Changge had already had Shuang find out the exact time when Nurse Li would leave. Besides, she had specially told the driver to wait for Nurse Li on the way that she must pass. Though Nurse Li was not too old, yet she had been in the Gu family for so many years. When she was stopped by Gu Changge's servant Shuang, she could almost guess what would happen soon. She was taken by Shuang to stand in front of the advanced Bentley which Gu Changge was sitting in. After Shuang had had a few words with Gu Changge, who was sitting in the car, Gu Changge motioned Shuang to invite Nurse Li into the car. Actually, Nurse Li was hustled into the car. And it was not because Shuang wanted to hustle her. The reason was that Nurse Li was unwilling to get into the car at all. After having been hustled into the car, Nurse Li saw Gu Changge who looked off color. Gu Changge wore a plain white dress, which made her look extremely weak as she already looked off color. Nurse Li looked at Gu Changge and remained silent. Seeing that Nurse Li was hustled into the car by Shuang, Gu Changge threw a reproving look at Shuang. Then she helped Nurse Li get in and said politely, Shuang was quite ill-mannered. I want to have a few words with you, and she actually pushed you in. Being helped by Gu Changge, Nurse Li instantly felt as if she had been grasped by a ghost, and a bit of fear appeared in her eyes. Nurse Li was a nobody in the Gu family, but she was quite clear about the things happening in the Gu family which could be called inside stories. Gu Changge died in mysterious circumstances, and Gu Changge had had an ambiguous relationship with Xiao Tianzi for a long time. Now Song Yunjia also joined in the battle. It was really one good show after another. Gu Changge knew that the mid-aged woman in front of her was clear about everything, though she appeared to be quite useless. Gu Changge coughed gently, saying, Nurse Li, how is Yunjia doing in the Champs-Élysées lately? Nurse Li felt that she did not know how to answer this question, because the question was actually a trap. If she had said that Song Yunjia enjoyed her life in the Champs-Élysées, then Gu Changge would surely have hit the ceiling. Yet if she had said that Song Yunjia hadn't led a good life in the Champs-Élysées, then Gu Changge might have probably asked her ironically that how Song Yunjia could lead a rough life as Xiao Tianzi went to the Champs-Élysées every day. Actually, Song Yunjia did enjoy her life. Xiao Tianzi now kept Gu Changge at a distance because of the rumor. But he was using Song Yunjia to scotch the rumor. He deliberately turned to be tight with Song Yunjia, and intended to make the outsiders pay attention to him and Song Yunjia instead of letting them focus on Gu Changge, criticize and scold her. But the media in Yuncheng did not report the news as Xiao Tianzi expected. They still kept on digging the dribs and drabs about Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge to prove that they had such an unusual relationship. And the media had all decided to avoid reporting the thing that Xiao Tianzi often went to the Champs-Élysées. This made Xiao Tianzi feel helpless. But in order to draw the attention of the media, he had no choice but to continue visiting Song Yunjia. And Song Yunjia was not angry, though she knew clearly that Xiao Tianzi was using her to protect Gu Changge. Moreover, she felt that it was an opportunity. As long as Xiao Tianzi came to the Champs-Élysées, Song Yunjia would feel that she got a chance to leave an impressive impression in Xiao Tianzi's heart and make their love deeper. Nurse Li felt that these were all Song Yunjia's daydreams. Because Xiao Tianzi was such a cold-blooded man that even betrayed his wife Gu Changge for Gu Changge. How could he give anyone his true heart? Gu Changge did not press Nurse Li, though she didn't get an answer from her. She just gave a smile. Nurse Li, don't think too much. I simply want to ask how Song Yunjia is doing lately. If you are unwilling to tell me, then I will ask no further. Nurse Li knew well that Gu Changge definitely saw her about something. She did not ask and waited for Gu Changge to say it first. Anyway, Gu Changge barely guarded against her. As expected, Gu Changge did have no patience. Seeing that Nurse Li kept remaining silent for a while, Gu Changge gradually stopped being weak and gentle. She looked at Nurse Li. I know that you have always been working in the Gu family, and must have deep feelings for my elder sister. The servants staying in the Xiao family all knew that the second daughter adopted by the Gu family didn't respect her elder sister Gu Changge at all. After Gu Changge had died, Gu Changge hooked up with her brother-in-law and filled the swimming pool which Gu Changge liked so much while she was alive. Moreover, she threw Gu Changge's ashes into the sea. Thus there was nothing left of Gu Changge. And the person behind all these was Gu Changge. Now if there had been someone who admitted that he or she had deep feelings for Gu Changge, then God knew how this second daughter would have dealt with the person. So Nursely replied immediately, I'm the servant outside the main house of the Gu family and has barely seen Miss Changge, so I have little feelings for her. Nursely, if my elder sister had heard your words, she must have felt quite sad. Nursely didn't reply. Gu Changge also felt quite bored. The servant was quite smart. When hearing questions that she didn't know how to answer, she just remained silent, pretending that she knew nothing. Even Gu Changge could not guess how good the relationship between the master Gu Changge and the servant Nursely was. Gu Changge let out a sigh. Though members of the family might hold a grudge against me, yet Nursely, you will surely help me when I am in trouble for the sake that I'm Changge's younger sister, right? Gu Changge stared at Nursely. Nursely realized that Gu Changge would soon tell her why she wanted to meet her today. So she also took a look at Gu Changge. Gu Changge pressed her lips, appearing sullen. Nursely, you have been taking care of Song Yunjia these days, so can you tell me about what Song Yunjia has been doing exactly? Nursely lowered her head and pondered. It turned out that Gu Changge wanted her to be a spy for her. The thing that Song Yunjia turned against her because of fighting for Xiaotianzi had become increasingly acute, and both sides had thought of various ways to fight against each other. Song Yunjia felt quite happy during the time, and Xiaotianzi came to the Champs-Élysées quite often. Even the servants in the Champs-Élysées felt that Song Yunjia had the chance to be Xiaotianzi's legal wife. But Gu Changge visited her at this time and asked her to betray Song Yunjia. Nursely really had to think hard about what benefits she would have got if she had done this and whether she had to do it or not. Most importantly, she had to think about who would be the legal wife at last. Gu Changge looked at Nursely and pondered for a while. Then she gently analyzed the situation. Nursely, now all the members of the Xiao family knew that Song Yunjia wanted to take the place of my elder sister and be the madam of the Xiao family. However, no one knew that the person who murdered my elder sister was Song Yunjia. Gu Changge said the sentence quite gently. However, for others it was no less than thunder. Nursely looked up in astonishment and slightly opened her mouth, looking at Gu Changge. She even stopped being silent, looked at Gu Changge, and asked her inconceivably with her lips trembling, Miss Changge was murdered by Song Yunjia? Gu Changge sneered. Song Yunjia was one of my elder sister's attending doctors, and she was also her good friend. If she hadn't done anything, how could my elder sister have died this quickly? But Nursely was about to say that the ultimate beneficiary was Gu Changge. But Gu Changge cut her off, saying, the ultimate beneficiary was me. I survived at the expense of my elder sister's life. Yet I held the bag for Song Yunjia. If outsiders had known about it, they would have probably thought that I murdered my elder sister. Actually, Song Yunjia schemed all these and set me up. I would rather die than hurt my elder sister. It seemed that Gu Changge said these from the bottom of her heart. Yet Nursely still felt quite astonished and remained speechless for such a while. Was Miss Changge actually murdered by Song Yunjia? Nursely's hands were trembling slightly, and she didn't listen to Gu Changge's babbling at all. After having told Nursely sincerely and seriously about what she thought, Gu Changge looked at Nursely's expression, asking, Nursely, you must be quite astonished, right? Nursely's eyes fell on Gu Changge's face. Gu Changge slightly raised her eyebrows and felt a bit unhappy on seeing that Nursely was stupefied because of astonishment. Gu Changge had already died. Yet out of her expectation, there were actually servants in the family who remembered and missed her after almost a year. She had really had a domineering influence when being the madam of the Gu family. Seeing that Nursely still did not come to herself, Gu Changge called her. Nursely, do you want to revenge for my elder sister? Hearing Gu Changge's words, Nursely slightly frowned, and she gradually came to herself. Then she looked at Gu Changge, took a few breaths and said, What can I do for you, Miss Changge? Hearing Nursely's words, Gu Changge immediately felt quite happy in her heart. Nurse Li's words meant that she agreed to help her. She slightly raised her lips and intimately reached out to hold Nurse Li's hand, saying, "Nurse Li, these were actually old scores between Song Yunjia and me. In fact, I didn't want others to tread in the muddy water. But I'm really at the end of my rope as Song Yunjia is not easy to deal with. So I come to you for help." Nurse Li nodded and was still being polite to Gu Changge. "Miss Changge, just tell me what you want. As long as I can help you, I will not refuse you, Miss Changge." Gu Changge nodded and turned around to wink at the driver. The driver immediately gave her a check. Seeing the check handed over by Gu Changge, Nurse Li slightly changed the expression in her eyes and looked up at Gu Changge. "Miss Changge, this is the pension for you." Nurse Li felt quite confused and didn't know what Gu Changge's words meant. Yet Gu Changge pressed the check into her hands and then ordered Nurse Li in satisfaction. "Nurse Li, take the check and don't overthink. You only need to tell me what Song Yunjia is doing at the appointed time." Nurse Li still could not understand. She looked down at the number on the check and was a little shocked. "But Miss Changge, you said it was my pension." Gu Changge smiled. "Nurse Li, you are aging. After helping me drive Song Yunjia away from my brother-in-law, you may enjoy your life in peace." Hearing Gu Changge's words, Nurse Li nodded. "I'm all yours, Miss Changge." Nurse Li returned after having bought some vegetables, and she felt that the shopping bag was burning her hand along the way. When she was about to reach the Xiao family, she drew out the check Gu Changge gave her and took a look at it. The number 500,000 was clearly written on it. She looked blankly at the check, thinking that her salary never reached 500,000 after so many years working in the Gu family. Yet now Gu Changge generously gave her 500,000 just because she needed to send a message to Gu Changge. It was really confusing. Nurse Li gently took a breath and calmed herself down as she was quite excited about the huge fortune from heaven. Then she put the check back into her pocket. After arriving at the Xiao family, she went straight into the kitchen with the vegetables in the shopping bag and started to cook with the other two servants. One was Song Yunjia's lackey, and she did quite a good job in flattering Song Yunjia. Thus Song Yunjia treated One a lot better than she did to other servants. One had worked in the kitchen before, but after becoming Song Yunjia's personal maid, she didn't want to go into the kitchen at all for fear that she might be covered with the odor of cooking oil. The servants were murmuring about their grudge against One while cooking. Yet Nurse Li had been remaining silent and listening to the nearby servants' conversation. Nurse Li barely believed Gu Changge's words. Yet when Gu Changge said that Song Yunjia murdered Gu Changge, Nurse Li believed her. Because the relationship between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze was the best proof. If the relationship between Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze had not been that close, then she would not have believed that Song Yunjia murdered Gu Changge. When thinking about it, she began to feel sorry for Gu Changge. While Gu Changge was alive, Gu Changge, the eldest daughter, was simply the apple of Gu Cheng's eye. But now Gu Changge, a legendary eldest daughter of the Gu family, actually died too. And hardly anyone knew the real reason why she died, making her death quite tragic and pitiful. Xiao Shui opened the elegant gift box Song Yunjia gave her. When seeing the delicate medicine bottle inside, she could not help smiling. She reached out to take that medicine bottle and slightly shook her head. She is really worthy of being the signature doctor of the People's Hospital. Song Yunjia had already found out what medicine Gu Changge had been taking. Even the bottle filled with the medicine she prepared was well forged. Looking at the medicine bottle in her hand, Xiao Shui felt that Gu Changge could have really killed by Song Yunjia if she hadn't helped her. To win the catfight needed not only tricks but also such medical knowledge which could really make a difference to the final result. She held the medicine box in her hand. When thinking about it, she heard a servant calling her outside. The servant said impatiently, "Miss Xiao, time for dinner." Hearing the servant's words, Xiao Shui looked down at the medicine bottle in her hand, saying gently, "Coming." It looked as if she had had a high status in the Xiao family, but she was actually in a quite awkward position in the Xiao family. At first, Xiao Tianze took charge of the Xiao family, but Xiao Tianze began to stay in hotels because of the recent rumors. Xiao Tianze was not at home, so the family servants naturally regarded Gu Changge as the madam of the family. Gu Changge had always felt that it was neither logical nor reasonable for Xiao Shui to live in this Xiao family, and she felt that Xiao Shui was an eyesore every time she saw her. But considering that she had been taken care of by Xiao Tianzi all the time, Gu Changge could not drive her out of the Xiao family. Now that Xiao Tianzi was not in and she took charge of the Xiao family, thus she naturally treated Xiao Shui quite badly. And all the family servants saw that the madam treated Xiao Shui badly. They naturally took no notice of Xiao Shui, and they even thought it was a waste of time to tell her to come downstairs for dinner. But Xiao Shui did not take offense at the servant's bad attitude. The servant did nothing but call her. Then she walked away from the door. Xiao Shui walked out of the room and went downstairs to the dining room to have dinner. It was rare that Gu Changge kept silent and did not scold anyone during this dinner time. She even wore a smile while having dinner. Xiao Shui couldn't help taking a few more looks at Gu Changge, and Gu Changge also noticed that her behavior was somewhat different from that in normal times. She looked up and saw that Xiao Shui was looking at her, so she explained, "Your elder brother called me today and said that he would hang out with me on Saturday." Xiao Shui smiled. "Then have a good time." No wonder Gu Changge wore a smile. It turned out that Xiao Tianzi agreed to take her out to get some air. It was quite natural, as Gu Changge could do nothing but stay in the Xiao family and hang out once in a while as she was ill. Now she definitely felt quite happy since Xiao Tianzi agreed to hang out with her. Xiao Shui buried herself in dinner and did not say anything else to Gu Changge. Gu Changge also immersed herself in dinner, and Shuang beside her continually put food into Gu Changge's bowl. Gu Changge had more delicate dishes than ever. It was just that she had poor health. Because her organs had been changed into another person's, she had to take anti-rejection drugs throughout her life. And she had to take them every single day. After having finished her dinner, Xiao Shui drew a napkin and gently wiped her mouth with it. Then she got up from her chair in front of the desk, saying, "I've had enough and I'm going back to my room." Gu Changge nodded and told her to sleep early for the first time. Xiao Shui nodded and then she went upstairs. Only when she felt that Gu Changge was about to take medicine did she come out of her room again. The family servants had all finished their dinner by 8 o'clock. Some of the servants had returned to their rooms. There was no other servant in the house except Shuang, who took care of the medicine Gu Changge was about to take. Xiao Shui came just at the right time. Just at the time, she saw Shuang approaching the door of Gu Changge's room, holding a tray on which there was a glass of boiled water and medicine. Just as Shuang was about to reach out to open the door, Xiao Shui suddenly called her, "Shuang." Shuang's fingers stopped in front of the door and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. Just at that time, she saw Xiao Shui at a short distance. Shuang was a little bit different from the other servants in the Xiao family. She was also trusted by Gu Changge, yet she was born wimpy and timid and treated everyone mildly. Even Xiao Shui, who was isolated in the Xiao family, called her. She still went forward to ask her what she wanted. Shuang stopped at the door. Xiao Shui smiled. "I have a favor to ask of you." Shuang turned to look at the door of Gu Changge's room, saying, "Could you wait after I deliver the medicine to Miss Gu first?"
Xiao Shui nodded. Około.
Shuang nodded, saying, "Then please wait for me for a while, Miss Xiao." Xiao Shui waited outside the door, making a gesture of agreement to her. Xiao Shui did not contact with the family servants very often, and Shuang didn't know that Miss Xiao Shui could be this easygoing. Then she smiled at Xiao Shui and knocked at the door of Gu Changge's room. Gu Changge bought off nursely and was in such a good mood. Just after Shuang brought over the medicine and Gu Changge had taken it, she hastily dismissed Shuang. When Shuang retreated from Gu Changge's room, she happened to see that Gu Changge was calling Xiao Tianzi. Shuang closed the door for Gu Changge. When she turned around, she saw that Xiao Shui still remained where she was and waited. Shuang called Xiao Shui gently for fear that she might disturb Gu Changge. "Miss Xiao." Hearing her call, Xiao Shui looked up at her. "Finished?" Shuang nodded. "What can I do for you, Miss Xiao?" "My period started suddenly. I remember that there are ginger and brown sugar in the kitchen. I searched for them for a while, but I still didn't find it. When I asked other servants, they didn't want to help me. I really can't find it, so I come to you for help." Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Shuang went straight into the kitchen with the tray without putting back the medicine, saying, "Come on, Miss Xiao. I'll help you to look for them." Xiao Shui followed Shuang and sighed gently while looking at her back. Compared with Song Yunjia's personal maid Wenwen, Gu Changge's personal maid Shuang was really a good and amiable girl. She sighed gently. Shuang, who was walking in the front, had no idea what was in her mind. She just walked quickly and said worriedly, "Have you got a sore tummy, Miss Xiao? If the pain is too sharp, I have some rose brown sugar for you." Xiao Shui followed her into the kitchen and shook her head gently. "It's not sharp. Just some ginger tea will do the job." Shuang put aside the tray and bent over to look for ginger and brown sugar in the cupboard. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui quickly switched the medicine bottle on the tray to the one hiding in her nightdress. Shuang paid all her attention to finding the ginger and brown sugar. After several minutes, she took a pot of brown sugar from the inside of the cupboard. Then she handed it to Xiao Shui. "Miss Xiao, here is brown sugar." Xiao Shui took it and was about to turn to go back to her room. But Shuang called her. "Miss Xiao, please wait for a moment. After I put Miss Changle's medicine back, I'll decoct some ginger tea for you. Ginger tea is good for dysmenorrhea because it can relieve the pain."
Xiao Shui nodded. "Okay."
"I'm waiting for you here." Seeing that Xiao Shui agreed, Shuang went back with the tray. Seeing that Shuang had left, Xiao Shui lowered her eyes. She took a look at the medicine bottle in her hand. Then she returned to her room with the bottle. After coming back into the kitchen, Shuang found that Xiao Shui was not in the kitchen. After having decocted the ginger tea, she went to Xiao Shui's room with it and gently knocked on the door. Xiao Shui opened the door and smelt the rich smell of the ginger tea. Shuang presented the tray closer to Xiao Shui, saying, "I found that you were not in the kitchen when I returned, so I bring it over after having decocted it." The expression on Xiao Shui's face was complicated. Yet Xiao Shui still nodded and said thank you. Then she took the ginger tea and told Shuang to go to sleep. After closing the door, Xiao Shui put the ginger tea onto the desk in front of her. The screen of her laptop was on, and the composition, price, and effect of the medicine Gu Changge must take were all on the screen. Her eyes swept over the information. After reading the full-page introduction, she raised her hand to drink the ginger tea brought over by Shuang sip by sip. Drinking such a beverage could really make one's tummy warm. Yet Gu Changge would suffer after taking the medicine which had been switched. After having switched the medicine bottle successfully, Xiao Shui sent a message to Snog Yunjia. Song Yunjia was in a good mood, but she swallowed her smile after seeing the man in the living room. Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge were saying good night to each other. Xiao Tianzi still came to her place these days. Though he never stayed for the nights, yet he would talk to her when he came. For her, such conversations would be enough. At least it was better than Gu Changge's present life, as she could only watch this. Gu Changge could not even see Xiao Tianzi, and she could only work off her loneliness by calling Xiao Tianzi every night. Seeing Xiao Tianzi cope with Gu Changge's phone calls neither coldly nor warmly, she was neither delighted nor mad in her heart. After all, though Xiao Tianzi answered Gu Changge's calls, he still stayed with her. Compared with Gu Changge, who could only hear Xiao Tianzi's voice, she clearly enjoyed a better life. She did not disturb Xiao Tianzi when he was speaking to Gu Changge on the phone, acting as if she had been quite generous. After Xiao Tianzi hung up the phone, Song Yunjia came out of the kitchen with chopped watermelons. Seeing that she came out of the kitchen, Xiao Tianzi made some room for her and motioned her to sit next to him. Song Yunjia was naturally quite delighted, so she picked up a piece of watermelon and put it to Xiao Tianzi's mouth after sitting next to him. Xiao Tianzi was being nice enough to eat it. Noticing that Xiao Tianzi barely ostracized her, Song Yunjia was overjoyed. "Is Changge asleep?" "Yes. She will call me every night before she goes to bed, so..." Xiao Tianzi took the initiative to explain it to her. Song Yunjia also acted as if she had been tolerant, generous, and not envious at all. "I understand. Changge always feels insecure and regards me as a purported enemy, but actually..." She took a look at Xiao Tianzi and then she continued, "Actually, I only want to be around you. I don't want to fight against her at all." Xiao Tianzi smiled and his pupils behind the glasses appeared a bit cold. Yet his smile always made one feel like bathing in the spring breeze. It was so warm that Song Yunjia only saw his raised lips instead of noticing the coldness in his eyes. It was rare for Xiao Tianzi to be this close to her tonight, so Song Yunjia would never let such a great opportunity slide. After having some fruit, she asked him shyly, "Will you return to the hotel tonight? Where else can I be if I don't go back to my hotel?" Xiao Tianzi was like throwing bait through his words, and Song Yunjia willingly took the bait, and she immediately replied, "You can stay here for the night." Xiao Tianzi looked at her. "Stay here?" Song Yunjia promised him, "I'll not tell Changge." Xiao Tianzi slightly raised his lips. Song Yunjia thought that Xiao Tianzi would simply agree. Yet out of her expectation, Xiao Tianzi raised after smiling gently, "I'll come tomorrow. I have something important to deal with, so I have to return now." The atmosphere had actually become quite romantic, and it was a good time to snuggle up to each other. Yet she did not expect that Xiao Tianzi just raised and prepared to leave. It was out of Song Yunjia's expectation. However, she felt that she had no way to make Xiao Tianzi stay when seeing that he was about to leave. Finally, she could only watch Xiao Tianzi left with his assistant. After Xiao Tianzi had left, Song Yunjia sighed in disappointment and sat on the sofa, covering her forehead with her hand. Then she reflected on herself to see if she had done anything wrong. Wenwen next to her brought her a glass of boiled water. Seeing Wenwen, Song Yunjia seemed to find someone to talk to. She asked Wenwen, "Wenwen, can you tell me how to make Tianzi stay for a night?" Wenwen pressed her lips, feeling quite embarrassed. Mr. Xiao is an adult and he has his own plans. So if he wants to leave, no one can stop him. Unless... Hearing the first part of Wenwen's words, Song Yunjia already felt uninterested in what Wenwen was about to say next. But Wenwen stopped when she was about to say the next part of her words. This made Song Yunjia involuntarily fix her eyes on Wenwen again, asking her, "Unless what?" Then Wenwen continued, "Unless Miss Song uses some other tricks." Hearing Wenwen's words, Song Yunjia began to think. Song Yunjia could have really used some other tricks if Xiao Tianzi had been unwilling to stay. As for what the tricks were, Song Yunjia needed to think hard. Seeing Song Yunjia frowning, Wenwen took her responsibility to exclude the difficulty and anxiety for Song Yunjia. "Miss Song, now as you see, though Mr. Xiao still has feelings for Miss Gu, yet she can never have babies. And it's impossible for the two children born by Gu Changge to inherit the Xiao family. Therefore, as long as you can give a baby to Mr. Xiao, will you be worried that you can't make Mr. Xiao be around you? This is such a silly way." It appeared that Song Yunjia disliked the lousy idea. Yet she knew quite well in her heart that this was the only way to make Xiao Tianzi stay. Xiao Tianzi had known her for years, and he had never been a man being indifferent to fame and wealth. After having taken charge of the Xiao family, which was such a great property, he would surely groom an inheritor. Gu Changge was the one he liked most, and he surely hoped to groom the babies born by Gu Changge most. But now Gu Changge could not give him babies. So as long as Song Yunjia could be pregnant, everything would be going as she expected. She pondered. A servant told her gently from a short distance, "Miss Song, there was a strange call." When Song Yunjia heard that it was a strange call, her eyes lit up. Then she reached out and said, "Give it to me." The phone was handed over to Song Yunjia. No sooner had Song Yunjia taken the phone than she heard Xiao Shue's voice came from it. "I've handled the things you asked me to do. Tonight's medicine." Song Yunjia felt delighted in her heart. However, Xiao Shue's answer did not satisfy her very much. "The medicine will probably work tomorrow. The medicine she had tonight is correct." Though Song Yunjia was not happy, yet she felt that things were going quickly and smoothly when hearing Xiao Shue's reply. So she nodded. "Thank you. Wait for the show." Xiao Shui remained silent. After being silent for a while, she ended the call. Hearing that Xiao Shui hung up on her, Song Yunjia did not feel angry. She just put the receiver in front of her, took a look at it and sneered. Seeing that Song Yunjia suddenly smiled, Wenwen frowned slightly. Song Yunjia did not explain to Wenwen why she smiled. She just told Wenwen, "Don't ever mention that lousy idea you said tonight." Song Yunja's insincerity made Wenwen a bit surprised. Then Wenwen quickly nodded. Seeing that she nodded, Song Yunja said, "It's late. Go to sleep." And then Wenwen left. After all the servants had gone back to their rooms to sleep, Song Yunja opened a bottle of Lafite and drank by herself. Recalling that Xiao Shui hung up on her after being silent for a while, she smiled gently. Why did Xiao Shui do this? Did she not agree with the idea that she gave her? Or did she regret after handling the matter? Anyway, her attitude was not important after the thing was settled. As long as the medicine was switched, Gu Changge would no longer be a roadblock. And Xiao Shui was the one who switched the medicine, so it was impossible for her to spill out the whole thing, which was asking for trouble. In this way, even if Xiao Shui had not contacted her, it would not have mattered. Her roadblock had been wiped out. Now she only needed to wait for the medicine in Gu Changge's body to work, and gradually wither her heart, which originally belonged to Gu Changge. News from the Xiao family continually reached Song Yunja's ears in the following days. Not to mention how many messages Xiao Shui had passed on to Song Yunja. Just by asking Xiao Tianzi about Gu Changge's physical condition, she could know that Gu Changge led a hard life. And after living without Xiao Tianzi for a few more days, Gu Changge began to keep a close eye on what and how Song Yunja was doing. Nurse Li told what and how Song Yunja had been doing to Gu Changge in detail. But as for Gu Changge, Nurse Li's words were not quite useful. She could not find a way to defeat Song Yunja once for all, so she called Song Yunxian, asking her, "What should I do now?" When receiving Gu Changge's call, Song Yunxian was reading a fax from room. In the fax were things about Lucia. She scanned the fax and then said to Gu Changge, "At this moment, Miss Gu still doesn't know what to do?" Gu Changge sneered. "Though I bought off a servant in the Champs-Élysées as you suggested, yet the messages passed on by the servant I bought off were not quite useful." Hearing it, Song Yunxian slightly curled up her lips, saying, "So you mean you have no way to deal with my elder sister, right?" Song Yunxian precisely pointed out the problem. Gu Changge didn't want to hide anything from her and said directly, "I want to ruin her, but I can't find a way to do this. Can you tell me what to do, Miss Song?" Song Yunxian smiled and refused. "Since you are resourceful but have no good ways, then how could I, an innocent little daughter of the Song family, have any better ways?" She was belittling herself. Hearing Song Yunxuan's words, Gu Changge felt that it was reasonable. But when she thought it over, she found that Song Yunxian had done lots of things which could only be done through tricks, though she said that she was innocent. She pressed her lips and said to Song Yunxian, "You're being modest, Miss Song. I still hope that you could give me some advice." "Miss Gu, you don't have to be this polite to ask me for advice. As long as you can maintain your position in the Xiao family, recover and constantly be focused by Xiao Tianzi, then you can just wait for the moment to deal with my elder sister to come." Song Yunxian thought about what Song Yunxian really meant after hearing her words. Then Gu Changge replied, "Then thanks for the reminder, Miss Song." Song Yunxian talked about nothing else with her. After hanging up the phone, she put her palms together and put them under her jaw, saying to Mei Qi next to her. The rumors outside had almost been quelled. "Now you may do as I said." Hearing Song Yunxuan's order, Mei Qi grunted in response, turned around and left. Meanwhile, Song Yunxian lowered her eyes to see the facts about Lucia on the desk, lost in thought. After Mei Qi got things done, it worked quickly and nicely. In a few days, the rumors about Xiao Tianzi's affair with Gu Changge stopped flying. The number of posts on the internet had been greatly reduced. In 3 days, all the relevant information was deleted. The rumors were ended, and the public attention in Harbor City gradually shifted to something else. Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge were even more sensitive and immediately found that the rumors had ended. Gu Changge was so pleased that she called the Xiao Enterprise public relations team and praised that they finally did something right for their boss's good. Gu Changge's call had often given the director of the PR team a headache. But this time Gu Changge was not calling to insult them. Instead, she was calling to appreciate their efficient work. This made the whole team feel flattered. However, when the director put down the phone, he frowned and murmured to himself, "This is weird. It's not us. It's somebody else." If they had been able to do this, they would have done it weeks ago. He was this PR team's head, and he knew clearly that these rumors were not easy to be stopped. Now somebody did stop it. He felt that it must be some unknown force outside that intervened in. However, Gu Changge called to praise the effectiveness of their work. He felt ashamed not to accept this praise, so he had to put the credits to their day and night hard work. Gu Changge was happy that Xiao Tianzi could finally move back home since the rumors were gone. However, things were not as good and smooth as she thought. Even if the rumors were gone, Xiao Tianzi did not move back home. He went to Song Yunjia for 2 nights in a row. What made Gu Changge even angrier was that Xiao Tianzi was literally sleeping in the Champs-Élysées. Nurse Li told her this face to face. She was a maid of the Champs-Élysées. Gu Changge believed what she said naturally. Therefore, after waiting for 2 days at home, Gu Changge decided to go to the Champs-Élysées to check what method on earth that Song Yunjia used to make Xiao Tianzi stay in the Champs-Élysées instead of going home. Song Yunxian heard about this news that Gu Changge was going to the Champs-Élysées. But when she heard this, she didn't take it seriously. Noticing Song Yunxian didn't plan to do anything, Mei Qi asked her, "Don't you go to the Champs-Élysées and enjoy the scene? There is nothing too fancy." Song Yunjia is restrained by Gu Changge, and Gu Changge is restrained by Song Yunjia. They all dare not act rashly, and no one can really hurt the other one. This balance will be maintained until Gu Changge's drug takes effect. We don't need to intervene or spend energy on any of this now. In fact, all we need to concern about is how to bring Miss Lu back to Yuncheng. When Mei Qi heard Song Yunxian, he couldn't help frowning. "Manager Song, if that happens, you are against the family Sophia." Song Yunxian looked at Mei Qi in a leisurely manner, which seemed that she was expecting to hear what Mei Qi was going to say next. Being watched like this, Mei Qi stopped being tiptoe to her and continued directly. "Miss Song, you have said that before. The family Sophia is huge in Italy, and also cannot be underestimated in Southeast Asia. The Lu family seems to be commanded by Lu Xia, but it was purely nominal. The Lu family has truly been controlled by George of the family Sophia. Lu Xia has done no good for us now. She cannot give us any kind of help. If you help her, you're against the whole family Sophia. They will treat you as an enemy." Song Yunxian nodded and smiled in appreciation. "Exactly. Why are you going to do something that is of no benefit, Manager Song?" Song Yunxian frowned when Mei Qi pointed it was meaningless. "In my opinion, it is not meaningless. It's an investment with high risk and high return. Once it is successful, we will get very cost-effective benefits." A calm smile had never faded on Song Yunxuan's face. Mei Qi looked at her. Song Yunxian knew Mei Qi was thinking about what huge interests were hidden behind helping Lu Xia. She didn't hurry to explain what the high return would be. Mei Qi thought about it for a long while before asking, "You believe that Lu Xia will marry into the family Sophia one day?" Song Yunxian nodded. "Yes." Mei Qi also nodded and agreed. "If Miss Lu marries into the family Sophia, this would be a sweet deal. But Manager Song, have you heard that the family Sophia—" Mei Qi paused in the middle. It seemed to keep Song Yunxian guessing. Song Yunxian just waited for Mei Qi to continue. "What? The family Sophia is a family that values pedigree so much." The meaning of his words was very simple. The family Sophia simply did not acknowledge other bloodlines besides the room noble. Lu Xia was a girl who they would never consider as a bride of the family Sophia. Song Yunxian nodded. "I heard this before." Mei Qi wondered, "When did you hear about it?" He thought that this youngest daughter of the Song family from a small rural town had no knowledge of anything other than of Harbor City and Yuncheng. Unexpectedly, she even knew this. Song Yunxian smiled and looked at him. "I did my homework." She seemed to be in a good mood and did not feel hopeless about helping Lu Xia this time because of what Mei Qi said. She browsed the material facts from room over the past few days again before she asked Mei Qi, "Do you know that Lu Xia is pregnant?"
Mei Qi nodded.
In fact, he knew it when he went to room last time. Song Yunxian nodded. "If you knew it, then you should be clear that Lu Xia has been pregnant for 6 months. After 3 months, she will give birth." If George is serious about their relationship, he will not allow her to give birth unmarried. What Mei Qi mentioned about the family Sophia actually made a good sense. However, Song Yunxian was not unwilling to give up Lu Xia. She folded her hands and looked at Mei Qi. If possible, I want you to go to room to meet Lu Xia. Mei Qi broke into a smile. You are thinking highly of me. How can I meet Miss Lu under the strict security of the family Sophia? Song Yunxian nodded. You're right. I'll do it myself. On hearing of this decision, Mei Qi uttered immediately, that is not appropriate. Facing Mei Qi's opposition, Song Yunxian walked out behind her desk. She walked towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the scenery outside. She smiled and said, until now, Gu Changge didn't know that Xiao Tianze had found Gui and Miao Miao. I originally planned to get to know the whereabouts of them from her. But now it seems that no matter she will win Song Yunjia or not, Xiao Tianze will never tell her anything about his children. Mei Qi frowned. So if you go to room, you can use some family Sophia's help to find the young master and young lady? Song Yunxian nodded. It's not easy, but if it can be done, Gui and Miao Miao will be protected by the family Sophia. So they can stay at room safe and sound while I am busy fighting with Xiao Tianze. What Song Yunxian had been thinking was long-term. Even Mei Qi felt surprised with Song Yunxuan's sharp mind. Moreover, she might get a very high return after taking this risk to help Lu Xia. Mei Qi looked at Song Yunxian and smiled. If you have it all planned out, I am willing to support any decision you made. His promise was the sweetest one that Song Yunxian had never heard. She relaxed her mind a little and smiled. Thank you for having my back. She had always been grateful for Mei Qi staying by her side all the time. She was able to get to this stage today, which had everything to do with Mei Qi's help. Mei Qi was her right-hand man. As long as Mei Qi stayed with her, she felt at ease. Song Yunxuan's decision had been made. In the Xiao family, after a few days of waiting, Gu Changge finally felt that she had some hope. Xiao Tianze had stayed at their house for 3 days. Gu Changge became more diligent in her maintenance. She was dressed like a princess every day, waiting for Xiao Tianze to come back from work. When Xiao Shui came home after a hard day of work, she saw Gu Changge listening to music, learning to arrange flowers, and doing some paintings in a good mood. Sometimes she even saw Gu Changge teasing the newly bought parrots in the house. Xiao Shui just watched her quietly. After all, every eve of the storm was extremely calm. One night, Song Yunjia finally couldn't bear it and called Xiao Shui to complain. In fact, it was more of a skillful inquiry than a complaint. Firstly, she asked how is Xiao Shui's work going recently, so she got to know what her rival sister Song Yunxian was doing these days. When she heard that Song Yunxian was busy with the official work in the magazine and didn't pay attention to other things, Song Yunjia was relieved. After all, when fighting with Gu Changge, she was worried that Song Yunxian would interfere. If Song Yunxian had helped Gu Changge, she might not have been able to beat Gu Changge. Song Yunjia learned about what Song Yunxian was doing, and then she came to the point. Tianze hasn't come over for a few days. Is Changge uncomfortable? She knew that the rumors had been cleared. As long as the rumors were ended, Xiao Tianze would no longer stay in the Champs-Élysées. After Xiao Tianze returned to their house from the Champs-Élysées, coquettish as Gu Changge was, she had countless ways to recapture his heart. That was what Song Yunjia worried about the most. Xiao Shui nodded. My brother has been coming back home on time to accompany Changge these days. Song Yunjia felt that her heart was about to explode right away. Resisting intense jealousy, she asked Xiao Shui, hasn't the drug taken effect yet? Song Yunjia couldn't wait anymore. She couldn't wait to see Gu Changge get sick and die. As long as she got rid of Gu Changge, she would have a beautiful and fabulous future life. However, Xiao Shui's answer disappointed Song Yunjia. It seems that the drug is slow-acting. Sister Changge has taken it for several days, but her health condition is still well, showing no signs of discomfort. Xiao Shui meditated in silence for a while before she said again, and Sister Changge is in a good mood during this time. In addition to playing the piano and arranging flowers, she sometimes goes out to paint. Xiao Shui told Song Yunjia about Gu Changge's situation over the past few days. The more Song Yunjia listened, knowing Gu Changge had a good time, the more unhappy she felt. Xiao Shui felt that the conversation was almost over, so she made an excuse to hang up the phone. My brother is back. I need to hang up. Song Yunjia responded. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Shui went out of her room and from the second floor, saw Gu Changge was arranging flowers in the living room. She couldn't help but murmur, such an elegant hobby. Shuang was beside Gu Changge, observing and passing the tools Gu Changge needed. She didn't hand the correct flowers Gu Changge wanted a few times. Gu Changge just gave her a displeased glance and did not reprimand her. From this point of view, Gu Changge's mood was indeed buoyant. Anyway, she had no reason to be in a bad mood. In recent days, Xiao Tianzi returned home to eat on time and returned to the Xiao family for the night. After the rumors had been suppressed, Xiao Tianzi tried his best to coax Gu Changge happy. It seemed that he wanted to doubly make up for the indifference some time ago to Gu Changge. He even ordered people to send many red roses over after knowing Gu Changge liked flower arrangement recently. His passionate love was directly transmitted to Gu Changge's heart through those 999 red roses. After all, women were easily blind with love. Gu Changge was the same. Xiao Tianzi's actions made her irresistibly love this man deeply. She was also firmer in her belief that she should utterly destroy Song Yunjia. Gu Changge looked up at the second floor while arranging flowers. Seeing Xiao Shui stand and watch on the second floor, Gu Changge couldn't help but smile. Xiao Shui, come down. I'll send you this vase of freshly arranged flowers. Xiao Shui didn't reject Gu Changge's kindness. She laughed and went downstairs from the second floor. Xiao Shui did change Gu Changge's medicine, but she wouldn't have wanted to be Song Yunjia's dagger for murder if it had been exposed. Song Yunjia should be blamed. Xiao Shui couldn't be driven away from the Xiao family because of Song Yunjia's fault. She needed to stay at the Xiao family and witness Xiao Tianzi being shot down from the clouds into the mud. Only her revenge was taken when she left the Xiao family. Because of it, she needed to build a good relationship with Gu Changge during this period. Since Xiao Shui was Xiao Tianzi's younger sister, when in a good mood, Gu Changge cared for her, and when in a bad mood, Gu Changge ignored her entirely and treated her as a bunch of air. This time Gu Changge's mood was good, so she took the initiative to greet Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui walked to Gu Changge's side. Gu Changge pointed at the flower arrangement she had made in the white crystal vase and asked Xiao Shui, "Is it beautiful?" White baby's breath flowers dotted passionate red roses. The flowers were gorgeous, but Xiao Shui was not immersed in the love life and had no feeling for such warmly blooming red roses. However, since Gu Changge asked, she had to nod and say she liked it. Otherwise, she would disappoint Gu Changge. Xiao Shui nodded and said with a smile, "It's beautiful. Sister Changge, you are dexterous. The flower arrangement you made should be displayed in the flower store." Gu Changge fiddled with the red roses in the vase cheerfully. "It can't be sent to the flower store. These roses are the present Tianzi sent me. I'll put them in my room." Xiao Shui looked at Gu Changge with a smile. "My brother is so romantic. I'm jealous of you, Sister Changge." When Xiao Shui said that, she couldn't help but recall Gu Changge. Gu Changge was Gu Changge's elder sister. Even if she was a sister in the adoptive parents' house, Gu Changge shouldn't completely erase Gu Changge's existence. Gu Changge now lived with her sister's husband. There was no shame in her heart. Such a shameless woman was rare. Xiao Shui only said with a grin as Gu Changge liked. When Gu Changge saw Xiao Shui looked at her again, there was a touch of impatience in her sight. She was a little kind to Xiao Shui, but it didn't mean she liked Xiao Shui. She remembered how Xiao Tianzi had cared for and loved this sister when he just brought back Xiao Shui. Gu Changge had known that Xiao Shui was not Xiao Tianzi's blood-related sister. If Xiao Shui had been Xiao Tianzi's biological sister, Gu Changge would have been kind to this sister without worries. However, the two people who were not related were extremely close. That made Gu Changge unhappy. She always treated Xiao Shui coldly. Gu Changge now treated Xiao Shui a little better, because she wanted to secretly drive Xiao Shui out of the Xiao family after she removed Song Yunjia. However, it would be easier to get rid of Xiao Shui than to remove Song Yunjia. And removing Xiao Shui needed a justified reason. For example, find a boyfriend for Xiao Shui. The corner of Gu Changge's mouth bent. Seeing her raised corners of her mouth, Xiao Shui faintly felt that Gu Changge thought of something happy again. Xiao Shui didn't want to stay with Gu Changge in the living room for too long. Seeing Gu Changge finished her flower arrangement, Xiao Shui said, "Sister Changge, have you finished arranging the flowers?" Gu Changge nodded, pushed the vase to Xiao Shui's hand and said, "Yes. Do you like it?" Xiao Shui gladly took the vase and thanked. "Thank you, Sister Changge. I like this flower arrangement." Hearing Xiao Shui's words, Gu Changge acted to be pleased. There happened to be a sound at the door. The two women turned to look at the same time. Seeing Xiao Tianzi coming back with his briefcase, Xiao Shui saw the light blooming in Gu Changge's eyes when she saw Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Shui smiled and tactfully said, "I'll go upstairs, Sister Changge. Would you like to say a few words to your brother before you go?" Gu Changge asked politely. Xiao Shui shook her head and laughed. "Only talking to Sister Changge will make my brother very pleased. I should go to the room and appreciate the flower arrangement as his younger sister." As she said, Xiao Shui sniffed the roses in the vase lightly and exclaimed, "The flower is so fragrant." She carried the vase upstairs. Seeing Xiao Shui going upstairs and Gu Changge coming to greet him, Xiao Tianzi asked Gu Changge, "Why did she go upstairs without saying a word to me? What's wrong? Is it not enough to have me talk with you?" Gu Changge blamed flirtatiously. Xiao Tianzi laughed and reached out to hold her cute jaw. He put a kiss on her lips. "That's enough." The kiss was gentle and sweet. Gu Changge became dizzy because of the kiss. After released by Xiao Tianzi, she still felt so sweet that her heart was about to be melted. After kissing Gu Changge, Xiao Tianzi took off his coat and walked into the room. A little tired. "I'll take a shower first, and then have dinner with you." Gu Changge followed him back to the room. "I'll prepare the bathwater for you." The simple sentence contained multiple romantic meanings. Xiao Tianzi laughed meaningfully. Gu Changge's cheeks were flushed. After she followed Xiao Tianzi back to the room, she rolled up her sleeves and went to the bathroom to prepare the bathwater for Xiao Tianzi. Before long, she heard Xiao Tianzi's footsteps entering the bathroom. She wanted to turn back but restrained herself. At last, Xiao Tianzi went to her and gently blew in her ear. He said huskily, "Wash with me." Hearing Xiao Tianzi's words, Gu Changge felt her body became soft, and her breathing also became a little hot and fast. During this time that she lived with Xiao Tianzi was always very concerned about her physical condition. Even when they slept on one bed, Xiao Tianzi did nothing to her. Now Xiao Tianzi invited her to wash together. It made Gu Changge think of that kind of thing subconsciously. She stood up suddenly, her face flushing, and wanted to leave. However, she was expecting something in her heart. Xiao Tianzi chuckled and pulled her into his arms as if he could see her conflicting thoughts. Gu Changge just struggled symbolically. Then she and Xiao Tianzi snogged. Xiao Tianzi gently pulled down the loose clothing over her shoulder. The two were in the room and did not come out for a long time. Xiao Shui paused a little while passing the door of Xiao Tianzi's room. The sound insulation of the Xiao family rooms was excellent. Even if Xiao Shui put her ear on the door and listened, she could not hear anything. However, even if she couldn't hear anything, she could imagine what kind of passion was happening in the room now. She turned and left, waiting quietly for what would happen next. Song Yuncheng ordered Mei Qi to book a ticket to room at night. She even invited Mei Qi for dinner. Song Yunchuan's favorite dishes were on the dinner table. Nurse Wang served diligently. After Song Yuncheng had dinner, Nurse Wang came to Song Yuncheng and whispered in her ear, "Child Chu called just now." Song Yunchuan's eyes lightened slightly and she smiled. "What's the matter? Will he come over tonight?" Nurse Wang nodded. "Yes, Miss Yuncheng." Song Yunchuan's mood became better. She ordered Nurse Wang with a smile, "Add a pair of tableware. Make a few dishes he likes." Nurse Wang nodded and went to the kitchen to cook. Seeing Nurse Wang's actions, Mei Qi knew there would be guests coming to the house. He was full, so he wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up and prepared to leave. Song Yuncheng didn't ask him to stay but see him off at the door in person. While they walked outside, Song Yuncheng said, "I'll leave Yuncheng at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You need to manage the Song enterprise for me temporarily. Don't disappoint me." "Don't worry, Manager Song. I'll take care of small things and ask for instructions from you about important matters." Song Yuncheng smiled and looked at him in earnest. "One more thing. You must do it for me." Mei Qi listened with respect. Song Yuncheng said, "Before I come back, you must help me find where Miao Miao and Gui are." Mei Qi frowned slightly and thought it was a difficult problem. However, after thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. Song Yuncheng made such a command to Mei Qi before leaving, and it was considered a plan B. On this trip to Rome, she was not sure she could convince Family Sophia to help her. She could not guarantee that she could help Lu Xia become the hostess of Family Sophia. Perhaps it would take some time for her to return. During this time, many changes might occur. In case accidents happen too fast, she must let Mei Qi find the whereabouts of the two children in advance. Those two children needed to be protected. After Mei Qi nodded and agreed, he entered his car. Song Yuncheng stood at the door, watching Mei Qi's car leave the gate of the Song family. Not long after Mei Qi's car left, a blue Porsche drove into the Song family's courtyard in the dark like a cheetah. Song Yuncheng remained calm and waited for the man in the car to get off. She knew that the person walking down the car must be Gu Changge. The door of the car opened and a tall man came out. The man's expression was cold, and his eyes were as deep as ink. As soon as he got off the car, he put his eyes on Song Yunchuan's face. Song Yuncheng smiled at him and asked him, "Why are you coming at this time at night?" "So what? You dislike me." Gu Changge came over and stretched his hands to embrace Song Yunchuan's waist. Song Yuncheng didn't resist but smiled sweetly. "No, I'm thrilled." To show that she was genuinely pleased, Song Yuncheng even took the initiative to stand on her feet and gently kissed on Gu Changge's thin lips. The kiss stirred Gu Changge's heart. He wanted to embrace the little woman in his arms and kiss her as much as he liked. However, after getting into the living room, he found that all the servants were waiting in the room. Seeing his expression showing pity and displease, Song Yuncheng couldn't help but laugh. She took him to the living room. "Did you have dinner?" "I have eaten a little. Knowing that you were coming, I asked the kitchen to prepare some dishes you like. If you have an appetite, eat some." Gu Changge had not seen her for several days. He was abnormal this time. When he was sitting down, he even pulled her into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Song Yuncheng had wanted to struggle to free herself. However, when she thought that she was going to leave Yuncheng for Rome tomorrow and might not see this man for a long time, Song Yuncheng became soft-hearted and allowed him to hold herself like this. Gu Changge put his chin in the pit of her neck. His breath was so hot that Song Yuncheng felt her heart beating faster. However, she calmed down quickly and was even able to playfully tease him. "Are you eating food or me?" Gu Changge's thin lips touched gently on her neck, and then he took a light bite. Feeling the heat from his lips, Song Yuncheng knew it was apparent that this man didn't want to eat food indeed. "Hey, you eat first and take a bath before you go to bed. Are you with me?" "Of course I will be with you." Gu Changge's fingers moved gently to her belly. Song Yunchuan's heart jumped suddenly. There was a dull look in her eyes. Lies would always be disclosed in the end. If her pregnancy had been a fact, her belly would have been swollen now. However, so far the stomach had not bulged. It seemed that Gu Changge was very skeptical. Song Yuncheng had thought that Gu Changge was going to mention her pregnancy. She hadn't expected that he stuffed the spoon and chopsticks on the dining table into Song Yunchuan's hands and said to her, "Please feed me." Holding the spoon and chopsticks in her hand, Song Yuncheng felt ridiculous. "You are not a child. Then what about I feed you?" There was hot titillation in his eyes. His fingers were on her thighs. Song Yuncheng stopped his next move in time. Then she reached out and put a piece of chicken with glutinous rice in Gu Changge's mouth. "Let me feed you." She didn't want him to do something improper in the dining room. She had to catch the plane tomorrow morning, and she couldn't afford to waste time. She fed Gu Changge a piece of chicken with glutinous rice. Gu Changge's mouth was blocked, but his hands didn't stop. Feeling his fingers touching her waist, Song Yuncheng raised her eyebrows. "If you don't want to eat, let me go to pack my baggage." Hearing what she had said, Gu Changge stopped his hands while a pair of handsome eyebrows also frowned. "Why are you going to pack up?" Song Yuncheng felt that she should tell him that she was going to room. After she left Yuncheng, the Shao family might harm the Song enterprise. By then, only Chu's could help the Song family. If she had secretly gone to room and not told him, this man would have been angry. It would be terrible that he didn't help when the Song enterprise was in difficulty. She acted to be more hospitable as she thought. However, Gu Changge's frowned eyebrows didn't loosen. She scooped the sweet soup to his mouth. He wasn't willing to open his thin lips. Song Yuncheng felt helpless and said, "I'm going to room." Gu Changge looked at her with his dark eyes. "What are you going to do in room?" In a big family as the Chu family, he knew something about Atanian power, not to mention room was family Sophia's sphere of influence. Since Song Yuncheng said she was going to room, it was hard for him not to associate it with family Sophia. Seeing his frown, Song Yuncheng believed he knew everything about the Liu family. She pursed her lips and asked, "How much do you know about the Liu family?" Gu Changge answered in a cold voice, "A little." Song Yuncheng nodded and was about to leave his arms. As soon as she began to move, she was pulled back by Gu Changge's hand. Gu Changge stared at her eyes and asked her solemnly, "Are you going to room because of the Liu family?" Song Yuncheng did not conceal but nodded frankly. "Yes." Gu Changge decisively said, "I don't allow you to go." This forced speech frowned Song Yuncheng. "This is not something you can stop." Song Yuncheng knew that Gu Changge would not agree on her trip to room even if they continued the discussion. Therefore she wanted to leave him. However, Gu Changge's big hands clasped her waist and would not let her leave anyway. Song Yuncheng still wanted to struggle. Gu Changge was very overbearing. He raised his hand directly to clamp her clean and small chin and pressed the lips. Gu Changge's lips were thin but full of unparalleled heat. An irresistible oppressive force. His kiss suppressed Song Yuncheng's intense struggle. A maid was going to serve the dish. However, she saw Gu Changge kissing Song Yuncheng so passionately that she immediately withdrew from the dining room silently. Song Yuncheng wanted to break free, but there was no way to leave Gu Changge's restraint. She could only be forced to accept Gu Changge's kiss. Gu Changge didn't release her until she was hard to breathe while kissing. Song Yuncheng touched her lips that he bit. There was a faint mist in her eyes. "Do you still want to go to room?" Gu Changge looked at her and asked flatly. Song Yuncheng looked up at him and said with stubbornness, "I want." "Do you have to go?" Song Yuncheng pursed her lips, giving her tacit answer. Gu Changge went silent. Song Yuncheng had thought that Gu Changge would continue to stop her from going to room. However, the next second Gu Changge said, "I will go with you." Song Yuncheng wondered if she had heard it wrong. Gu Changge pecked on her lips and repeated, "If you have to go, I'll go with you." Song Yuncheng felt a little unbelievable and looked at him. "Are you sure?" Gu Changge bent his lips. He felt a little resigned and could not conceal his love. "Yes." He wrapped her waist by hands and covered her belly with his fingers. "It is my child in your stomach." The uprising sweetness in Song Yuncheng's heart was suppressed a lot by Gu Changge's words. She lowered her eyes without speaking. After a while she moved in Gu Changge's arms. "I want to have a bath and go to sleep." Gu Changge nodded and let her go. "Let the maids help you pack your luggage. I will call someone to pack mine." Song Yuncheng nodded. She left the dining room. As soon as she walked out of the dining room, she saw Nurse Wang came hurriedly with a wireless phone. Song Yuncheng pursed her lips and asked Nurse Wang calmly, "Who is calling?" Nurse Wang handed the phone to Song Yuncheng and whispered a name. "It's Miss Xiao." Song Yuncheng's heartbeat became slightly faster. Xiao Shui's call at this time apparently showed that something happened in the Xiao family. She turned her head to look at the door of the dining room and told Nurse Wang, "Serve Child Chu well." Nurse Wang nodded. After ordering, Song Yunxian took the wireless phone and walked away to answer it. Xiao Shue's voice came over the other end of the phone. Gu Changge has fallen ill. Hearing that Xiao Shue said Gu Changge had fallen ill, Song Yunxian felt that thrill flooded her heart. Who is the family doctor? Xiao Shue lowered her voice. Dr. Wilson couldn't handle. Gu Changge has been sent to the People's Hospital. Wilson, the person who succeeded Song Yunjia as Gu Changge's personal doctor? She bent her lips and said, "Very well. You can't relate to this matter. Don't be involved with Song Yunjia." Xiao Shue nodded. "I know." Thinking of her schedule, Song Yunxian said, "I'm going to room tomorrow. It may take me a long time to come back." Okowo. Song Yunxian worried that Xiao Shue was too anxious, so she said, "If you are in any danger, call me. I can take you away from the Xiao family." Xiao Shue shook her head. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I can handle it. Don't force yourself to endure." Xiao Shue nodded. "I know." Song Yunxian instructed Xiao Shue more before hanging up the phone. After she ended the phone, Nurse Wang hurried over to remind her, "Child Chu has finished eating." Song Yunxian nodded, handed the wireless phone in her hand to Nurse Wang, and then turned around. "I'll go back to the room." Nurse Wang accompanied her back to the room. Song Yunxian knew Chu Machen would sleep in the same room, so she prepared the bathwater for him after she finished bath. Then she waited for him on the bed. There was some fluctuation in her heart, not because she would share one bed with Chu Machen, but because Gu Changge had fallen ill. Could Gu Changge's illness eradicate Song Yunjia this time? She was anticipating their final war. It was sudden when Gu Changge had an attack. Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze were in the bathtub. Gu Changge felt hurt in her heart suddenly. Her ragged breathing seemed like brambles scratching her lungs. Her fingers twitched. The pain of hard breathing made her want to reach out her hands to rip her heart out. On the attack, even some hallucinations had appeared in Gu Changge's brain. Gu Changge saw Gu Changge's face. There were countless faces of Gu Changge. She seemed to see Gu Changge in a kaleidoscope. Gu Changge was to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. She could only grasp Xiao Tianze's arms tightly. She implored hard. "Help me. Help. Help." Xiao Tianze did not expect that Gu Changge would have an attack at this time either. He reached out to hug her. Xiao Tianze put a large towel on Gu Changge. Then he held her out from the tub immediately. Gu Changge seemed to have a strong and horrible delusion. She screamed ceaselessly, "Don't come over. It was not me. You be asterisk T. You deserve it. You deserve it." Xiao Tianze did not know its meaning, but he had guessed who Gu Changge saw in the delusion. Xiao Tianze believed that Gu Changge had occurred to Gu Changge's mind. Otherwise, Gu Changge wouldn't have been so excited. The one Gu Changge hated most in her life was Gu Changge. Gu Changge hated Gu Changge because they were the daughters of the Gu family, but Gu Changge could get all properties and care of the Gu family. However, Gu Changge could just live under the shadow of Gu Changge. The more success Gu Changge got, the more hatred Gu Changge towards to Gu Changge. Gu Changge thought everything Gu Changge got should be shared with her. However, Gu Changge was partial to Gu Changge. Gu Changge just preferred his oldest daughter Gu Changge. He never considered Gu Changge's feelings. Gu Changge hated her father and sister. Therefore, Gu Changge took everything from Gu Changge. Her heart was so painful that she was desperate to rip her heart out. Xiao Tianze was by her side and comforted her. But all these even did not help. It was not until the people in the Xiao family sent Gu Changge to the hospital that the family Dr. Wilson arrived hurriedly. Xiao Tianze was exactly frightened by Gu Changge. After Gu Changge was sent into the operating theater, Xiao Tianze had been waiting outside. Seeing Wilson coming over now, Xiao Tianze burst into anger and gave Wilson a stinging slap. Wilson was stunned. Tall and strong as he was, he could not help stepping back. Xiao Tianze looked at Wilson, who had been given a slap. He said with red eyes, "What's up? I let you take care of Gu Changge. Have you checked her on time? Have you paid attention to her situation on time?" I've paid you a high salary. Is it for you to be an idle man? Being scolded unreasonably, Wilson also felt wronged. Holding back his anger, Wilson could only explain, Chairman Xiao, I have checked on time without any mistake. Besides, I have been watching Miss Gu's situation every day. She takes medicine on time and recovers so well. There is no reason for her to have an attack. Wilson felt confused. Xiao Tianze was also an acute person. Besides, he was an expert graduating from medical school. Xiao Tianze pursed his lips. He calmed down gradually. Wilson was right. After Gu Changge's heart transplant, she had been receiving the best medical care. Gu Changge had recovered very well during half a year, and never had an attack. Why did she have an attack suddenly this time? Wilson didn't try to find the key to the problem with Xiao Tianze until seeing Xiao Tianze calm down. He looked at Xiao Tianze suggesting, Are there any problems with Miss Gu's diets? Xiao Tianze denied immediately. That's impossible. The dishes are made according to your instructions. Besides, the servants in the kitchen know clearly what Gu Changge cannot eat. Unless someone wants to kill Changge on purpose, they will never do the dishes that hurt Changge. Wilson sounded out Xiao Tianze again. Do you know what Miss Changge had tonight? Xiao Tianze frowned. He took out the phone and telephoned the housekeeper. The housekeeper answered the phone. Hearing that Xiao Tianze wanted to know the ingredients of the leftovers, he had them checked immediately. Xiao Shui saw the housekeeper have the leftover checked from the second floor. She raised her lips wearily. Xiao Shui went into Gu Changge's room. She was about to switch the medicine back. Since Xiao Tianze had considered seeking clues from Gu Changge's diets, he would soon attach importance to her medicine. While Xiao Tianze had not noticed it yet, it was better for Xiao Shui to switch the wrong medicine. Xiao Shui went to the room where Gu Changge took medicine to switch them. After switching the medicine, Xiao Shui turned around. She saw Shuang standing in front of the door at a loss. Xiao Shui did not expect to be seen switch the medicine at this time. Shuang was standing at the door. Her eyebrows frowned tightly. Shocked and terrified, after a while she stepped back. Xiao Shui was standing still, holding the wrong medicine in her hand. Shuang was still in front of the door, while Xiao Shui dared not move either. Xiao Shui was afraid that her action would wake Shuang from the shock. If Shuang had shouted loudly at this time, everyone in the Xiao family would have known that Xiao Shui switched the medicine. At that time, Song Yunjiao would definitely shift responsibility and run away. Moreover, Gu Changge would try her best to throw mud at Xiao Shui by Xiao Tianze's side, driving her out of the Xiao family. In fact, it was not enough to drive out Xiao Shui. According to Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge's personalities, they might send her into jail. Currently, it occurred to Xiao Shui that everything had been done well so far. She had been rigorous and calm. However, when she came to the final step, everything was over. She gave a wry smile, even without a sense of despair. Xiao Shui just grasped the medicine bottle tightly. Shuang still stood in front of the door, her lips trembling. Shuang was about to speak, while the voice came from her back. Shuang, aren't you going to the hospital? What are you doing here? Shuang shook for a while. Then she looked at Xiao Shui, frowning. Xiao Shui thought that Shuang would have her caught. However, to Xiao Shui's surprise, Shuang responded to that voice. I get some things for Miss Gu. Hearing Shuang's words, Xiao Shui was stunned. After saying that, Shuang went into Gu Changge's pharmacy. She then shut up the door. Seeing Shuang's actions, Xiao Shui didn't know her purpose. Shuang closed the door. She turned around and looked at Xiao Shui, saying, Miss Xiao, please put the medicine back. Xiao Shui pursed her lips without any words. Shuang went on, Miss Xiao, please put the medicine back. I will pretend to see nothing. Xiao Shui stared at Shuang with doubts. Shuang saw Xiao Shui without movements. She was a little worried. She snatched away the medicine bottle from Xiao Shui and switched the real medicine back. Shuang opened the door and found no one in the corridor. Then she pushed Xiao Shui out from the pharmacy. Xiao Shui was kind of at a loss. After going out of the pharmacy, she thought nothing but running away in her chaotic mind. Xiao Shui did not do anything. She saw no one in the corridor and directly went back to her room. Xiao Shui closed the door. She went to the bathroom to wash her face. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. She wanted to call Song Yunxian. She lifted her fingers, wanting to pick up the phone. She found that her fingers had been shaking. She took another breath and tried to calm herself down. Then she dialed Song Yunxuan's phone. It didn't go through immediately. Song Yunxian answered the phone after a long time. Song Yunxian asked Xiao Shui lazily, "Xiao Shui, what happened?" Xiao Shui pursed her lips. "I was seen switching the medicine." "You screwed up." Xiao Shui shook her head. No, she didn't say anything nor call anyone. Song Yunxian fell into silence. Then she said, "Who saw you? Tell me her name. I'll fix it up." As long as she did not say anything when she saw Xiao Shui switching the medicine, they could still find a way to hide it thoroughly. Song Yunxian just needed to know the name of this person. She had the means to make her pretend to see nothing. Hearing the question, Xiao Shui didn't speak until she calmed down. "It's Shuang." Song Yunxian hesitated for a while, and then she asked Xiao Shui, "Is it the servant called Shuang by Gu Changge's side?" Xiao Shui's heart beat fast because of what happened just now. Hearing Song Yunxuan's question, Xiao Shui nodded. "Yes." Song Yunxian muttered to herself. Then she said, "Don't worry. I'll deal with it." Xiao Shui's heart was still beating with a little anxiety. Xiao Shui still wanted to say something else to Song Yunxian. However, after comforting Xiao Shui for a while, Song Yunxian said, "I'm going to room tomorrow. I can't talk with you for a long time." If it had been usual, Xiao Shui could have known Song Yunxuan's meaning to hang up. However, Xiao Shui was so nervous that her insight became slow. Not until Xiao Shui heard a man's voice from Song Yunxian did Xiao Shui say thoughtfully, "Are you busy now?" "I'm not busy. But don't worry. I'm fine. You can go to bed first." After saying that, Xiao Shui hung up. Song Yunxian heard a busy signal on the phone. She grumbled and glanced at Chu Machen. "Why do you talk to me suddenly?" Chu Machen had just had a bath. He took the towel from his neck and threw it to Song Yunxian. "If I hadn't spoken to you, you would have talked for a long time." Song Yunxian felt Chu Machen's jealousy. Chu Machen lay in the bed. He said to her, "Come here and dry my hair." Song Yunxian put the phone down. She looked at the towel in her hand and helplessly wiped Chu Machen's wet hair. Chu Machen was lying in bed and having a big enjoyable face. Chu Machen lay in bed quietly. Song Yunxian wiped his hair and considered some things. Chu Machen's hair was almost dry. He reached out his hand and grasped Song Yunxuan's waist. Song Yunxian collected her wits. Chu Machen turned over and lay down. He looked at Song Yunxian with a pair of beautiful eyes. "My hair has almost gone for your wiping." Song Yunxian looked at his damp hair. She smiled helplessly. "It's still wet." "It's fine. You come here and sleep with me." Song Yunxian was pulled to the bed by him. She was still about to get up. "Your hair is still wet. You will have a headache tomorrow." "It doesn't matter. It will be dry after a night. But it will be disordered. It's better to dry it up." Song Yunxian took away Chu Machen's hand on her waist. She got up and wiped Chu Machen's hair again. Chu Machen followed. He rested his head on Song Yunxuan's leg and let Song Yunxian wipe his hair. After drying it up, Song Yunxian took the towel away. Chu Machen reached out his hand and held Song Yunxuan's waist. He whispered to her, "Do you remember Mr. Mogu I found for you?" A master from Thailand invited by Chu Machen occurred to Song Yunxian. "I forget it." Chu Machen lowered his voice. "He talked a lot with me. Although you probably don't want to know our conversation, he told me that you couldn't live long unless you took good care of yourself." Song Yunxian burst out laughing. "What a weird person you found. He even cursed me." Chu Machen got up from Song Yunxuan's leg. He released her and watched Song Yunxuan's eyes seriously. "I'm serious. It's true." Song Yunxian also looked at him seriously, then she responded, "The foretelling may not come true. You needn't believe it totally. I won't believe other predictions. But I can't ignore any predictions or foretelling about you." Chu Machen's words made Song Yunxian stunned. Then she lay in bed and reached out to turn off the lamp. The bedroom fell into darkness. Song Yunxian said, "Well, let's have a rest. Don't talk about those awful things anymore." Chu Machen was about to say something. While Chu Machen got close to Song Yunxian got his hand first. Then she turned over and overlapped him to let him lie back. Chu Machen was stunned because of Song Yunxian's sudden movements. Then Song Yunxian kissed at Chu Machen's lips gently. "All right. Let's sleep. Good night, my dear." Song Yunxian had never been so gender or attractive before. These movements made Chu Machen forget what he was going to say seriously. Song Yunxian saw Chu Machen get quiet. Then she came down from him. With her face on the pillow, Song Yunxian sighed slightly. This sigh was too slight to be heard. But it darkened Song Yunxian's eyes in the dark. Of course Song Yunxian knew Chu Machen was worried about her safety. However, Song Yunxian would rather take a risk than stop at this moment. She would keep going without any hesitation. She would push Xiao Tianzi, Song Yunjia, and Gu Changge into an endless abyss one by one. All she wanted was to revenge those who had killed her. Song Yunxian was a devil from hell. She would be willing to go back to the hell as long as she made it. Song Yunxian closed her eyes, waiting for the next day. She was flying to Italy tomorrow. Yuncheng would get into trouble for a short time. Song Yunxian would leave Yuncheng, but she attached great importance to those troubles all the time. She would see Song Yunjia lose everything with her own eyes. She would see Xiao Tianzi lose everything he got from Gu Changge gradually. Song Yunxian would send them to hell. The grapevines went quickly in Yuncheng. The news that Gu Changge was in hospital had been known to everyone in Yuncheng because of the reports from Fanqing magazine and other magazines. Xiao Shui was upset at home. The people in People's Hospital had begun to check Gu Changge's diets and daily supplies, including medicine. The dean had seen Gu Changge as trouble when she went into this hospital. But Xiao Tianzi had sent her in. The dean could not have her driven out. The dean could do nothing but take in Gu Changge. While Gu Changge was sent out from the operation room, Xiao Tianzi rushed over and asked anxiously, "How is Changge?" The doctor was wearing the medical mask and surgical gowns. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's question, he answered, "She is fine now, but she needs to be in hospital to accept treatment." Hearing those, Xiao Tianzi nodded. He seemed to remember something and asked the doctor, "Are you new here?" The doctor heard that. He smiled and took off the mask. After the doctor took off the mask, Xiao Tianzi immediately recognized the young doctor. He was young and had a handsome face, but he was a very famous cardiologist. He had done the surgeries for some important people, and he had good a reputation throughout the whole country. Now, this young doctor was in the People's Hospital, and he had just done the surgery for Gu Changge. Xiao Tianzi had known how much importance the hospital attached to them. The youngest and most reliable cardiology expert Tan Yi had been invited to the People's Hospital. The hospital paid high attention to Gu Changge's surgery. They might have known why Gu Changge had this attack. Xiao Tianzi didn't follow Gu Changge to the ward. Instead, he stepped forward to catch Tan Yi. Since Tan Yi was an expert, the people in the hospital would not neglect him. Xiao Tianzi must have a talk with Tan Yi for Gu Changge's condition. Tan Yi walked and took off his surgical suit. Then he threw the surgical cap and mask into the trash can. When Tan Yi raised his hand to open the door, he heard Xiao Tianzi's voice from his back. "Dr. Tan, please wait for a minute." Being called, Tan Yi looked back indifferently. He just saw Xiao Tianzi running towards him. Tan Yi stopped to ask Xiao Tianzi, "Anything else I can help you? I have some private things to talk with you." Seeing Xiao Tianzi's serious expression, Tan Yi lowered his eyes. He said, "Come in, please." As expected, Xiao Tianzi went into Tan Yi's office. There were some pictures on the wall with all kinds of human organs in Tan Yi's office. In the cupboard, there were all kinds of honors and certifications of Tan Yi. Xiao Tianzi had no mood to see those certifications. He just entered the office and closed the door. He said to Tan Yi, who sat at the desk, "Dr. Tan, do you know why Changge had this attack after seeing her condition?" Tan Yi was young but experienced. Hearing Xiao Tianzi's question, he said, "Have you seen Miss Gu's diets?" As for Changge's diets, the test report had come out. Xiao Tianzi had seen the report in this morning. Hearing Tan Yi's question, he said, "I have seen it. There is no problem." Tan Yi looked over the medical report in his hand. It was not Gu Changge's report, but the other ones. Xiao Tianzi was very unsatisfied with Tan Yi's attitude. Tan Yi looked over the medical report and asked him, "Then what medicine does Miss Gu take?" Tan Yi suddenly asked about Gu Changge's medicine. That set Xiao Tianzi straight. Indeed, Xiao Tianzi had never thought of checking Gu Changge's medicine. Did she have an attack because of the medicine she took? If the medicine had no problems, Gu Changge's condition could have been better. It was impossible to have a paroxysm like now. Xiao Tianzi turned around to go out before he could say more to Tan Yi. Tan Yi wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked calm. His eyes were light-colored, which made him look very indifferent and conservative. After Xiao Tianzi left, Tan Yi raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Then he used the phone in his office to call the dean. The dean answered Tan Yi's phone politely. After all, the People's Hospital was honored by the expert's arrival like Tan Yi. Tan Yi asked the dean in a light tone, "Could I be the attending doctor of Miss Gu?" The dean got stunned for a while. He did not take it. Tan Yi didn't get the dean's response. He continued, "I can easily handle Miss Gu's condition. To get her recovered as soon as possible, I hope I can be the attending doctor of Miss Gu." The dean began to take it by Tan Yi's words. He said with some doubts, "However, Director Tan, Miss Gu has a family doctor. Her family doctor has been participating in treatments all the time." "Director Tan, did you mean? I'm the best choice to be Miss Gu's attending doctor." Tan Yi's words made the dean surprised. He didn't understand why Tan Yi was willing to be Gu Changge's attending doctor. Besides, Gu Changge was not a heavenly beauty. Even though she was pretty, the affairs between Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi were enough to drive Tan Yi away. How could Tan Yi fall in love with Gu Changge at first sight? The dean thought a lot, but he could not refuse to answer Tan Yi's question. The dean temporized, "You'd better discuss with Chairman Xiao about this. Chairman Xiao has been looking after Miss Gu. It is him who decides who can be Miss Gu's attending doctor." Tan Yi heard the dean's words. He nodded and hung up the phone. "I see. Thank you for telling me about that." The dean heard the busy tone. He felt that things became complicated. Why did this young talent in medical circles suddenly apply for a job in this hospital? And why did he want to be Gu Changge's attending doctor? The dean could not figure this out. Yet Song Yunxian took out a stack of materials from her traveling bag after having boarded the plane to room. Seeing that she had been reading the stack of materials on her hand since she boarded the plane, Chu Machen felt a bit jealous. He took a look and found that the cover of the materials was a photo of a man wearing a doctor's overall. Song Yunxian was looking at the man on the cover seriously. Chu Machen frowned, asking, "Who is this?" Hearing his questions, Song Yunxian knew that he was curious. She promptly handed the materials to him. Chu Machen didn't expect that Song Yunxian would give him the materials this generously. But since Song Yunxian was being generous, he did not want to pretend to be magnanimous. He was really curious about what the story of the man Dr. Song Yunxian was looking at was, so he reached out to take the materials Song Yunxian handed over. After thumbing through 2 pages, he looked up at Song Yunxian, and he found that there was a trace of a gentle smile on Song Yunxian's lips. "Is the doctor brought by you?" Chu Machen raised his hand which held the materials, asking her. Song Yunxian shook her head. "How could I be that capable?" Chu Machen lowered his eyes and continued going through a few pages of the materials about the young doctor. After going through all the materials, he closed them and raised his hand to rub his temples, saying, "The doctor doesn't look like a person who's willing to go to the People's Hospital and be a resident doctor." Song Yunxian took back the materials, saying smilingly, "Yeah, I agree." After getting off the plane, she would make a phone call to ask how the doctor was doing in the People's Hospital. Though he had only been in the People's Hospital for less than a month, yet he had performed several difficult operations. Moreover, the failure rates of the operations were high, but he still succeeded. It was unreasonable for such an outstanding elite with such consummate medical skills to look for a job in the People's Hospital. She had already been wondering who dispatched Tanyi to the People's Hospital. If she had guessed right, there would have been no doubt that he would naturally ask to be Gu Changge's attending and family doctor after performing an operation on Gu Changge. Then he would surely get on better and better with Gu Changge. Song Yuncheng pressed her lips and put the materials on her laps. Then she turned to look out of the plane. The plane was flying high in the sky, and outside the window were clouds and the blue sky. Yet before long, she felt that her eyes were a bit dry, so she closed her eyes and put on her patches, saying to Gu Changge, "I suddenly feel a bit tired and I'm going to take a nap." "Okay." Gu Changge grunted in response. Then he took away the materials on Song Yuncheng's laps. Song Yuncheng had a long sleep. But Gu Changge did not wake her up. Instead, he just sat beside her quietly. After some time, they reached room and got off the plane. The first thing Song Yuncheng did was not calling Lucia, but the People's Hospital in Yuncheng. On the other end, the person told Song Yuncheng that Tanyi did plan to be Gu Changge's family doctor. Song Yuncheng nodded, replying, "I see. If he makes it, tell me." The person on the other end said okay. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuncheng saw that Gu Changge was pulling their luggage in person and waited for her. He was wearing a pair of fashionable sunglasses that covered half of his face. The slacks and the casual shirt both looked irresistibly fashionable. Many of the young girls passing him could not help taking a few more looks at him. Yet Song Yuncheng gently sighed when seeing him. Then she walked over and took her luggage from his hands. "I can manage. Let me help you." Gu Changge was being an excellent boyfriend. He pulled their luggage with one hand and held her shoulder with the other. Then he pulled her into his arms and pecked her on her forehead. Truth be told, it would have been a romantic and sweet kiss if Gu Changge hadn't nibbled her ear after kissing her. Song Yuncheng raised her hand to stroke her earlobe and then looked up at Gu Changge. Gu Changge slightly curled up his lips. Song Yuncheng smiled gently, suggesting, "In a place like room, we'd better stay low-key. It doesn't matter. I feel that Family Sophia had already tailed you right after you got off the plane." "Fine." Song Yuncheng replied in agreement. If Family Sophia had watched closely about what she had been doing in Yuncheng, they would have surely known about her trip to room. Moreover, they could have been watching her all the time. Even though she wanted to stay low-key in room, yet it didn't work, as Family Sophia had been watching her secretly. Song Yuncheng and Gu Changge went to their hotel to have a rest. Yet Family Sophia had already got the message that Song Yuncheng had come to room, and they ordered Lucia to call Song Yuncheng that night. Song Yuncheng felt quite surprised when receiving Lucia's call, because Lucia had been controlled by Family Sophia. So by rights, Lucia barely had a chance to call Song Yuncheng by herself. If there had been a chance, then she must have called her under Family Sophia's watch. As Song Yuncheng was thinking about it, she answered Lucia's questions and asked how she had been doing lately. Lucia said that she enjoyed her life in room. Hearing Lucia's words, Song Yuncheng said directly, "Miss Lu, I hope to see you in person. I don't know if I have the honor to do it." Lucia was slightly stupefied and remained silent for such a while. After a moment, Lucia replied, "I'll send a driver to pick you up tomorrow. Can I take my fiancé to visit you together?" Lucia felt puzzled. "Who is your fiancé, Miss Song?"
Gu Changge.
Song Yuncheng directly said Gu Changge's name. Sure enough, the name was quite impressive to Lucia. After smiling gently, she replied with open-mindedness, "Please invite Mr. Chu to come over together. See you tomorrow, Miss Lu." Lucia was delighted and even said good night to Song Yuncheng when hanging up the phone. Hearing that she was calling someone, Gu Changge lay on his side on the bed and listened to their conversation. After she hung up, he asked her, "Isn't Lucia under the watchful eye of George?" No matter what, Lucia is the woman George fancies. If George really likes Miss Lu, then he won't hurt her. Song Yuncheng's words made sense. Gu Changge pondered for a while. He got up from the bed and stared at Song Yuncheng. Song Yunxian felt sick of being stared at by the man, so she pretended that she was tired. She yawned and lay down to sleep. Yet Gu Changge had no intention of waking her up after she lay down. He just reached out to pull her closer to his arms. Then he gently held her into his arms. Song Yunxian could feel the warm breaths he blew to her ear lobes. It was just that she could not do anything else even though the man's breaths were so tender and hot. Gu Changge didn't know that she had been pretending to be pregnant, so until now he still thought that she was really pregnant. And he was willing to restrain his sexual needs to protect the baby in her belly. Song Yunxian closed her eyes, trying hard to calm herself down. She had to deal with lots of things in room. And what would happen in Yuncheng was a foregone conclusion. She would soon know whether Gu Changge or Song Yunjia would win the battle. Gu Changge had been in a coma since she was pushed out of the operation room. Tanny took his responsibility to stay with his patient Gu Changge. Yet Gu Changge's family Dr. Wilson had a great aversion to Tan Yi's being responsible. He felt that Tanny was grabbing his job as he was being so responsible. Indeed, Tanny was going to grab his job by doing this. Tianzi had taken all the advice Tanny gave him. Besides, after having run a check, he finally found something wrong. As for what was wrong, Tianzi had not spoken it out clearly. Yet Tianzi had already given Wilson the cold shoulder. Wilson wanted to take a look at Gu Changge's medical record for several times, yet he was refused mercilessly by the attending Dr. Tanny. Wilson had once gone to Tianzi in person and wanted to let Tianzi give Gu Changge's medical record to him. Yet Tianzi's attitude was quite perfunctory. Wilson couldn't accept it and had a feeling of being cold-shouldered. At last, Wilson threw up his job and did not care about Gu Changge's condition anymore. However, on the second day Gu Changge in the hospital, she became conscious after having been in a coma for about 1 day. Tianzi felt quite happy about it, and he even sent someone to tell all the family servants to come to the hospital to take care of Gu Changge. When Gu Changge woke up, she felt uncomfortable and raised her hand to call Shuang. Shuang, give me the medicine. It's time to take it. Her health was poor, so she needed to take medicine on time. If she had not taken medicine on time, she would have lived shorter than she imagined. Shuang had already prepared the medicine Gu Changge was going to take. Hearing that Gu Changge was calling her for the medicine at the moment, she immediately handed the medicine to her. Just at the moment Tanny entered, wearing a doctor's overall. Seeing that Gu Changge was about to take medicine, he frowned and strode over to grab the medicine on Shuang's hand which she was about to feed Gu Changge. Shuang was stupefied. Gu Changge and Tianzi at the scene also looked confused. Only Tanny kept calm all the while. He cast a cold glance at the medicine and handed it to the nurse behind him. Run a check on the medicine to see if the ingredients were correct. Tianzi frowned, saying, It's the medicine for Changge. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Tianzi believed that Shuang, who stayed with Gu Changge, would not bring the wrong medicine. Yet Tanny turned a deaf ear to his words and motioned the nurse to run a check on the medicine quickly. Tianzi felt that Tanny was being a busy boy, saying, I've had someone in the People's Hospital run a check on Changge's medicine's ingredients. They are qualified, and there is nothing wrong with them. Yet Tanny simply said, One can never be too careful. Tianzi did not refute his words. Indeed, just as Tanny said, it was better for them to run more than one check on the peroral life-saving drugs. Tanny asked about Gu Changge's physical condition after entering the ward. Gu Changge tried to feel and then she said, I'm all right and feel much more comfortable than yesterday. Tanny nodded and told the doctors he brought to take good care of Gu Changge. Yet he went straight forward to Tianzi and asked politely, Mr. Xiao, may I have a private word with you? As long as someone said he wanted to have a private word, he probably meant that he had something extremely important to say. And it was natural for the smart guy Tianzi to understand it very soon. After telling something to Gu Changge, he went out with Tanny. After Tanny had left the room, he said to Tianzi, Miss Gu's not recuperating well enough. Tianzi pressed his lips. What do you mean, Director Tan? Tanny was not going to beat around the bush. He expressed his grudge against Wilson. Your family doctor seemed to be a bit incompetent. Hearing his words, Xiao Tianze could almost guess what he meant. Then he replied with a smile. So what do you think I should do as my family doctor is incompetent, Director Tan? Tanny looked like a conceited person, and Xiao Tianze could almost guess what Tanny was going to say next. As expected, Tanny said in the next second, Dr. Wilson is unsuited to taking care of Miss Gu. Mr. Xiao, how about letting me be Miss Gu's family doctor? Xiao Tianze didn't expect that Tanny came straight to the point like this. However, it was not inappropriate for Tanny to be this straight. Indeed, Xiao Tianze was also unsatisfied with Wilson. He enjoyed such a high salary, yet he could not help him to take good care of Changge. Even if he had continued taking care of her, Wilson would have been of no value to Changge. It was better for Xiao Tianze to hire a doctor whose competence was worthy of his fame to take care of Gu Changge than to keep one who was not worthy of his fame. For example, Tanny. He was quite a good choice. Tanny recommended himself. And Xiao Tianze was not being affected and made a decision right away. Call me when you are free, Director Tan. We'll conclude a contract and you'll be Changge's personal doctor, Director Tan. About my job in the People's Hospital.
Tanyi slightly hesitated.
Xiao Tianze smiled. Don't worry, Director Tan. You can still work in the People's Hospital. It doesn't matter to be Changge's personal doctor while working in the hospital. After getting the answer, Tanny put his mind at ease. Xiao Tianze was a man of his word, and he was quite efficient. After deciding to let Tanny be Gu Changge's personal doctor, he immediately fired Wilson. Wilson felt it quite baffling and wanted Xiao Tianze to give him a reasonable explanation. Yet Xiao Tianze had been staying in the VIP ward of the hospital because of Gu Changge's physical condition. Besides, even if Wilson had wanted to meet Xiao Tianze, he would have had to break through the bodyguard's defense. Wilson had got high payment. After giving it a second thought, he decided not to meet Xiao Tianze. Instead, he returned to his country with the payment. After knowing that Gu Changge's personal doctor had been switched to another person, Song Yunjia asked someone in the People's Hospital to find out who the new personal doctor was, because this was very important to her. There were not many people in the People's Hospital who could nose around for her. Even if there had been someone who nosed around for her considering the previous colleague friendship, the messages they got were not that accurate. After they inquired about information for a whole afternoon, only one colleague called Song Yunjia in the evening and told her, it seemed that Gu Changge's family doctor had been switched to Director Tan from our hospital. Song Yunjia slightly frowned. Director Tan? Which Director Tan? There was more than one doctor surnamed Tan in the medical circles, and it was quite reasonable for her to be unfamiliar with newcoming doctors as she had been away from the People's Hospital for such a long time. Hearing her question, the person on the other end asked her in astonishment, Don't you remember Director Tan? Yunjia, the cardiologist came to our hospital this time was the quite renowned one in the circle. There were very few doctors surnamed Tan who was renowned in the field of cardiology nationwide. After thinking it over, Song Yunjia immediately recalled who Director Tan was. You mean Tanny? The doctor nodded. Song Yunjia frowned tightly. How could the small People's Hospital invite such an elite? Of course, no one knew why Tanny came to work in the People's Hospital. Though there were many stories about why Tanny came to the People's Hospital, yet only Tanny knew the real reason. The doctor seemed to be bored, so she could not help sighing before hanging up on Song Yunjia. Director Tan was being really strange. It seemed that he cared much about Gu Changge that he sifted and listed every possible reason which could be the cause of Gu Changge's illness. He even ran a check on the medicine Miss Gu takes every day. The doctor on the other end mentioned this unintentionally. But Song Yunxian instantly turned pale on hearing it. She had a very bad feeling. Tanny ran a check on the medicine. The thing that the medicine had been switched would soon be found out. By then, if Xiao Shui hadn't done things neatly and had been caught, would Xiao Shui have confessed and said that Song Yunjia was the prime mover? Song Yunjia's mind was in chaos. The doctor on the other end found that she remained silent for such a while, so she said, I have some work to do. Yunjia, I'll hang up for now. Song Yunjia nodded, stupefied. Then she waited for the other end to hang up. Yet all she was thinking about was the thing that Tanny ran a check on Gu Changge's medicine again. She frowned and felt quite mad. Tanny really had an oar in every man's boat. Xiao Tianze had already had Gu Changge's medicine analyzed. Why did Tanny analyze the ingredients of it again? She still had some money in hand and some social network in the People's Hospital. She gave some money to someone in the hospital to run a correct check on the medicine on knowing that Xiao Tianze had someone analyze Gu Changge's medicine. Now Tanny ran a check on it again. So the fake ingredients of the medicine would definitely be found out. By then the Xiao family would dig deep and find out who switched Gu Changge's medicine. And the person was Xiao Shui. She was Xiao Tianze's younger sister. If Xiao Tianze had had mercy on Xiao Shui, then she could have protected Xiao Shui. However, if Xiao Tianze had insisted on investigating her, Xiao Shui might have probably given Xiao Tianze her name. By then, her relationship with Xiao Tianze would have nosedived. Besides, according to the character of the B** Gu Changge, she might have probably dramatized it and made Xiao Tianze punish her severely. After putting down her phone, she felt quite worried. She was thinking all about how to make Xiao Shui avoid mentioning her being the prime mover. But after thinking it over and over again, she still could not figure out a way. She could only call Xiao Shui, and let Xiao Shui keep her mouth shut and not give up her name. She called Xiao Shui right away. Seeing that the call was from Song Yunjia, Xiao Shui pressed the answering key. Sure enough, Song Yunjia had already got the message that something happened in the Xiao family. And she also knew the thing that Tanny had displaced Wilson to be Gu Changge's personal doctor. After saying something to Xiao Shui, Song Yunjia came to the point. Xiao Shui, I have a favor to ask you. Xiao Shui slightly raised her eyebrows and appeared quite polite. However, she could almost guess what Song Yunjia was about to say in her heart. Actually, Song Yunjia simply wanted her to hold the bag for her. Song Yunjia felt embarrassed, so she thought for a while and then told her. Xiao Shui, I heard from my previous colleague in the hospital that Tanny had already run a check on Gu Changge's medicine in person. Xiao Shui understood what Song Yunjia meant from her words. Tanny took the fake medicine to analyze the ingredients. Soon the Xiao family would dig deep to find the person who switched Gu Changge's medicine. And she would soon be caught. By then, if she had not kept her mouth shut and had given up Song Yunjia's name, then Song Yunjia would have been doomed. She could understand that Song Yunjia hastily wanted her to hold the bag for her. Therefore, after Song Yunjia finished her words, she took the initiative to guarantee. Sister Yunjia, don't worry. Even if I'm caught by the Xiao family, I will answer for what I did. Sister Yunjia, don't worry. I'll never give up your name. Song Yunjia was relieved after getting Xiao Shui's guarantee. Yet she didn't know that there was one thing that happened tonight. The test on the ingredients of Gu Changge's life-saving medicine had been handed to Tanny. Xiao Tianze was a student of medicine. After he compared the test result in Tanny's hand with the hospital's test result, his face clouded. Seeing the two test results of the medicine which were totally different, Tanny said, "That's too bad. The two test results are completely different. I don't know if you trust me or my hospital, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Tianze looked at Tanny meaningfully. Being stared at by him, Tanny smiled helplessly. "Why are you staring at me like this, Mr. Xiao? If you don't believe my test result, you can get a third party to analyze the medicine again." Indeed, if Xiao Tianze had believed neither of the two test results, he could have gotten another medicine authentication institution to analyze it again. Xiao Tianze could not fully believe the test result of the hospital. But he could never choose to trust Tanny either. Tanny seemed to be able to guess what was in Xiao Tianze's mind, so he smiled gently, suggesting, "You'd better get a third party to analyze it again. Otherwise, as my test result is different from our hospital's, the hospital may drive me out." He was just kidding. But Xiao Tianze could faintly feel that Tanny's words suggested that he could not fully trust the hospital. He wanted Shuang to bring the medicine back to analyze the ingredients again. However, before he could tell Shuang about it, Tanny stopped him. Looking at Xiao Tianze, Tanny gently smiled, saying, "Things are more complicated than we think. I suggest you tell no one about the thing that we will get a third party to analyze Miss Gu's medicine before you get the result, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Tianzi took his advice agreeably. When Shuang gave the medicine to Gu Changge, he took it from Shuang's hand and sent it to run a medical identification. Shuang had a sneaking suspicion that something was not right, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Therefore, she had no choice but to continue staying around Gu Changge and taking care of her. When the third-time test result came out, the test sheet was faxed to Xiao Tianzi. Looking at the result on the test sheet, Xiao Tianzi pondered for such a while and still could not accept it. Yet Tan Yi, who was reading the test result next to him, sneered and said, "Mr. Xiao, how astonishing it is! You even can't trust the people around you." With this, Tan Yi sighed, seeming that he wanted to provoke Xiao Tianzi. Nevertheless, the medicine is the same while the test results are totally different. It's worth thinking carefully, right? Mr. Xiao. Looking at the test sheet on his hand, Xiao Tianzi's face turned livid with anger. Tan Yi's words were like long needles piercing into his brain. It made his head hurt a lot. Just as Tan Yi said, there had already been 2 suspicious points about the thing, and there must be something else that he did not expect. Looking at the ingredients of the medicine, Tan Yi shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No wonder Miss Gu became ill that suddenly. Judging from this test sheet, the one wanted to kill Miss Gu." Xiao Tianzi frowned tightly, and the expression in his eyes also became terrifying. Someone actually wanted to murder Changge. It took so much effort for him to let Changge survive, and now someone actually wanted to kill her. Damn it! He would keep on investigating and find out who was the prime mover. Since the person wanted Changge's life, then Xiao Tianzi would let the man suffer one step ahead. The first suspect Xiao Tianzi thought of was Shuang, who brought medicine to Gu Changge and watched her take medicine. After going to the hospital, the people who had been staying with Gu Changge were just him and Shuang. If he had wanted to find Shuang, he would only have needed to enter Gu Changge's ward. Tan Yi was in the office watching how Xiao Tianzi would react. Sure enough, after calming down, Xiao Tianzi immediately thought of Shuang, who was the prime suspect. He turned around and left. Seeing him go out of the room, Tan Yi sneered subtly and then began to follow him. Tan Yi's office was not far from Gu Changge's ward. It could be said that they could reach the ward just within a few steps. But Xiao Tianzi's soft spot had been touched. When entering Gu Changge's ward, he flung open the door of the ward sharply. Shuang was taking a nap while propping her head with her hand on the edge of Gu Changge's sickbed. When hearing that the door was kicked open abruptly, she was quite taken aback. She turned her head in fear and thought that someone came to pick a quarrel. And she immediately saw Xiao Tianzi, who appeared at the door. Seeing Xiao Tianzi, Shuang felt slighted relieved. But she still felt a bit afraid when seeing the taut expression on Xiao Tianzi's face. So she asked Xiao Tianzi, "Mr. Xiao, is there anything troubling you? Aren't you clear if anything is troubling me?" Xiao Tianzi asked in reply. This made Shuang stupefied. She frowned and became more scared. "What do you mean by this, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Tianzi wanted to step forward to grab Shuang's collar right away. Tan Yi, who followed him, gently coughed and reminded him, "Mr. Xiao, please calm down a bit." Reminded by Tan Yi, Xiao Tianzi narrowly suppressed his anger. But his eyes still fell sharply on Shuang's face like cold knives, and he flung the test sheet onto Shuang's face. When the test sheet hit her face, Shuang's sight was blocked for a moment. Then she hastily picked up the test sheet and carefully read the content of it. Shuang was not very scared before reading it, yet when she read it, her face turned pale instantly. Xiao Tianzi fixed his black pupils on her. Shuang came from a small town and was not a highly educated girl, so she shouldn't understand such a professional test sheet. However, when she saw the test sheet, she suddenly goggled and appeared to be quite flustered. Just by looking at the expression on her face, Xiao Tianzi and Tan Yi could conclude that she must have something to do with the thing that Gu Changge's medicine was switched. Sure enough, before Xiao Tianzi began to talk, Shuang could not hold it anymore, so she dropped to her knees crying, "Mr. Xiao, though I bring Miss Gu the medicine on time every day, I didn't switch the medicine." Tears poured down her face, and she felt that she would be doomed. Tan Yi was looking on, crossing his arms. Yet Xiao Tianzi immediately called in the bodyguard at the door. The bodyguard did a double take on seeing Shuang crying on the floor. Xiao Tianze pressed his lips and told the bodyguard to guard at the door to stop anyone from entering. Shuang was not stupid. Seeing what Xiao Tianze did, she knew that he wanted to interrogate her by himself instead of sending her to the police. Thinking of this, Shuang suddenly felt more worried and scared. Xiao Tianze was usually courtly, seeming that he was not temperamental. But the servants in the Xiao family all felt tacit that Xiao Tianze was not the courtly man he appeared to be. She even heard lots of rumors which said that Xiao Tianze murdered his wife Gu Changge. Otherwise, how could he be together with Gu Changge this easily? Shuang was trembling with fear. Tanny wasn't going to get out. The bodyguard felt that Tanny was also an outsider, so he asked Xiao Tianze thoughtfully, "Mr. Xiao, about this director Tan?" Xiao Tianze pressed his lips and took a look at Tanny. He thought that such a person like Tanny would stay to watch the show, yet out of his expectation, Tanny just cast a glance at Shuang and tut-tutted. "What a poor kid. You'd better give up the prime mover's name, or you will suffer a lot." With this he began to walk to the door. The bodyguard followed Tanny out and then guarded at the door of the ward. Now there were only Gu Changge who had not woken up yet. Shuang and Xiao Tianze left in the ward. Seeing that there were no outsiders except Xiao Tianze, whose face clouded, Shuang said immediately, "Mr. Xiao, it's all my fault. Please forgive me this time." Seeing that Shuang was on her knees and kowtowing, Xiao Tianze's eyes were cold, saying, "Changge almost died. You've been with Changge for such a long time. Why didn't you think of quitting when you hurt her?" Shuang pressed her lips and did not know how to answer the question. Seeing that she didn't know how to reply, Xiao Tianze slightly raised his eyebrows and came up with a solution. He was not going to wield a big stick over Shuang. Xiao Tianze had been living under the same roof with Shuang for so long, and he knew that the little maid was a weak and good-tempered girl like a lamb. She and Changge were no enemies, and she had no reason to hurt Changge. But now she hurt Changge as her wish. She even switched Changle's medicine, which almost made Changge die. There must have been someone who instigated her to do this. As for who it was, he needed Shuang to tell him in person. Shuang pressed her lips and her forehead touched the ground. Hearing Xiao Tianze's words, her heart was full of guilt. But Xiao Tianze continued on, seeing that she just kept kowtowing without speaking. "Though Changge was not good-tempered, yet I believe that you do not want to kill Changge even if you feel wronged. Do you have your difficulties?"
No.
"No." Shuang denied it, yet it was clear that she was not confident enough. Xiao Tianze concluded that Shuang would give up the name of the prime mover. It was just that he had to try harder to let Shuang understand that there would have been consequences she could not take if she hadn't told him who the prime mover was. "Shuang, do you want to be in prison for the rest of your life because of your conviction for murder?" Shuang's body was trembling even harder. Xiao Tianze had got the proof that she switched the medicine. He was the powerful one who had the initiative in this matter. As long as Xiao Tianze had wanted to, he could have used his social network to make her be in prison for the rest of her life. And he could even make her die in prison. She did not want to be in prison for the rest of her life. She even wanted to quit her job in the Xiao family to start a romantic relationship with someone and live well for the rest of her life. Xiao Tianze sighed. "The women's prison is not a good place. If such an innocent girl like you is sent into the prison, you will be bullied so hard within a month. Those women prisoners are not good people. They are perverts and always do some nasty things like..." Xiao Tianze talked about things that always happened in the women's prisons dramatically. Shuang listened irresistibly, and she was shivering so hard. In the meantime, Xiao Shui arrived at the hospital. She should visit Gu Changge since she was in hospital. Yet out of her expectation, she met such an embattled atmosphere when she came over this time. Xiao Shui was quite familiar with Xiao Tianze's bodyguards. Now seeing that the bodyguards all guarded in front of Gu Changge's ward, she could not help going blank for a moment. She asked the bodyguard at the right side of the door, "What's wrong? Did anything happen to Sister Changge?" The bodyguard was Zhang Qing, whose voice counted between theirs. Seeing Xiao Shui, he nodded politely and called Miss Xiao. Hearing Xiao Shui's question, he didn't say much. "Miss Changge is still asleep. She has not woken up yet." Xiao Shui doubted. Can I enter to see Sister Changge? Zhang Qing frowned and refused in embarrassment. Mr. Xiao is inside. Please wait for a moment, Miss Xiao. He meant that he didn't allow Xiao Shui to enter. Xiao Shui looked at the door and took a step forward. Though the room's sound insulation effect was quite good, Xiao Shui still heard the cries coming from inside clearly. Xiao Shui immediately changed her expression and wanted to open the door to enter. Who is crying inside? Seeing that Xiao Shui was going to open the door, Zhang Qing reached out to stop Xiao Shui at once. Xiao Shui frowned. I heard a woman crying inside. Let me in. What happened to Sister Changge? She appeared to be worried about Gu Changge, but actually she had concluded that it was not Gu Changge's voice after only hearing a small part of the cries. Since it was not Gu Changge's voice, then whose voice was it? Her heart was full of misgivings, and the expression on her face became quite serious. Seeing that she was worried and considering that she was Xiao Tian's younger sister, the bodyguard told her. The one crying inside was Shuang. Hearing this, Xiao Shui's face turned pale, and she was taken aback bodily. The name Shuang alone made Xiao Shui feel tense. Now hearing her crying, Xiao Shui had a feeling about what was going on. She could not ask. She could only withdraw her hand, looking nervously at the door, and ask the bodyguard. What is Shuang crying for? Is my brother in there? Count the unconscious Gu Changge out. A crying woman and a man were in one room. Anyone would picture something in their heads. The bodyguard worried that Xiao Shui was thinking more and more wildly. He hurriedly explained. Mr. Xiao is interrogating her inside. Xiao Shui pursed her lips and frowned. What's it for? She replaced Miss Gu's medicine with something else. Miss Gu almost died for it. Xiao Shui's heart felt hammered. She knew it was dug out. She was so uneasy, but she couldn't show it. She stepped back with suppressed panic. All right. I will see Changge after they are done. The bodyguard was grateful that she did not break in. He nodded quickly. Miss Xiao, could you wait elsewhere for a few minutes? I will let you know when Mr. Xiao comes out. Xiao Shui nodded and walked away nervously, grasping the clothes tightly with her fingers. Shuang saw her switching Gu Changge's medicine. Now it was discovered by Xiao Tianzi. Would Shuang confess everything about her? In a panic, she pursed her lips, not knowing what to do. After giving it more thought, she found a relatively private place and made a call to Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian was the only one she could think of right now. Xiao Shui waited for her to answer. Listening to the ringing tone, she became even more panicked. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the voice of Song Yunxian passed over. Xiao Shui. Bad news, Yunxian. Xiao Tianzi knew about the medicine. As soon as Xiao Shui heard the call got through, she couldn't wait to tell Song Yunxian everything happened here. Song Yunxian could tell the panic in her voice. She tried to comfort Xiao Shui. Calm down. Shuang won't tell on you. Xiao Shui did not understand what she meant. Song Yunxian sounded to be in the middle of something. After the comfort, she told Xiao Shui. Don't be nervous. Don't fear. Do whatever you are supposed to do. Shuang won't say anything about you. Don't worry. Yunxian, why are you so sure about it? Song Yunxian could not help chuckling. Because Shuang listens to my orders. Her tone was soft, but it was like a giant hammer fell on Xiao Shui's heart. She felt assured as much as shocked instantly. When did Shuang start to follow your orders? Hush. Yunxian asked her not to be so excited. Xiao Shui could barely calm down when she heard Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian pursed her lips. It's a long story. Is it recently? Did Song Yunxian buy Shuang after she switched the medicine? Xiao Shui couldn't figure it out by herself. She expected Song Yunxian to give her a firm answer. Song Yunxian smiled. Shuang was arranged in the Xiao family as early as she got into there. The reason is very complicated. I will fill you in with the details after I return from room. Now you know it, so please don't do anything reckless, okay? She didn't plan to tell Xiao Shui that Shuang had always been her spy. However, it was the first time that Xiao Shui had performed so, panicking while calling and asking her what to do. Now if she had not revealed this secret to offer such reassurance to Xiao Shui wouldn't have rest assured. She could only tell Xiao Shui about Shuang in advance. Song Yunxian hung it up and turned to the scenery outside the window. Yesterday, Lucia called to invite her over. She kept her words. The next morning, Song Yunxian had just taken breakfast. Someone came to inform her that Miss Lu was waiting for her. Song Yunxian and Chu Machen exchanged a look. They both were wary of Family Sophia. They were sure that they didn't spoil which hotel they were in. Yet Family Sophia had sent someone to pick them up the next morning. It was obvious. Huge as Room City was, there was no place that Family Sophia couldn't penetrate. Song Yunxian didn't fear to attend alone. She had planned all this out. Her ultimate purpose of this journey was to meet the head of Family Sophia as well as Lucia. Since she came, everything went smoothly. Chu Machen was with her. What else should she be afraid of? The car traveled fast. Song Yunxian watched the changing scenery outside the window. Soon the car came to a hill with verdant trees and fresh air. The plants on the mountain were all famous breeds. Moreover, when passing by, she saw a large golf course. Song Yunxian raised her lips slightly, looking at everything outside the window with interest. Chu Machen was different. Chu Machen only gave it a glance, and then he closed his eyes, conserving his energy for more important things. It seemed like he was not interested in the scenery outside the window at all. Song Yunxian noticed Chu Machen's closing eyes. The smile on her face grew bigger and bigger. Machen, don't you want to check it out? I can buy you some similar property if you fancy here. You'd better remember what you said. Chu Machen heard her upbeat ending voice, knowing that she must be in a good mood. He opened his eyes and reached over to touch her hair. Song Yunxian bent her eyes. While looking at the outside scenery, she took time to glance at the expression on the driver's face via the rearview mirror. The driver was so stretched that he looked like a plaster statue. She couldn't tell any emotions from his face. But now the white blonde driver's face changed subtly. There was some disdain in his eyes. Song Yunxian laughed mindlessly in secret. Judging from this driver's reaction, George must treat Lucia well. A mountain with such elaborate decoration in the prime area of room, along with a large yard and quiet environment. It must be the property George used to win Lucia's affection. Family Sophia had not agreed with the relationship between George and Lucia, which could also be inferred from the driver's look. Although George was nice to Lucia, the family pressure on his shoulders was great. It would be very difficult for Lucia to marry George justly. Otherwise, the driver would not show disdainful emotions in his eyes. Probably everyone in Family Sophia believed that no matter how well George treated the Oriental woman, she wouldn't become part of Family Sophia at the end, let alone become the Madam of Family Sophia. She pursed her lips and said nothing more. Chu Machen also observed the change of the driver's look acutely. He turned to Song Yunxian thoughtfully. He found that she was looking at the scenery passing by the window with a faint smile. Although the purpose of this journey was a bit difficult to achieve, Song Yunchuan's mood was pretty good. It seemed that she had already understood Lucia's embarrassing situation and figured out the countermeasures. Thinking of this, Chu Machen closed his eyes again with a meditative mind. It took about 15 minutes from the foot of the mountain to the villa on the mountain. Song Yunxian got off the car, looking at the white villa in front of her. She was amazed. What a beautiful palace! Chu Machen looked at this villa along with her. It reminded him of the White House. The entire villa was ivory white, with complex and elegant carvings and patterns everywhere. Even those Greek goddess statues standing in the spurted springs in front of the villa were white. They were guided into the villa. Lucia was waiting for their arrival in the villa. A tall Western man in a black shirt and trousers was with her. Song Yunxian recognized it was George by a mere glance. George saw Song Yunxian and smiled slightly. "Miss Song, we meet again." Song Yunxian smiled. "Nice to meet you again, Mr. George." She hugged George. George also hugged Chu Machen as if Chu Machen was one of his good friends. Lucia stood on one side and looked at Song Yunxian and Chu Machen. Lucia used to be mighty and dignified. However, when Song Yunxian touched her bulging belly, Lucia became a little embarrassed instantly. After George said hello, he went over and grabbed Lu Xia's shoulder. I am very happy that you can visit Xia from afar. Lu Xia pursed her lips. Her pretty eyes did not look at George, and there was no happiness that a mother-to-be should have on her face. Watching Lu Xia, Song Yunxian had a weird feeling. As if she could share Lu Xia's feelings in the current situation. Song Yunxian walked to Lu Xia. Miss Lu, I haven't seen you for a long time. She reached out to Lu Xia. Lu Xia took the opportunity to leave George's arms and hugged with Song Yunxian. George looked at them by the side. Some helplessness flashed on his face, but he did not stop her. He had already had breakfast with Lu Xia. For the whole morning he planned to be with her. But family Sophia had a regular family meeting. They made several phone calls and George finally went to attend. Lu Xia couldn't be relaxed until George left. She glanced at Chu Machin and apologized. I'm sorry to ask you to come here taking such a big risk. Chu Machin replied straightforwardly. I came with Yunxian. Lu Xia smiled at Chu Machin's frankness. She glanced over the maids in the hall and smiled at Song Yunxian. Yunxian, would you like to talk to me in private? Song Yunxian nodded. My pleasure. Lu Xia stretched out her hand. Song Yunxian grabbed her fingers and followed her to a room on the second floor. Chu Machin was left alone in the living room. But he did not get bored even if he was left alone in the living room. He inspected the interior of the villa and walked toward the outside. As soon as Lu Xia and Song Yunxian stepped into the room, Song Yunxian closed the door and asked Lu Xia, Is there a monitor in this room? Lu Xia shook her head. There are no surveillance cameras in my bedroom. When she said this, she felt embarrassed for no reason. Song Yunxian didn't need to think deeply and knew why. Now that Lu Xia was pregnant, it meant that George slept with her. Since George liked her very much, he naturally lived in the same bedroom with her. With George monitoring her every move in person, there was no need to use cameras. Lu Xia raised her hand to cover her belly, and then went to the windows to draw the curtains. After seeing Lu Xia drawing the curtains, Song Yunxian said, Miss Lu, what is George's attitude towards the kid in your stomach? After closing the curtains, Lu Xia turned around to look at Song Yunxian with tightened mouth and indifferent eyes. No matter what his attitude towards this child is, I will go back to Harbor City. I have known a little about the rules of family Sophia. I believe the chance of you returning to Harbor City is not very high. Song Yunxian said bluntly. Lu Xia frowned. I have to go back to Harbor City. Seeing Lu Xia's insistence, Song Yunxian explained, I see George has a deep affection for you and wants to marry you. Lu Xia held no hope or expectation for the marriage. Family Sophia has strict requirements for the lineage of married women. Even if I agreed to be with George, I cannot marry him and become his wife. Hearing Lu Xia's words, Song Yunxian squinted and thoughtfully asked Lu Xia, If you can marry George, are you truly willing to? Being asked, Lu Xia suddenly fell into silence. Marry George? She had sworn to the Lu family's former master that she would stay in and protect the Lu family as long as she lived. How could she marry a man in a distant country after she made such a pledge? No. Lu Xia pursed her lips and gave Song Yunxian a precise answer. Song Yunxian pouted lightly and felt that it was starting to get a little sticky. What if you are not willing to marry George and he doesn't let you go? Lu Xia raised her hand to touch her belly with a cold expression. He just likes the short-lived freshness. We are all adults. There can be no real love forever. Lu Xia was a person of an indifferent nature. Maybe she was not born like that. However, after she poured all the love and affection to the dead only son of the Lu family, she never believed others' feelings. Song Yunxian felt that Lu Xia had similarities with her in this respect. However, as soon as Song Yunxian arrived in Yuncheng, she met Chu Machin. And Lu Xia met George, who held sinister motives. George loved her, but after doing this kind of thing and getting her pregnant, he had betrayed her. A good servant should not have a presumptuous desire for his master. But George broke the discipline. Lu Xia's trust in George was gone. No matter how George persuaded her to stay, Lu Xia's heart only wanted Harbor City. She wanted to return to Harbor City and the Lu family. Song Yunxian puckered her lips and rationally analyzed for Lu Xia. Miss Lu. When you call me Miss Lu, I feel you regard me as an outsider. Just call me Sister Xia. Okay, Sister Xia. Song Yuncheng preferred to use this name for Lu Xia, and Lu Xia did not express any objection. After sizing the room's decoration up, Song Yuncheng said to Lu Xia at an appropriate speed, Sister Xia, I believe Mr. George sincere to you. There is no sincerity. He just wants another taste. When he was in the Lu family, he concealed his intention so deeply that I didn't find it. Lu Xia had no affection for George. She had been docile in public, but she did not conceal her alertness against and dissatisfaction with George when she was alone with Song Yuncheng. And Mr. George also likes the child in your stomach. Song Yuncheng made Lu Xia fall silent. Indeed, as Song Yuncheng said, George liked the child in her belly very much. After equipping her with 6 doctors of gynecology and obstetrics, he also found a senior maid who specialized in caring for pregnant women. From food to travel, he cared for her. Such care must be because he valued the child in her stomach. Lu Xia didn't speak. Song Yuncheng walked over to her and gently reached out, trying to touch Lu Xia's belly. However, after reaching out, Song Yuncheng felt that reaching out to touch her belly in this way was impolite. Therefore, she smiled embarrassingly and quickly took her hand back. Lu Xia did not mind that. When she saw that Song Yuncheng reached out to touch her stomach but withdrew her hand, Lu Xia simply held Song Yunchuan's wrist and let her finger rest on her stomach. Song Yuncheng touched the belly of another pregnant woman for the first time. The feeling on her finger was a bit wonderful. When she carefully felt the child in Lu Xia's stomach, she persuaded Lu Xia. Maybe mothers become precious because of their sons in other places. However, in Family Sophia, this child has been valued by Mr. George because of you. Lu Xia looked up at Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng continued, Family Sophia gives priority to bloodlines. Therefore, they must not like the kid. There must be many people who have suggested Mr. George abort your kid. However, Mr. George not only protects your child, but also gives you such a life. It can't be for the child in your stomach but you. Lu Xia's eyebrows tightened. Song Yuncheng kept on saying, I'm afraid Mr. George has known that you want to return to Harbor City, so he wants you to give birth to this child. He hopes to use this child to influence your decision. This child inherits his blood. He will stay in room after he is born. Lu Xia's voice was cold. Song Yuncheng withdrew her hand and looked at Lu Xia with a smile. By then, as a mother, you will be reluctant to be separated from the child. As people said, blood was thicker than water. And mothers needed to go through 10 months of hardships before they gave birth to their children. Even if they had decided to leave their children after the delivery, they couldn't be heartless when the time came. As a mother of 2 children, Gu Changge knew that deeply. Lu Xia pursed and didn't say anything. Song Yuncheng knew that Lu Xia had hovered in her heart. She giggled and persuaded Lu Xia. Sister Xia, in my opinion, you should think about how to stay in Family Sophia rightly and properly rather than think how to break up with Mr. George and return to the Lu family. It should be known that Family Sophia was a great cake. It was a better place than the Lu family that could benefit her greatly. Lu Xia held back her sight. Song Yuncheng knew what she had said just now had moved Lu Xia. However, what Lu Xia was thinking and what decision she would make were hard to guess. Song Yuncheng looked at the tightly closed curtains. She said, We have been chatting alone in the room for a long time. Let's go out. Lu Xia nodded. I'll show you the house. Lu Xia hadn't been hospitable. As the master of the Lu family, even if she hadn't been swamped with work, she hadn't been idle enough to show people her house and garden. After being forced to come to Italy and becoming pregnant, she became freer and freer day by day. She didn't want to stay in the room, so she could only move around within the prescribed limits together with cautious maids and family doctors who were keeping watch on her. Lu Xia showed her hospitality, and Song Yuncheng and Chu Machen followed her, walking around in the courtyard. When it was almost noon, a maid came to ask Lu Xia what cuisine to eat at noon. Without thinking, Lu Xia uttered 2 words, Chinese cuisine. When the maid heard it, she went back immediately and told the people in the kitchen to prepare Chinese food. In this villa, All the servants were obedient and treated Lu Xia as a queen. The essential reason was that George supported Lu Xia behind her back. Everyone in family Sophia knew that after George returned from Harbor City, he brought back an indifferent Eastern woman. This woman turned out to be George's treasure and was spoiled by George. Since George liked her now, people in this villa somehow feared this Eastern woman. Song Yunxian had planned to leave after lunch, and she had believed that George wouldn't come back at lunchtime because he was busy. However, she hadn't expected that George had returned to the villa before lunchtime. George was very passionate about Lu Xia. After entering the door, he walked to Lu Xia's side, took her in his arms and gently kissed her forehead, not caring the guests' views at home. Seeing that, Song Yunxian immediately coughed softly and turned to look at Gu Changge. When Gu Changge came to family Sophia, he was like a complete idler. In addition to looking around, he just listened to Lu Xia's story about room. Now when the host came back to eat with them, Gu Changge only nodded with a smile. Everyone was seated for lunch. The dishes served were all Cantonese cuisine Lu Xia liked. 2 dishes were the special food of Yuncheng. When eating, Song Yunxian couldn't help but sigh. I have never expected to eat authentic hometown food here. It's really touching. George took care of them courteously. During lunch, he did not forget to stare at Lu Xia multiple times as if his heart would itch without seeing her for some time. After lunch, Lu Xia had wanted to talk with Song Yunxian for more time. However, George acted out of character. He did not allow Lu Xia to stay to talk with Song Yunxian according to her intention. However, he ordered the maid, who took care of Lu Xia, to take Lu Xia back to rest by a little force. Song Yunxian was not surprised by George's behavior. After pulling off the napkin and putting it on the table, Gu Changge lifted his eyelids and gave George a faint look. Being seen by Gu Changge, George felt Gu Changge was not someone to be trifled with. However, George didn't fear. After all, this territory was under the control of family Sophia. As the master of family Sophia, he didn't need to be afraid. Gu Changge knew that this journey to room was very dangerous for Song Yunxian. He came along with her anyway. Now that they had arrived, it was meaningless to say that it was dangerous. He could only try his best to protect Song Yunxian. He folded his fingers over the dining table, looking at George sitting opposite to him leisurely. George had a typical Westerner's face. When he was looking at someone with a smile, he wouldn't be considered annoyed. Gu Changge was different from George. Whether there was a smile on his face or not, he made people feel cold. A coldness that would raise people's caution. Song Yunxian was sitting next to Gu Changge, watching these 2 men looking at each other for a moment and waiting for George to talk. Since Lu Xia had gone upstairs, George didn't hesitate to come straight to the point. Miss Song, I know why you came here. Song Yunxian smiled slightly and looked at George. You heard what Sister Xia told me this morning, right? George narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, how could I know what you 2 have talked about? Besides, that room is our bedroom without any monitor equipment installed. Song Yunxian nodded and did not deny. Right, indeed I haven't found any CCTV, but... She looked at George with a smile in her eyes. But I'm sure there's an audio monitor. George's face darkened slightly, and the seemingly friendly smile froze instantly. Song Yunxian stared at him, watching the smile on his face fading away. George asked, how did you know? Song Yunxian's smile remained the same. She said at ease, it was just a feeling. In fact, she got her reason. When she was Gu Changge, the experience of claiming the Gu family's estate was even bloodier and crueler. Being able to successfully get all of the Gu family's wealth among so many competitors, she certainly had her means. She didn't even give it a thought that George installed some audio monitoring equipment. She was sure that he had done it. George loved Lu Xia, and he would do whatever she asked. He wouldn't take the risk to upset her. However, if someone from outside had come to visit her and they had had a private talk, he would certainly have installed some audio monitoring equipment in advance. He needed to know what they talked about. George did not deny it. Song Yunxian continued in a good mood. Since you did not deny it, I'll take it that I had the right feeling about it. George said nothing. In fact, he was not sure what game Song Yunxian was playing and what purposes she had to be here. If she had wanted to bring Lucia back, she would not have persuaded Lucia to stay with the family Sophia during their conversation. George bugged their entire conversation. From that dialogue, Song Yunxian did not quite agree to the idea of Lucia returning to the harbor city. She did not only disagree but also looked for ways to change Lucia's mind and convinced her to stay in the family Sophia. She even indicated that staying in the family Sophia as the madam was Lucia's best choice. George was very satisfied with Song Yunxuan's persuasion of Lucia. Due to this, George told the maid to invite them for dinner. If Song Yunxian hadn't helped convince Lucia, he probably would have asked them to leave before noon. Seeing George's complicated look, Song Yunxian decided no longer to keep him guessing. She offered directly, "If you really want to give Lucia a rightful name, I will be happy to help you." George was not stupid. He knew that Song Yunxian was not simple. She would not help him persuade Lucia so easily. He asked her, "What do you want from me?" Song Yunxian liked to deal with smart people. When dealing with smart people, they could understand what she meant even she wasn't straightforward. Since George asked, Song Yunxian didn't intend to hide her real purpose anymore. She smiled and looked at him. "It's really simple. I just hope that after you get what you want, Mr. George, can you be a mentor and teach 2 kids I favored?" George was sharp. When he heard 2 kids, he had already thought of Xiao Tian's pair of children. "Miss Song, they have no blood ties with you. Why bother to protect them?" Although I knew not much with their father, I knew their mother well. Now they had lost their mother, and their father has no affection for them. Even if I am just an outsider, I can't stand by. What Song Yunxian said made a good sense. But Gu Changge twisted his eyebrows and looked at Song Yunxian with a complicated expression. She knew their mother well? When did they become friends? How come he hadn't heard any of it? Song Yunxian noticed Gu Change's eyesight and gave him a wink. Gu Changge could not tell where Song Yunxuan's words were between truth and lie, so he kept silent and listened to what Song Yunxian was going to say next. Anyway, according to the current conversation, everything went smoothly as Song Yunxuan's wish. If George had given them his word, then this trip to Room would have been worth it. George stared at Song Yunxian. "How do you want me to teach those 2 kids?" "Just teach them like a friend's children." Song Yunxian did not make specific requirements. After all, considering family Sophia's reputation, even if Song Yunxian only asked them to bring the children back, George would teach them something after he promised to be their mentor. To say the least, it wouldn't have been a big deal even if George had not really taught them anything. As long as those 2 kids were under family Sophia's shelter, they would be safe. In this way, Xiao Tianzi wouldn't be able to find them and harm them. "You have my words. In return, I need you to help me suppress those remarks against me marrying Lucia and my family." Song Yunxian nodded. "You may rest assured. I will fulfill your wish." It was not easy to find a way to let the family Sophia accept a foreign woman as madam. However, after all the ups and downs, Song Yunxian had come up with an idea in her mind. It was hard to make Lucia marry into the family Sophia. Yet it was because of the difficulty that it became even more meaningful. The rewards and gratitude received would be greater. An easy favor tended to be forgotten easily, while a hard one would remain unforgettable. Moreover, it would be greatly appreciated. If Song Yunxian had helped their marriage get the family Sophia's approval, what she attained would have been the support of the entire family Sophia. The process might be very difficult, but its fruits were very tempting. Song Yunxian had got a plan for this. In Harbor City, everything was slowly coming to an end. Especially the road that Song Yunjia expected seemed to have come to an end. Shuang couldn't resist the pressure of Xiao Tianzi. Finally, she said a name. After hearing the name behind the scenes that Shuang spared, Xiao Tianzi gasped. Then he pressed his fingers into his temples. He felt a headache. The name that he hated to hear the most was spoken by Shuang. "If you lied." "I'm telling the truth, and I heard she mentioned that the medicine was taken from the People's Hospital." Shuang's words made Xiao Tianzi's eyebrows twisted up all at once. "People's Hospital?" "Yes." Shuang asked Xiao Tianzi with some fear. Mr. Xiao, I have told you everything you want to know. Could you let me go? Tears burst into Shuang's eyes. She looked pitiful. However, Xiao Tianzi wasn't in the mood to feel her mercy. He knocked on the door panel to call the bodyguard to come in. The bodyguard came in. He looked at Shuang kneeling on the ground and asked Xiao Tianzi, Chairman Xiao, do you want me to send her to the police station? Go ahead. Xiao Tianzi spoke lightly to the bodyguard. On hearing of Xiao Tianzi's order, Shuang got up from the ground. Mr. Xiao, you promised to let me go. You said that as long as I told on that person behind the scenes, you would forgive me. Xiao Tianzi promised her earlier that he would not put her in jail, so she spoke out of that name. She didn't expect that Xiao Tianzi would break his words like that. The bodyguard came to pull her arm and drag her out. She struggled hard and wanted to break free from the bodyguard's hand. While the bodyguard dragging her out, she struggled and asked Xiao Tianzi loudly, Weren't you saying let me go? Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Tianzi turned a deaf ear. He wouldn't forgive anyone who tried to harm Changge. Letting her go? It was just to trick her into telling the secret. It was just a lie. Silly as this woman was, she really bought it. Xiao Tianzi put down the fingers off his temples and took out his mobile phone to find out Song Yunjia's number. Just before dialing out, he stopped. When the call was dialed out, the relationship between Yunjia and him would come to an end. After so many years, he suddenly felt reluctant to abandon her truly. Xiao Tianzi was hesitating. Gu Changge, who was lying on the hospital bed, had awoken before he knew. She noticed Xiao Tianzi's reluctance. There was a sad complaint in her eyes. You've still had feelings for her? Gu Changge's eyes were filled with pitiful tears. Xiao Tianzi turned to see the tears in Gu Changge's eyes, and he was stunned instantly. Gu Changge frowned. If you can't do it, I really cannot be killed by her. Maybe it's time for us to say goodbye. Send me abroad, and I might live longer if I was far away. This was Gu Changge's ultimatum. Xiao Tianzi heard her. His eyes narrowed and directly called to Song Yunjia without hesitation. Song Yunjia received Xiao Tianzi's phone of silence. She was nervous, but she had heard Gu Changge's condition from the hospital early. Her friend in the People's Hospital told Song Yunjia that Gu Changge had not woken up yet. Besides, Gu Changge's condition was awful. If she had not woken up in a few hours, she might have never woken up again. Song Yunjia was looking forward to this result. But she suddenly received a call from Xiao Tianzi for no reason. Song Yunjia asked what had happened. Xiao Tianzi, however, had no explanation but said, You come to the People's Hospital to see Changge. Song Yunjia had mixed feelings. She was not sure whether it was good news or not. From Xiao Tianzi's tone, Gu Changge didn't seem to wake up. Xiao Tianzi wasn't critical or angry either, which made Song Yunjia confused. Song Yunjia didn't know why Xiao Tianzi had that call. Song Yunjia put down the phone and changed her clothes to go out. Wenwen had always been Song Yunjia's side to take care of her. Sometimes Wenwen also followed her to go out. At this time, Wenwen followed Song Yunjia wittily. She asked Song Yunjia, Miss Song, where do you go? Do you want me to go with you? Song Yunjia thought it didn't matter whether Wenwen followed or not. Therefore, she didn't let Wenwen go with her. Song Yunjia went out alone and took a taxi to the hospital. She specially asked whether Gu Changge had come to life when she checked Gu Changge's ward at the nurse station. The nurse receptionist of the nurse station was a talkative young girl. Being asked by Song Yunjia, she said with sympathy, I've heard that Miss Gu hasn't come to life yet. It is so worrying. Song Yunjia also expressed her sadness. However, before Song Yunjia went into the ward, a woman doctor who had been good with Song Yunjia greeted her at the restroom's door. Song Yunjia looked around. Then she walked towards her colleague. That colleague had been fond of gossip since they worked together. Now she called Song Yunjia and began to gossip. Do you know it? Dr. Xiao has found Gu Changge's killer. Moreover, the killer has been locked in the ward to be heard for half a day. Song Yunjia was confused. She did not understand what the doctor said. What killer? She pretended to know nothing. The woman doctor thought she knew a lot. She explained in detail. Gu Changge had an attack suddenly and was sent to the hospital because someone had switched her medicine. Who is the killer? Of course it's the person who switched the medicine. The woman colleague's words made Song Yunjia nervous. Her heart beat quickly. The woman doctor then muttered, I heard that one servant in the Shao family was dragged to the police station. The servant was so audacious that she even switched the medicine of her employer's wife. She can really make waves. The colleague rattled away for a long time. However, Song Yunjia had been frightened by her words. The guy who switched the medicine? The servant had been caught? Those made Song Yunjia stunned. It was Xiao Shui who switched the medicine. Why did the servant become the killer? Song Yunjia became more confused. After washing her hands in the restroom, she soon remembered that Xiao Tianze called her to the hospital. She should find Xiao Tianze immediately, and then she could see whether Gu Changge had died in the ward. Song Yunjia walked to Gu Changge's ward. She could see several bodyguards in black stand in front of the ward in the distance. Song Yunjia pursed her lips, considering whether she should knock the door now. The bodyguards recognized Song Yunjia. They saw Song Yunjia standing in front of the door carefully without knocking. Zhang Qing, the bodyguard leader, knocked the door slightly. Here came Xiao Tianze's voice from the ward. Who is it? Zhang Qing said. It's Miss Song. Just in time. Without any preparation, Song Yunjia heard Xiao Tianze's words, which made her trembled. She felt something wrong subconsciously, but she had arrived at the ward. Besides, the bodyguard had knocked for her. Even if she wanted to stand still in front of the door, the bodyguard gave her a please gesture. Miss Song, please come in. Song Yunjia became very anxious. Thinking for a while, she entered the ward reluctantly. There was no one else except Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge. Gu Changge sat in bed. When she saw Song Yunjia, the viciousness and pride crossed her face. Xiao Tianze's expression was awkward. Although Song Yunjia was surprised Gu Changge's being awake, she had to pretend to care for Gu Changge in front of Xiao Tianze. Changge has woken up? That's brilliant. She walked towards Gu Changge. Gu Changge said coldly, I'm afraid that you are disappointed. Gu Changge had given up pretending. She stared at Song Yunjia and said the truth directly. You have my medicine switched. You are surprised that I'm awake, aren't you? Song Yunjia was shocked. She never expected that Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze had known everything she had done. But Song Yunjia had a quick response. She responded, Changge, what are you talking about? What do you mean by switching medicine? I don't understand your meaning. It was Xiao Shui who switched the medicine. Why should Song Yunjia be blamed while Xiao Tianze just interrogated a servant? Song Yunjia felt nervous and very puzzled. She even wanted to know Xiao Shui's present situation right now. Gu Changge stared at Song Yunjia with angry eyes and said, Now everything is exposed. You still pretend to know nothing. Changge, I really don't understand your words. Even though the medicine switching had been found, Song Yunjia determined not to admit it unless Xiao Shui confronted her face to face. Once Song Yunjia admitted it, everything was over. You don't understand? Should I let Shuang confront you face to face? Gu Changge had heard Shuang's confession that Song Yunjia was the one behind it. Song Yunjia still struggled in vain and refused to admit it. Gu Changge thought that Song Yunjia could be charged as long as Shuang confronted Song Yunjia. It would become easy to send Song Yunjia into prison for a life. Moreover, the charge for intentional murder could be sentenced to either life imprisonment or for decades at least. According to Gu Changge's method, Song Yunjia might not come out alive from prison. Until that time, Song Yunjia still wanted to fight with Gu Changge. How could she do it? The evil plan for switching medicine didn't kill Gu Changge. Instead, it gave Song Yunjia a hit. What else did Gu Changge need to do to fight with Song Yunjia? The competition had ended. Song Yunjia got caught by Gu Changge. She had been desperate. However, a little hope rose from her heart when she heard that Gu Changge would ask Shuang to confront her. Song Yunjia struggled to defend for herself. I don't know Shuang. Why would I let her hurt you? Changge, don't sling mud at me. Gu Changge heard her words. She knew that Song Yunjia didn't give up. Her eyes fell on silent Xiao Tianze. who had been watching them, and she said, Tianze, Shuang has said that Yunjia wants to kill me. Now she is here, but she has no sense of regret. Should we let Shuang confront her? Shuang has been to the police station, Xiao Tianze said slightly. Then he turned to Song Yunjia, whose face had become pale. He looked at her with complex appearance and disappointment, as well as some empathy that could easily be found by Song Yunjia. Yunjia, if you did this, you'd better admit it. I don't want to get this worse, nor to send you into prison. Gu Changge heard Xiao Tianze's words. She simply wanted to shout down his suggestion. Xiao Tianze went on before Gu Changge started. Yunjia, I know you're feeling for me. But Changge was the one we struggled together to rescue. If you made the wrong decision on an impulse, you should apologize to Changge. We can pretend it didn't happen. The more tolerant Xiao Tianze was, the crazier and disappointed Gu Changge felt. Gu Changge looked at Xiao Tianze. She said unbelievably, Tianze, Yunjia wants to kill me. Why do you let her go every time? Changge, you keep silent first. Gu Changge was told to do this. Her eyes were full of tears. Song Yunjia heard Xiao Tianze's words. She pursed her lips, not knowing what to do. Yes or no? It seemed like if Song Yunjia had admitted it, Xiao Tianze wouldn't have got rid of her. If Song Yunjia had not admitted it, Xiao Tianze would have traced some things. By then, Xiao Tianze would have found her out and known that Song Yunjia had been cheating him. Xiao Tianze would never show mercy to her when he knew the truth. Gu Changge was very disappointed. She was also very angry with Xiao Tianze's mercy to Song Yunjia. However, pursing her lips and being silent for a while, Song Yunjia finally decided to make a bet. It's not me. Song Yunjia could not admit that she instructed others to get Gu Changge's medicine switched. If Song Yunjia had admitted it, Gu Changge would have definitely managed to hunt her down, even though Xiao Tianze would have excused her. In contrast, it would take Xiao Tianze a long time to find Song Yunjia's tricks, even he traced from Shuang. Besides, it was Xiao Shui who switched the medicine. Why did Shuang come out and point to her? It was simply weird. There must be something fishy. Someone must want to bring her to her bony knees. The one who wished Song Yunjia to be in prison most was nobody but Gu Changge. Song Yunjia suspected that Gu Changge had already known her medicine was switched. Now Gu Changge just wanted to meet trick with trick and hunt Song Yunjia down. Song Yunjia had made her decision. She looked firmer. No matter what Xiao Tianze said, Song Yunjia would never admit that she would kill Gu Changge. Song Yunjia had been determined. She was much harder than Gu Changge thought. Gu Changge had no other way. Xiao Tianze saw Song Yunjia's attitude of not admitting her mistake. He nodded. We go to the police station together. You confront Shuang face to face. Song Yunjia was on nettles. She was little obstinate and confident, but with more anxiety. She was confident because she did not instigate Shuang. Xiao Tianze would get nothing even though Song Yunjia confronted Shuang. Song Yunjia was anxious because it was indeed her idea to switch Gu Changge's medicine. Moreover, it was Song Yunjia who got the medicine from somewhere. If Xiao Tianze had investigated deeper, Song Yunjia would have been exposed and kept in the station on the pot. Song Yuncheng had been sent to prison by Song Yunxian because of the inner fight in the Song family. If Song Yunjia had not been careful, she would have been in prison for the rest of her life, just like Song Yuncheng. Song Yunjia felt anxious and worried when she thought of being in prison without free for the rest of her life. Xiao Tianze looked at her expression. He said, "Let's go, Yunjia." Song Yunjia nodded. She was preoccupied, but she tried to hide it. Song Yunjia had to find evidence or a witness to prove her innocence before she went to the station. Song Yunjia pursed her lips. She thought for a while, but she could not work it out. However, after Xiao Tianze arrived at the basement parking, he received a call from Gu Changge. Xiao Tianze answered the phone immediately since it was from Gu Changge. Gu Changge said at the moment of being answered, "There is a witness who can provide evidence that Yunjia hurt me." Hearing this, Xiao Tianze stopped to see Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia saw Xiao Tianze's eyes on herself. She was slightly stunned. She realized that this call was against her. Song Yunjia pursed her lips. She asked Xiao Tianze with panic, "Who's calling?" It's Changge. Song Yunjia's heart sank. Gu Changge called at this key moment. She was probably to exaggerate it. Song Yunjia did not mean to care Gu Changge's words. Instead, she asked Xiao Tianzi, "Are we going to the police station to find Shuang?" Xiao Tianzi got serious. He answered coldly, "We are not going to the police station." Song Yunjia was surprised in her heart. She thought that Xiao Tianzi had removed his doubt about her. To her surprise, Xiao Tianzi said to her, "We are going back to Changge's ward. Someone is going to pointing to you that you wanted to murder Changge. You are going to confront that person." Song Yunjia felt her blood cold as she heard Xiao Tianzi's words. Someone was going to pointing her? Who would do that? Was it Xiao Shui? Song Yunjia was terribly upset, while Xiao Tianzi directly walked out of the basement parking. Song Yunjia did not follow Xiao Tianzi after he had walked several steps, which caught Xiao Tianzi's attention. He turned around to Song Yunjia. "Don't you follow up?" Xiao Tianzi asked Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia had to follow him quickly. If Song Yunjia had not followed up, Xiao Tianzi would have thought that she felt guilty because she had done something terrible to Gu Changge. Song Yunjia could not show her guilt at all. She pursed her lips and walked after Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi went into the lift and saw Song Yunjia by his side. He felt better. "Yunjia, after all, I don't want to see you harm Changge." Song Yunjia heard Xiao Tianzi's words. She frowned immediately and handed up to swear. "Tianzi, I never mean to hurt Gu Changge. If I meant, I would not die in peace." She had a blood oath. Hearing her oath, Xiao Tianzi frowned and avoided making eye contact with her. In Xiao Tianzi's mind, Song Yunjia's swear was believable. However, he could not believe Song Yunjia totally. After all, he had known Song Yunjia for so long. Besides, he had witnessed that Song Yunjia killed Gu Changge with him. There was a time when Song Yunjia had a good relationship with Gu Changge. However, Song Yunjia showed no mercy when she killed Gu Changge. Song Yunjia did not know what Xiao Tianzi was thinking. She just held back her hand and hoped her swear not come true. How would she not harm Gu Changge? She could not wait to see Gu Changge die like this. However, Gu Changge was so lucky that the wrong medicine did not kill her at last, even she had an attack. Moreover, Song Yunjia had been caught. All these things were out of her control. Besides, if Song Yunjia had not handled it carefully, she might have hurt herself. Song Yunjia pursed her lips and followed Xiao Tianzi upstairs. After arriving at Gu Changge's ward, Song Yunjia heard a familiar voice. "Miss Yunjia always cares about Mr. Xiao. No matter what Miss Yunjia has done, Miss Gu and Mr. Xiao, please give her another chance." The woman's voice was familiar to Song Yunjia. Those words were full of protection to Song Yunjia. The woman even begged Gu Changge for mercy. However, Song Yunjia stunned when she heard those words. She recognized this voice in no time. But why did she say so? She never said anything to Song Yunjia when she was beside Song Yunjia. But now, she pretended to be a good person and betrayed Song Yunjia. What a betrayer! Song Yunjia's face became livid. Her fingers were trembling because of anger. Finally, Song Yunjia couldn't help pushing the door by force. She looked at Wenwen fiercely, who was crying to Gu Changge and prostrating on the ground. She said angrily, "Wenwen, what are you doing?" Song Yunjia shouted with Wenwen's full name. It could prove how angry she was. Wenwen was also scared because Song Yunjia suddenly returned. However, after seeing Song Yunjia, Wenwen cried to her, "Miss Yunjia, Miss Gu has promised not to blame you. The thing that you buy off Shuang to switch medicine." "Shut up." Song Yunjia heard her close servant saying something stupid and immediately gave Wenwen a slap in the face. Song Yunjia slapped her hard. This slap made Wenwen almost fall. Moreover, Wenwen's face appeared a palm print immediately. Gu Changge felt very happy when she saw Song Yunxian slap Wenwen. This stupid woman. She was so angry and slapped Wenwen, which was the exact evidence that she was guilty. If Song Yunjia had not been guilty, she could have confronted Wenwen. Why did she slap her? Gu Changge laughed at stupid Song Yunjia in her heart. In the meantime, Song Yunjia burst into anger because Wenwen, the one she trusted most, betrayed her. Xiao Tianzi stared at Wenwen with frightening eyes. Being stared like this, Wenwen felt depressed. She lowered her head. Xiao Tianzi did not believe Wenwen totally. He said, "You said that Yunjia had Changge's medicine switched. Do you have any evidence?" "Mr. Xiao, Wenwen looked despaired and did not know what to say. Xiao Tianzi comforted her with a quiet voice. "It doesn't matter. I won't blame you as long as you tell me the truth." Wenwen frowned. She appeared to protect Song Yunjia. Miss Yunjia lost her head for the moment. "But I can see it clearly. To avoid more serious fault, I came here and begged Miss Gu to forgive Miss Yunjia." "Let she forgive me?" Song Yunjia sneered. Her expression was just like knives flying to Wenwen and cutting her into pieces. Wenwen pursed her lips. She looked scared but heroic. "Miss Yunjia, if Miss Changge lost her life because you switched her medicine, you would not only be sent to jail but also feel guilty for your whole life." Wenwen tried her best to convince Song Yunjia, and it looked like she thought of Song Yunjia all the time. Song Yunjia felt that Wenwen was good to her on the surface. But in fact, Wenwen was pushing her into the fire pit without hesitation and mercy. Song Yunjia's eyes became red because of anger. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Who bought off you to set me up?" Wenwen frowned. "Miss Yunjia, why are you so unrepentant?" Wenwen's shed crocodile tears made Song Yunjia feel gross and hatred. Song Yunjia only knew that Xiao Tianzi would never believe her again because of Wenwen's presence. Even though Song Yunjia insisted that it was none of her business, Xiao Tianzi would not believe her words anymore. Why did it develop like this? It was all because of this woman who betrayed her at this key point. Song Yunjia clenched her fingers. She looked at Wenwen fiercely. "I didn't expect that you would sling mud at me at this moment." Wenwen pursed her lips. She could not withstand Song Yunjia's anger. The longer Song Yunjia looked at Wenwen, the more hatred she felt. Song Yunjia walked forward and was to give Wenwen another slap. She was raising her hand and was about to slap her. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the door. "Miss Yunjia," Wenwen told the truth. "Should you slap her like this?" Song Yunjia goggled because of this voice. Then she turned around according to the voice inconceivably. At the same time, Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi looked over. They saw the middle-aged woman standing at the door and felt surprised. However, they had different appearances. Xiao Tianzi saw her and said with surprise, "Nursely."
Nursali Nudda.
She took a glance as if deep thought. She caught Gu Changge's eyes by chance. Gu Changge raised her lips. She thought that Song Yunjia was to be doomed this time. Song Yunjia did not expect that Wenwen turned against her. Nor did she expect Nursely also turned against her. Nursely was an old servant having the least sense of existence in the Chamselacea. However, she did not expect that such an old servant would play a crucial role in such a critical moment. Gu Changge's eyes were filled with pride. She was going to wait and see how Song Yunjia could get out when being accused by these many people. She wanted to see how Song Yunjia could let Xiao Tianzi protect her. Nursely entered and politely called Mr. Xiao when seeing Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi nodded, showing that he had heard it. Nursely felt pity for Song Yunjia, which could be seen from her eyes. When she began to speak, her voice was with some compassion. "Miss Yunjia, I actually don't want to spill it out. But if you keep doing this, you will not only harm yourself but also harm others, So you've also been bought off by someone and come to slander me?" Song Yunjia almost got mad on the spot. Nursely's expression was complicated, and her fingers gripped her clothes several times. Then she spoke to Xiao Tianzi. "Mr. Xiao, please have mercy on Miss Yunjia." Xiao Tianzi pressed his lips to a line, and his handsome eyebrows were furrowed angrily at this moment. Then he spoke in such a cold voice and stared at Song Yunjia like he didn't know her at all. "Yunjia, how do you explain this?" Hearing Xiao Tianzi's question, Song Yunjia could not hold her tears anymore, and tears poured down her face desperately. She walked up quickly to Xiao Tianzi and pointed at Nursely and Wenwen asking, "You'd rather believe them than believe me? What have you got to make me continue trusting you?" Xiao Tianzi's words immediately made Song Yunjia dumbfounded. Now that Wenwen and Nursely both accused Song Yunjia, So Song Yunjia would have been the real prime mover even if she might not have been one. She felt even angrier and burst out her resentment, looking at Gu Changge with her red eyes. You let them slander me, right? Seeing that Song Yunjia suddenly spoke to her, Gu Changge realized that Song Yunjia was now in desperation. She blinked innocently, answering her. Yunjia, I was lying in the hospital. And now I had just got through my critical days and woken up. How could I buy anyone off to slander you? Gu Changge said these neither coldly nor angrily, and neither quickly nor slowly. Her calm face was with some pride that Song Yunjia itched to tear into pieces. If you had not made them slander me, why would they have suddenly slandered me? You should know well about what you have done. If it had not been. It's you. This time Song Yunjia rushed over to Gu Changge and wanted to beat her without letting her finish her words. You frame me. You slander me. You want to eradicate me from Tianzi, so you use such a trick. You bitch. You deserve to die. You should go to hell with the bitch Gu Changge. Song Yunjia tried hard to slap Gu Changge on the face. Yet her raised hand was clenched by Xiao Tianzi. She was furious and scolding Gu Changge, making such a scene. Even her hair became extremely messy because of this. Feeling sure that Xiao Tianzi had clenched Song Yunjia's hand and Song Yunjia could not move at all, Gu Changge became not afraid of her at all. Seeing her madness and breakdown, Gu Changge curled up her lips, saying, Even if you die, I will not die. For Song Yunjia, these words were so challenging. With such strength coming out of nowhere, Song Yunjia broke away from Xiao Tianzi suddenly. Then she slapped Gu Changge on the face. Gu Changge didn't expect that Song Yunjia could actually break away from Xiao Tianzi, and her face was slapped so hard which made her face suddenly turn to the other side. Her fingers covered her face. Suddenly everything went black before Gu Changge's eyes. After having slapped Gu Changge on the face, Song Yunjia wanted to slap her again. But this time, her slap did not fall on Gu Changge's face as she wished. Instead, she staggered a few steps back bodily when being slapped by Xiao Tianzi. After being slapped, Song Yunjia went blank bodily. She looked up and supported her face, which was swelled, looking at Xiao Tianzi inconceivably. Xiao Tianzi also looked at Song Yunjia, frowning. His eyes were full of the disappointment with Song Yunjia. She had never thought that Xiao Tianzi would slap her. She had never imagined such a thing in her mind. Tears quickly appeared in her eyes, and her nose and eyes began to feel sore. She didn't expect that things would be this serious. And Xiao Tianzi's slap was so hard that she felt her heart was about to crack because of it. Tianzi. She looked at Xiao Tianzi inconceivably with her red eyes. Xiao Tianzi's eyes also fell on her. Gu Changge next to them felt quite happy when seeing Xiao Tianzi slap Song Yunjia. Things should have been like this long ago. The reason that Song Yunjia ended up like this was that she was too naive. What status could she have in the Xiao family? She even thought of being better in Xiao Tianzi's heart than Gu Changge, and becoming the madam of the Xiao family. What a daydream! Gu Changge had waited for 10 years before she could reach this far to completely be the lover Xiao Tianzi acquiesced. After she waited until Gu Changge had died and her best times had passed, she could have today's position and be valued by Xiao Tianzi like this. Have you got anything else to explain? Xiao Tianzi looked at Song Yunjia and frowned, asking her. Song Yunjia frowned, and tears might probably fell in the next second. She framed me. Song Yunjia refused to admit it, and also refused to admit her crime while being stepped on by Gu Changge like this. Xiao Tianzi looked at Song Yunjia, questioning her. Yet Wenwen next to Song Yunjia took a look at Gu Changge in the bed. Gu Changge winked at Wenwen. Wenwen said, Mr. Xiao, I did not frame Miss Song. Hearing that Wenwen dared to cut in, Song Yunjia immediately fixed her eyes on Wenwen, itching to dismember her body right away. But Wenwen was not worried at all while being stared at by Song Yunjia. Instead, she put on a severe countenance, saying to Xiao Tianzi, Miss Yunjia is bewitched. And it's not the first time that she harmed Miss Changge. What else did she do? Xiao Tianzi asked Wenwen. Wenwen took a look at Song Yunjia worriedly. She was wondering whether to say it or not. Seeing Wenwen was hesitating, Xiao Tianzi said, Go ahead. If she acts wildly, I'll let the bodyguards protect you. After getting Xiao Tian's promise and protection, Wenwen said, "The thing that Miss Changge had a miscarriage was pulled off by Miss Yunjia. Moreover, Miss Yunjia did want to kill Miss Changge through her miscarriage. That's bullshit." Before Wenwen finished her words, Song Yunjia pounced on Wenwen while her eyes were red. Her move was so quick and mad that the people in the ward all did a double take. Wenwen did not exclaim until her hair was pulled by Song Yunjia. Xiao Tianzi immediately called out to the bodyguards outside when seeing the confusion. Hearing it, the bodyguards rushed into the ward in the least time. The bodyguards rushed forward and yanked Song Yunjia away. Because they could see the impatience in Xiao Tianzi's eyes, they had no mercy on Song Yunjia while making a move. Such daughters from rich families like Song Yunjia had always been spoiled since an early age. Now that she was yanked away by the bodyguards and was framed by Wenwen, she instantly had a feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. After yanking away Song Yunjia, one bodyguard asked Xiao Tianzi, "Mr. Xiao, the next?" The bodyguard wanted to ask Xiao Tianzi about how to deal with the thing. Called the police? Settle it here? Hearing the bodyguard's question, Gu Changge feared that Xiao Tianzi would simply let Song Yunjia off. What else could we do with her? Song Yunjia wanted to kill me. Shouldn't she be sent to the police? The bodyguard became silent. The bodyguards all knew that the madam of the Xiao family was Gu Changge. But they would not listen to Gu Changge when Xiao Tianzi was at the scene. Seeing that the bodyguard did nothing when hearing her words, Gu Changge suddenly felt like eating dirt. Then she looked at Xiao Tianzi asking, "Tianzi, how should we settle this matter?" Xiao Tianzi pressed his lips and looked at Song Yunjia fiercely. As Wenwen spilled out all her little tricks and all that she had done, Song Yunjia's eyes turned red because of anger, seeming that she had become crazy. "Bring her to court." Xiao Tianzi's words made Song Yunjia, who had become insane, stupefied. The words were like a head-on blow which broke both Song Yunjia's resentment and anger, and made her dumbfounded. She frowned deeply and looked at Xiao Tianzi inconceivably. "Tianzi." She thought she could say a few words to Xiao Tianzi. Yet Gu Changge immediately spoke on seeing she wanted to speak to Xiao Tianzi. "Please do it now, Zhangqing. I have a headache and want to have a rest." Being pressed by Gu Changge, Zhangqing also felt unwilling to continue staying in the room. Then she dragged Song Yunjia out with the other bodyguards. Being dragged by the bodyguards, Song Yunjia fiercely struggled when she reached the door. "Let go of me. I have something to say to Tianzi." Gu Changge framed me about all these. The bodyguards did not let go of her. When they dragged her out of the ward, they closed the door instantly. Song Yunjia was carried out of the hospital, and her voice calling Xiao Tianzi became weaker and weaker. Gu Changge curled up her lips in satisfaction and motioned to the other people in the ward except Xiao Tianzi to let them get out, too. Wenwen and Nurse Li both knew that the fight between the two women in the Xiao family had finally come to an end. They sighed gently and retreated from the ward. When the people left, Gu Changge lay back onto her hospital bed saying darkly, "I've told you earlier that you'd better let Yunjia marry some other man, yet you refused. Now see what the consequence is. You keep her around you and she almost killed me." Gu Changge's words were full of complaints. But Xiao Tianzi remained silent for such a while when listening to Gu Changge's words. This time it could be said that Song Yunjia failed completely. Song Yunjia knew that Gu Changge would not let her off easily. She had figured this out after being sent to the police and held in custody. She had fought against Gu Changge for so long, yet she actually failed to beat Gu Changge in the end. She was completely defeated by Gu Changge. She felt amused, yet she also felt like crying. In the lockup, she waited for the people outside to convict her of murder. In the meantime, Xiao Shui felt relieved after Song Yunjia had been sent to the police because of being accused of such a crime. She called Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian stayed in the hotel owned by the family Sophia in room. After communicating with Lu Xia, she was sent over by the family Sophia. Hearing what happened to Song Yunjia, she paused for a moment. Then she asked, "How is she doing now? She shouldn't be doing well. Shall I go to see her?" Song Yunxian frowned. "Stay away from her at this moment. There is no need to see her now. I see Yunxian." Okay. Song Yunxian nodded and told her not to act rashly. Then she hung up the phone. Seeing that she hung up, Gu Changge slightly pressed his lips, asking her, "The things in Yuncheng have settled down?" Song Yunxian knew that Gu Changge must know the thing that she fought against Song Yunjia, so she was not going to hide it from him anymore. She nodded and replied, "Everything is settled. Nothing should make a difference now. Before Song Yunjia is taken to prison and brought to justice, I want to have a private word with the woman." Gu Changge made such a request. Song Yunxian was slightly stupefied and gave an oblique look to him. "What do you two have to talk about?" Gu Changge's pupils became deep. He replied, "A lot of things." At least he needed to ask her about how Gu Changge died. While Gu Changge was alive, she had a good relationship with Song Yunjia. Besides, Song Yunjia had been Gu Changge's attending doctor. If Gu Changge had suddenly died, Song Yunjia must have known something. Song Yunxian seemed to know what Gu Changge would ask Song Yunjia. She twitched her lips, sneering. "I don't know what you will ask Song Yunjia, but I'm sure that Song Yunjia will say nothing no matter what you ask her." Hearing this, Gu Changge turned to look at her, asking, "How can you be so sure?" Song Yunxian twitched her lips, replying, "I don't know about others, but I know quite well about how much she loved Xiao Tianzi." Song Yunjia was dead set on marrying Xiao Tianzi, and she had deep feelings for him. In order to make Xiao Tianzi pay attention to her, she was willing to take risks to help Xiao Tianzi kill Gu Changge. In order to stay with Xiao Tianzi, she even became Gu Changge's doctor. During all these years, she watched the intimacy between Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi. She could bear it, and she could bear it for so long, which showed how much she was obsessed with Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunjia is now on her B-mens, so what can she hide others from? My stubborn eldest sister will not mention a single word about anything related to Xiao Tianzi. If you don't believe me, just go and try your luck. Song Yunxian pressed her lips. Hearing Song Yunchuan's words, Gu Changge nodded, saying, "I see. I'm going back to see Song Yunjia this afternoon. Do you want to return with me?" A little sense of loss crossed Song Yunchuan's mind. What do you want to ask Song Yunjia? She could almost guess what Gu Changge wanted to ask Song Yunjia about. But she still wanted Gu Changge to say it personally. After remaining silent for a while, Gu Changge said, "Changge's death must have something to do with Song Yunjia. You want to investigate the reason why Gu Changge died? She is my old acquaintance. Go ahead. I'll stay here to help Lu Xia." She said it frankly. She had mixed feelings about the thing that Gu Changge would investigate the reason why Gu Changge died. After all, Gu Changge had been dead for so long. Therefore, the only ones who could remember her were Gu Changge as well as her son and daughter. It was rare that Gu Changge still doubted the reason why Gu Changge died, considering their family relationship. After saying that he would leave, Gu Changge left without staying in room for too long. The flight would go back on tonight. The family Sophia felt somewhat strange about the thing that Gu Changge suddenly left. George even called in person to ask Song Yunxian, "Why did Mr. Chu leave in such a hurry?" "He needs to deal with some domestic affairs. Won't you return to your country with Mr. Chu?" George's words were with some contempt. Yet Song Yunxian smiled when sensing that there was some contempt in his words, asking, "Why? You don't think that I can help Sister Xia marry into family Sophia, Mr. George? Without the mastermind child Chu, I really doubt if you can turn the tide, young Miss Song." "What tide?" George came straight to the point. "Our family had already asked me to marry the youngest daughter of the family Lewis." "The youngest daughter of the family Lewis?" "Yeah. She's a quite beautiful and sweet woman. Her blood and family background are very fit for our family Sophia." "A perfect match?" George nodded. "Yes. Congratulations." George was slightly stupefied when hearing her congratulations so easily. He became angry. "Didn't you say you would help Lu Xia marry into family Sophia?" "Don't worry. I'll try my best, and I already have a solution." Song Yunxian smiled. "Nevertheless, please get on well with Miss Lewis these days and pay less attention to Sister Xia." She and George were both smart, so he naturally knew what she meant. The family Sophia did not allow George to marry Lu Xia, and they were quite resistant to it. As the family Sophia had been entrenched in room for so long, they would surely use various ways to stop George to marry Lu Xia. They would use both the aboveboard and underhanded tricks. And at this moment there was even someone suggesting the family Sophia and the family Louis should unite by marriage. It showed that the family Sophia wanted George to marry the youngest daughter as soon as possible to stabilize the family situation. And they wanted George to give up on Lu Xia first. If George had acted violently and shown that he wanted to continue staying around Lu Xia instead of associating with the youngest daughter of the family Louis, Lu Xia's life would have been at stake. The family Sophia would probably eradicate Lu Xia through cruel tricks. For them, Lu Xia was just a woman who was pregnant with a baby with impure blood of the family Sophia. Though the child in her belly was valued by George. Yet in the eyes of the other seniors in the family Sophia, Lu Xia was nobody. Though George had already become the head of the family Sophia, yet he could not do things as he wished without listening to others' advice. As the head of the family, he still had to listen to the advice of the elder members who were of noble character and high prestige. Thinking of this, Song Yunjia suddenly laughed, asking, "Mr. George, may I have tea at your place tomorrow? Always welcome. And you can chat with Lu Xia when you come." Getting George's permission, Song Yunxian hung up the phone after a few civilities. After she hung up the phone, her eyes became dull. The family Sophia's matters were tricky, but they were not so tricky that she could not handle them. She could help Lu Xia marry into the family Sophia. She was both helping Lu Xia and herself. Song Yunxian had mixed feelings this night. She was thinking about the plan related to the family Sophia and was also hoping that Song Yunjia could do something for her as she got into such a plight. If Song Yunjia had known what kind of person Xiao Tianze was after this and become disappointed with Xiao Tianze, would it be an opportunity for her to use Song Yunjia as a breakthrough and make her testify, making the real cause of Gu Changge's death known to the public? But the thought just flitted through her mind like a flash of lightning. Because Song Yunjia had persistent deep feelings for Xiao Tianze which were almost twisted herself. Making her testify against Xiao Tianze was no different from making her betray Xiao Tianze. Song Yunjia would never allow herself to betray Xiao Tianze. Song Yunxian pressed her lips and sighed gently. Then she turned over and closed her eyes. She felt asleep. Maybe it was because of messages about Song Yunjia. She dreamed about many things happening in the past this night. But the knock on the door on the next morning woke her up and shattered the illusions in her dreams. She got off the bed, wore a coat and went to open the door. At the door stood the housekeeper of the villa where Lu Xia lived. Seeing Song Yunxian, the housekeeper smiled, saying, "Miss Song, Miss Lu asked me to invite you over to our villa." His language was poor. Song Yunxian nodded. "Please wait a second. Let me get washed first." Actually, Lu Xia did not invite her for nothing. She invited her over because George wanted her to think of a solution as soon as possible. After the bath, she changed into another coat and went out. When she just reached the door, she saw that there were 4 or 5 foreign bodyguards around the housekeeper. Song Yunjia slightly frowned and burst into a laugh. "Mr. George sent these people to protect me?" The housekeeper felt strange. "Aren't they the bodyguards left by Mr. Chu?" Song Yunjia frowned. One of the 5 bodyguards looked shorter than the other, but he looked quite stable. Hearing Song Yunchuan's question, the bodyguard replied fluently to Song Yunxian. "Miss Song, we are bodyguards sent by Mr. Chu to be responsible for your personal safety." Song Yunxian could not fully believe him as there was no proof. She could only call Chu Machen. Chu Machen picked up the phone and asked her, "Have you seen the 5 bodyguards?" Song Yunxian nodded and said, "There is no need for you to have so many people protecting me. George will send bodyguards to keep me safe. His protection cannot be better than mine." Song Yunxian did not refute. Indeed, Chu Machen's protection for her was better than others. She curled up her lips, saying, "Thank you." She was not used to saying thank you to others, and little had she said thank you to Chu Machen. Chu Machen had helped her a lot both directly and indirectly. However, not until now did he finally hear Song Yunjia say thank you to him. He remained silent for a moment. Then he said, "If you really feel grateful, marry me as soon as possible. I can't wait to give you a status and let you become my wife." He had always been doting on her, which was extremely warm. And Song Yunchuan's mindset had begun to change after all she had been through. She pressed her lips, promising, "When this is all over, I'll marry you happily." Only after Xiao Tianzi fell from grace and she had her revenge could she enjoy life with Chu Machen in peace. By then, she would treat Chu Machen very well. Song Yunchuan's answer silenced Chu Machen. Waiting until all was over? Song Yunxian had so many secrets. How many things did she need to do? How much longer did he need to wait for her? Chu Machen could have found an outstanding woman to marry, and then had children. If he had treated another woman half as much as he did to Song Yunxian, he would have made that woman be dead set on marrying him. However, Song Yunxian refused to marry him many times. Song Yunxian knew that if she had gone on talking, she would have made the subject quite embarrassing. She changed the subject. "How's my elder sister? I went to see her yesterday." She was not willing to say anything or meet anyone. "Wait till I get back." Xiao Tianzi should not let her off. After all, Gu Changge. Chu Machen did not finish his words, but Song Yunxian could understand what he meant. As long as Gu Changge stayed with Xiao Tianzi, Song Yunjia would certainly come to a sticky end. After all, not a single woman would have mercy on her rival in love. Besides, Song Yunjia once wanted to kill Gu Changge. How could Gu Changge let off Song Yunjia easily as she finally had a chance to crack down on her? Song Yunxian pressed her lips. "Wait until I get back." Chu Machen nodded. "No matter what, she is your elder sister. Before you return, I will not allow the Xiao family to send your elder sister to prison." Song Yunxian smiled. "Thank you." She had lots of questions for Song Yunjia. Now Song Yunjia was not in her most desperate time. Xiao Tianzi would let Song Yunjia feel more desperate as time went on. Song Yunxian was sure that the scumbag Xiao Tianzi would kick anyone when he or she was down. She pressed her lips and hung up on Chu Machen. Then she followed the housekeeper sent by Lu Xia to Lu Xia's villa. Coincidentally, there was not only Lu Xia nourishing the fetus in the large luxury villa when she arrived this time. There was also a gorgeous and willowy beauty with blonde hair and big blue eyes. The beauty looked to be 24 or 25 years old. When she looked at Lu Xia's bulging belly, her face suggested that she was quite disgusted with her. Song Yunxian startled the women when she entered. Lu Xia introduced her for Song Yunxian. "This is Louis Tracia." Lu Xia was not quite disgusted with the intruder. It was probably because Lu Xia barely had feelings for George. Seeing Song Yunxian, Louis Tracia became more discontented. As if she felt uncomfortable about all the people's presence, she left with her head up after casting a glance at Lu Xia. After Louis Tracia had left, Song Yunjia asked Lu Xia in a tongue-in-cheek manner, "Is this miss here to swagger?" "It appears so." Lu Xia did not take it seriously. "It seems that she likes George very much. Otherwise, she will not come here to swagger." Song Yunxian smiled and sat down. Lu Xia let a family servant offer Song Yunxian tea. The tea was premium and was the Westlake Longjing tea brought from her homeland. Song Yunxian smelt it gently, smiling. "Mr. George has devoted so much. Please treat him well when you are with George, Sister Xia." Lu Xia remained silent. Song Yunxian could not see that Lu Xia was deeply in love with Xiao Tianzi or obsessed with him from her face. On the contrary, Lu Xia had been quite calm from the beginning. She seemed to know what she needed to do and what choice she should make. She asked Song Yunxian, "Have you thought of a proper solution? Didn't Miss Lewis come to swagger?" Lu Xia frowned. "So you mean? That means Miss Lewis falls in love with Mr. George. Therefore, Mr. George's words will have a greater influence on Miss Lewis than our efforts." Lu Xia pressed her lips. "George cannot unite the family Lewis by marriage openly as it will draw much attention and will be a big blow to the family Sophia." Lu Xia's analysis made Song Yunxian narrow her eyes. She could not help curling up her lips. "Sister Xia, as you said, I feel that you care much about Mr. George in your heart." Lucia took a look at Song Yunxian and did not deny it, yet she did not admit that she cared about George. She did not admit or deny it, and Song Yunxian naturally thought that Lucia acquiesced in it. She felt that she might be free for a while, and could return to see her broken-down elder sister. She gently put her lips to Lucia's ear and whispered, "You should let Mr. George do this." Her voice was low. After hearing a few words, Lucia began to frown. However, the housekeeper next to them did not hear a single word. Lucia looked at Song Yunxian doubtfully after hearing her words. "Can this really be okay? Sister Xia, you have to trust me. If I have no confidence in it, I will not give you such lousy advice." Lucia pressed her lips. Song Yunxian looked at her. "Sister Xia, this is a great opportunity. You must let Mr. George try harder. If any link goes wrong, you will fail completely." She looked at Lucia. In Lucia's eyes lay worry because of Song Yunxuan's idea. Song Yunxian did not plan to stay here for too long. After this, she finished the Superior Westlake Longjing tea. Then she exclaimed, "What good tea!" Lucia still frowned slightly. Song Yunxian put down the cup and excused herself. "My elder sister called me at home this morning and told me to hurry back. I'll return to attend the wedding between you and Mr. George. You will have to wait for about 1 year. Mr. George is so clever. Maybe in less than 3 months, he can marry you." She looked at Lucia, smiling. Lucia did not say anything else. Though Song Yunxian stayed in room for less than a week, George still came to send her to the airport when it was time for her to leave. George did not quite fancy Song Yunxuan's lousy idea. "You want me to be nice to Louis? Mr. George, it's just a sleight of hand. Anyway, you should wait until Sister Xia gives birth to her child, and then you can contend with your family openly. But I feel disgusted with Louis every time I see her. Think about it in a different way. Actually, Miss Louis is a rare beauty. Please treat Miss Louis well." When she left, she smiled at George. George did not feel like smiling at all, and there was no sign of a smile on his face. Seeing that George did not smile at all during the time he saw her off, Song Yunxian just shrugged and left. When she boarded the plane, Chu Machen heard about it. The bodyguards he left behind had been following Song Yunxian. Song Yunxuan's every move would be reported to Chu Machen. So when Song Yunxian was returning, Chu Machen got the message instantly. Chu Machen came to meet her plane. No sooner had Song Yunxian got out of the customs than she saw Chu Machen walking over to her. Song Yunxian took off her glasses and began to tease Chu Machen. "Miss me?" Chu Machen scooped her into his arms and kissed her forehead with his thin lips. 1 day apart seems like 3 years. Hearing that he overstated his feeling, Song Yunxian could not help smiling. Though they were just honeyed words, yet Song Yunxian began to like them. She was in a good mood, probably because everything had been going quite smoothly recently. Mei Qi also came along to meet her plane with Chu Machen. Though Song Yunjia had only been away for a few days, Mei Qi still missed her very much when seeing her. Yet Song Yunxian did not forget what she needed to ask, though Mei Qi missed her very much. "Have you found Yi and Miao Miao's whereabouts?" Mei Qi frowned as if it had been a long story. Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows, and dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. Yet when thinking of the matters going on in the Xiao family, she felt that nothing would happen to Gu Yi and Miao Miao. So she did not press Mei Qi for now. Instead, she told him, "You'd better find them as soon as possible."
Mei Qi nodded.
Song Yunxian asked him again, "How is my elder sister doing? I suggest you see her in person, Manager Song." Mei Qi's words hit the spot. Song Yunjia was in a hard time. If Song Yunxian had just asked briefly about how she was doing, outsiders would have felt that there was barely a relationship between the sisters. Though her relationship with Song Yunjia had already become deadlocked when she took over the Song family. Yet now she needed to visit her. Even if this had been just a show, she would still have had to put it on. Moreover, it was not just a show. She had waited so long for Song Yunjia to fall on evil days. She slowly calmed herself down. Mei Qi and Chu Machen were both around her. Mei Qi knew how to behave. He knew that Song Yunxian didn't want him to play gooseberry as Chu Machen was with her, So he took the initiative to say that he had to return to the company and make preparations for the regular meeting. Song Yunxian agreed and allowed him to return. The Song enterprise was not big, yet it was definitely not a small one. During the time she was in the harbor city, Meiqi took care of the affairs in the Song enterprise. There would be a meeting as she came back this time because she wanted to see if Meiqi had misconduct anything or taken the liberty to decide on anything. Meiqi returned to prepare for the meeting materials. Song Yunxian went to the lockup together with Chu Machen. The Xiao family just sent Song Yunjia to the lockup, yet they had not said how they would deal with her. Song Yunxian showed disapproval. At this moment, Gu Changge will definitely destroy my elder sister. If Xiao Tianzi allows it, my elder sister will probably stay in jail for the rest of her life. After all, intentional murder was a big deal. To add insult to injury, many witnesses turned against her. Song Yunxian really wanted to go to the lockup to see how Song Yunjia was doing now. Song Yunjia had been loving Xiao Tianzi for all these years and had helped Xiao Tianzi a lot. She used the scalpel to end Gu Changge's life. Now she ended up like this. How pathetic she was. A trace of excitement appeared between her eyes and eyebrows. She gradually began to feel happy because she was about to get her revenge. She increasingly looked forward to seeing Song Yunjia. Song Yunxian was in a good mood, but she looked calm. After innumerable hardships, now was the time to watch the downfall of the person she hated. She would show her happiness and satisfaction when Song Yunjia was saddest. The officials in the detention house soon arranged for her to meet Song Yunjia. The meeting was different from the previous meetings with Song Yuncheng in the prison. She didn't go to the meeting room but to the room where Song Yunjia was detained. It was a small room with a bunk bed. No one used the top bunk. And Song Yunjia, who lost her soul, sat on the lower bed. She was only in the detention house for a day. Therefore, the arrogance on her face had not disappeared completely. When Song Yunjia saw Song Yunxian, Song Yunjia was still arrogant and overbearing. It made Song Yunxian feel hilarious. What are you doing here? Make fun of me. With police officers standing outside the iron door, even the door was closed, Song Yunxian was not afraid. With the small window of the iron door open, anything that happened in the room would alert people outside. Therefore, Song Yunxian was not afraid. Song Yunjia looked at Song Yunxian frowning. Anger almost exploded in her heart. If you come here to make fun of me, I am afraid that you will be disappointed. I will get the hell out this place soon. While Song Yunxian turned her head around and looked at the furnishings in the room, she said peacefully, "Our eldest brother said so before he went to prison." This sentence almost made Song Yunjia crazy. Song Yuncheng was the eldest son of the Song family. He had expected that he could inherit the Song family's everything. However, he finally lost to the girl from a small town. He not only lost but also went to prison. Song Yunxian was right. Before Song Yuncheng went to jail, he must believe that he could leave here. However, what happened later? Not only did he go to jail, but his small number of shares saved for his old age went into Song Yunchuan's hands. Thinking of shares, Song Yunjia frowned immediately and looked at Song Yunxian rudely. "Are you coming to me today to get my shares? Listen, don't even think about what Dad left to me. Even if I feed them to dogs, I will not give you." She had been defeated and had nothing in her hand. However, she wouldn't allow Song Yunxian to gain extra advantages by unfair means after making fun of her. Listening to what Song Yunjia had said, Song Yunxian frowned with frustration. "My sister, what time is it now? Why are you still thinking about these useless things?" Song Yunjia looked at Song Yunxian with a frown. Song Yunxian did not appear to be glad at Song Yunjia's misfortune. However, she was worried. "My eldest sister, you and I are blood-related sisters. You are sent to this place by Gu Changge. If you want to get out of here, I will help you. Will you help me?" Song Yunjia felt ridiculous. "I fell into this kind of end. You just came here to laugh at me. Sister, honestly, don't you want to get out?" Song Yunxian ignored Song Yunjia's sarcasm and changed the topic to what Song Yunjia was most worried. "Sister, you should think clearly. If you cannot get rid of the accusation during the trial, You will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. If Gu Changge plays tricks, you may be in jail for the rest of your life. What Song Yunxian said was what Song Yunjia was worried about. No one knew Gu Changge's meanness and cruelty better than Song Yunjia. Gu Changge wouldn't let the defeated Song Yunjia off. To live a more comfortable prison life, Song Yuncheng transferred his shares to Song Yunxian and asked Song Yunxian to find someone to protect him from being bullied in prison. What about Song Yunjia? If Song Yunjia had been in prison without anyone's protection and Gu Changge had made things more difficult for her, Song Yunjia would have suffered a lot in prison. She couldn't go to jail. If Song Yunjia had gone to jail, she would have lost everything. Song Yunjia was not totally brainless. At this moment that she came to a dead end, she immediately thought of how she would live in the future. Song Yunxian was not in a hurry. After saying Song Yunjia's ending, she patiently waited for her sister to make a decision. A little terrified expression appeared on Song Yunjia's face. However, the barely reserved reason and composure made her refuse to bow her head easily. At this moment, Song Yunxian gave Song Yunjia a piece of advice timely. Sister, now that you have been sent to the detention center by Tianze, will you continue to keep the secret for Tianze? Song Yunjia was shocked by Song Yunchuan's words. There was a little more horror in her eyes. She was stunned when she heard Song Yunchuan's words. What did Song Yunxian know? Seeing Song Yunjia shut her mouth and did not speak, Song Yunxian raised her eyebrows slightly. Sister, think about it. What could save you? If you figure it out, please tell me. And I am willing to serve my eldest sister at any time. After finishing speaking, Song Yunxian turned to go out of the room. It was a short-time meeting. Chu Machen waited for Song Yunxian outside. When she came out of the room, Chu Machen asked her, "How was the meeting? Since we are here together, you might go in and ask her to see what valuable words she can say." Song Yunxian knew that Song Yunjia wouldn't say anything valuable, but Song Yunxian still wanted Chu Machen to meet her eldest sister. When people were in the final desperate situation, if they still had kept a trace of stubbornness and fluke, their last determination should have been worn off bit by bit tirelessly. Song Yunxian believed that Song Yunjia would not hold on for too long. Hearing her words, Chu Machen entered the room. Song Yunxian was waiting outside. During this period, she sent 2 short messages to inform Xiao Shui that she had returned. Xiao Shui and Song Yunxian agreed on the time and place of the meeting by text message. After Song Yunxian made an appointment with Xiao Shui, she had expected that she would wait for a while before Chu Machen came out. However, as soon as she put away her phone, Chu Machen came out of the room, and his expression was very terrible. Seeing Chu Machen's face, Song Yunxian went up and asked him, "How is it? Your eldest sister is stubborn. She didn't tell me anything, no matter what I asked." "Well," Song Yunxian sighed. "After all, Tianze is still in her heart." As long as Song Yunjia had Tianze in her heart, she would not say anything about what Tianze had done to outsiders. Not to mention the fact that Tianze murdered Gu Changge. Song Yunxian pursed her lips and went out of the police station with Chu Machen. They got into the car. While watching the car drive towards the Song family, Chu Machen asked Song Yunxian, "Haven't you said you would stay in room for a long time before you come back? Why did you come back so quickly?" "I have to come back to take care of my elder sister. Otherwise, people would say that I am a ruthless sister. As a sister, she is not worth your help. Anyway, we're blood-related sisters." Song Yunxian said so, but she knew in her heart that sisterhood was just a joke. She came back because she wanted to see what kind of ending Song Yunjia would have. After all, Song Yunjia had killed her. Song Yunxian wanted to see Song Yunjia suffered from retribution in person. "How did you deal with Lu Xia's affairs? If I say it, you might think it's a lousy idea." Song Yunxian looked at Chu Machen with bright eyes and a smile. Chu Machen smiled. "I never thought you would have a lousy idea." From the day he knew Song Yunxian had never had a lousy idea. Every idea was an excellent solution. Her solutions had also reversed many trends. "Speak it out. I'm a little curious." Chu Machen was ready to listen with respect. Song Yunxian didn't want to keep him guessing. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "To deal with the marriage of family Sophia is really troublesome. However, those who urge George to marry are just a few. If they can change their minds and cancel the matrimonial family alliance, no one else will say anything. Do you want to start with George's uncles?" Song Yunxian did not deny. "Aren't they a good breakthrough? They are all crafty old foxes." Song Yunxian tightened her lips. "George is not a simple person. I choose to believe him. Just give George some time. Eventually, the person who supports the alliance by marriage will find it no good for him." "What about Lu Xia?" "George only needs to get things done before Lu Xia's child is born. And it can't be done too fast or too slow. If he solves it too quickly, the pregnant Lu Xia will be in danger. If the matter is resolved too slowly, it will mess up everything." "Are you sure? I just provided George with a breakthrough. I'm not the main executor of the whole thing. Even if you ask me, I can't answer you whether I am sure or not." Chu Machen felt that Song Yunchuan's words were ambiguous because what Song Yunxian said was very smooth and evasive, which made people saw neither disappointment nor full hope. Everything is in George's hands. Let's wait and see the result.
Chu Machen noted that.
And they arrived at the Song family. One person was waiting in the mansion of the Song family. This person was not someone else but Song Yuning, who was about to give birth. Seeing Song Yunxian coming back, Song Yuning greeted joyfully. "I heard people say you are coming back from room, so I'm waiting for you at home." "My second sister, from whom did you hear this news? Why is he so well informed? When I haven't arrived home yet, you've been waiting for me at home." Even though Song Yuning had now completely turned to Song Yunchuan's side, Song Yunxian did not trust Song Yuning completely. Listening to Song Yunchuan's words, Song Yuning knew that Song Yunxian was very dissatisfied with the person who disclosed her whereabouts. However, Song Yuning didn't want to conceal who revealed Song Yunchuan's whereabouts. Song Yuning said bluntly, "Your assistant, surnamed Mei, told me." If it had been others that revealed her whereabouts, Song Yunxian must have been angry. However, it was Mei Qi who revealed her whereabouts. She was not as furious as she had imagined, because Mei Qi had done so many things for her, all of which were decent. "Sister, please sit down and talk about it." Song Yuning came to Song Yunjia, usually because she married an incompetent man. Song Yunxian had prepared to listen to Song Yuning talking about the incompatibility and anger between Song Yuning and Xue Tao. To Song Yunchuan's surprise, Song Yuning asked about Song Yunjia instead of Xue Tao. "Yunxian, our eldest sister, is in prison. What can we do for her?" Song Yuning's words surprised Song Yunxian. When did she start to care for other sisters? Song Yuning frowned with worry. "Our family has been in trouble. We don't show solidarity, just like we are woefully divided. Our brother has been in prison. Our eldest sister is also undisciplined. She should get herself into such trouble just for a man." Song Yunxian understood her meaning. Song Yuning came here not for sisterhood, but the division of the Song family. Song Yuning didn't have a stable position in the Xue family, but she had her ambition to get the Xue family. She considered charging the Xue family after her childbirth. However, while others might not know, Song Yunxian clearly knew whether the baby of Song Yuning was Xue Tao's baby. Song Yuning's baby was not Xue Tao's. Once the baby was born, the truth would be exposed. Instead of being the hostess of the Xue family, Song Yuning might be driven out. If Song Yuning had been driven out, she would have had nowhere to go. The Song family belonged to Song Yunxian. The eldest brother was in prison. Once the eldest sister was in prison, Song Yuning would have no one to rely on. She would have a tough time for the rest of her life. At the bottom, Song Yuning was worried that her family could not support her. Song Yunxian understood that. She began to comfort her. "Sister, don't worry. No matter what they do, you can be at ease as long as I'm in this family." But the eldest sister. Song Yuning still wanted to say something. Song Yunxian had no mood to discuss with her. Song Yunxian interrupted Song Yuning. "Sister, if you want to say these things to the eldest sister, you'd better go there now. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to see her again." Song Yunjia offended Gu Changge. If the Song family had not given a hand to Song Yunjia, Gu Changge would have shown no mercy to Song Yunjia when she handled Song Yunjia. Moreover, Gu Changge might make things aggravated. She might make Song Yunjia's life in prison worse. If Song Yuning had not visited Song Yunjia at this time, it would have been more difficult to see her after Song Yunjia went into jail and Gu Changge made the arrangement. According to Song Yunchuan's knowledge towards Gu Changge, Song Yunjia could be either dead or maimed after going to jail. Song Yunxian reminded Song Yuning. Song Yuning fell into silence. After staying at the Song family for a while, Song Yuning rushed to leave. Chu Machen saw Song Yuning leave. He asked Song Yunxian, "Your second sister still has a kinship with your eldest sister." It was just a show. Song Yuning isn't a fool. She shows kinship now to mean that she won't kick anyone when her sisters are down. Do you believe in her? No, I don't. Song Yunxian was not only herself but also Gu Changge. Gu Changge had seen that Gu Changge played so-called sisterhood for so many years. She felt gross just thinking about it. How would she believe it? Song Yunxian watched the time. It was earlier than her appointment with Xiao Shui. Therefore, Song Yunxian called Mei Qi to ask him whether the conference was settled. Chu Machen saw her and busy. He became worried. Are you going to the Song Enterprise now? No, we'll have a meeting in my house. But you can't come in. I'm afraid to reveal commercial confidentiality. Song Yunxian smiled. She played a small joke with Chu Machen. Chu Machen didn't care about it. He nodded. Okay. I'm waiting for you in the living room. We can have dinner together after you finish it. Chu Machen became so considerate that Song Yunxian felt surprised. However, no matter how Chu Machen changed, Song Yunxian liked this man who had been loving her. Song Yunchuan's life had been so hard. Why couldn't she enjoy it when she met someone right? Thinking of this, Song Yunxian gave Chu Machen a kiss on his face. Chu Machen was not a dull man. He felt Song Yunchuan's kiss. Then he reached out his hand and clasped his head behind Song Yunchuan's head, giving her a deep kiss. This kiss distracted Song Yunxian, but she wasn't absorbed in it for so long. Then she left his arm and went to the study room for a meeting. There were no problems at the meeting. Mei Qi dealt with everything well while Song Yunxian was in room. In Fanxing magazine, Xiao Hong could handle everything. This experienced edit was very effective and efficient. She helped Song Yunxian avoid much trouble. After the meeting, Song Yunxian looked at the time. She planned to appoint with Xiao Shui after afternoon tea at home. Chu Machen seemed free this day. After Song Yunchuan's conference, Chu Machen stayed with her. They had afternoon tea in the flower room together. Song Yunxian had afternoon tea and talked with Chu Machen about something else. Chu Machen learned that she was to meet Xiao Shui. He said, "I'll drive you there and then bring you back." Song Yunxian laughed. "How can you become so considerate? Would you be my driver? I've always been like this. Don't you feel it?" Song Yunxian deepened her smile. There was sunshine through the floor window of the flower room. The light sunshine made Song Yunchuan's smile bright and pretty. The appointment with Xiao Shui was at 7 p.m. She was sent to the booked room by Chu Machen in advance and waited for Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui was late. She immediately apologized to Song Yunxian. "Sorry I'm late. I met something at home." Song Yunxian didn't blame her. She just asked casually, "Because of Gu Changge?" Gu Changge is still in hospital. It was Xiao Tianzi. Song Yunxian was interested in it. Xiao Shui didn't keep her guessing and said directly, Xiao Tianzi was in a dilemma on how to deal with Song Yunjia. Song Yunxian didn't feel surprised. It's about her life. Gu Changge won't let it go easily. Xiao Tianzi isn't willing to harm the long-term relationship with Song Yunjia. It's normal for him to be in a dilemma. But he asked me for advice. How did you answer him? Song Yunxian wanted to listen to Xiao Shui's opinion. Xiao Shui shook her head. How can I decide such a serious thing? I said nothing when he asked me. Do you know how he thought? Xiao Shui frowned and thought for a while. She said, I guess he wants to let Song Yunjia go and forget this thing. Song Yunxian couldn't help laughing. I'm surprised that Xiao Tianzi shows mercy to others. Xiao Shui pursed. He was also in a dilemma when he made a decision. Gu Changge tried her best to punish Song Yunjia seriously, while Xiao Tianzi didn't mean destroying Song Yunjia. It is also Xiao Tianzi's means to protect him. Song Yunxian whispered. Xiao Shui didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Song Yunxian smiled and shook. Nothing else. You go on. Then Xiao Shui told her more details. It was all about Xiao Tianzi's dilemma about whether to relieve Song Yunjia's punishment. Song Yunxian didn't tell Xiao Shui straightly, but she knew Xiao Tianzi well. Xiao Tianzi looked gentle. In fact, he was aggressive and cruel. Since Gu Changge could be killed, it was normal for Song Yunjia to die in prison. But now Xiao Tianzi changed. He was even to let Song Yunjia go. It was weird. Some people thought it was because of his affection for Song Yunjia. Some people thought that it was exactly Xiao Tianzi's self-preservation. Song Yunxian also thought that Xiao Tianzi let Song Yunjia go because of self-preservation. Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianzi had been classmates in college and workmates for so many years. They knew each other. Besides, they killed Gu Changge together. They had been in the same boat after Gu Changge's death. Song Yunjia knew all that Xiao Tianzi had done. If the two had broken up, Xiao Tianzi must have been worried that Song Yunjia would publicize the fact that they killed Gu Changge. Therefore, Xiao Tianzi considered to let Song Yunjia go. However, Gu Changge must be strongly against this decision. Now Xiao Tianzi was hard to decide whether to let Song Yunjia go, or let Song Yunjia be in prison, which made him worried about being exposed by Song Yunjia all the time. Xiao Shui couldn't stay for long before she came back. After half an hour she said, Xiao Tianzi often comes home. I can't stay out for so long. I'll come back first. Well, okay. Be careful. Song Yunxian watched Xiao Shui leave. Xiao Shui's news was correct. It was the last day that Xiao Shui said Xiao Tianzi would let Song Yunjia go. The next day, Song Yunxian got the news that her eldest sister was released on bail from the detention center. It went on so smoothly that Song Yunjia was easily saved from the impasse. Some people felt weird, some people felt angry, and others felt unfair. Song Yunxian, however, didn't feel angry nor unfair for Song Yunjia getting out of the impasse. Instead, she thought Song Yunjia's good luck at this time was deadly. After Song Yunjia was released, Song Yuning picked her up. Song Yuning couldn't drive because of pregnancy. It was the driver in the Shui family who drove the car. Those two sisters didn't say anything all the way. They just had some greetings after arriving home. Song Yuning asked her, Sister, what are you going to do next?
I'm acquitted.
Of course I will live in Yuncheng. Should I leave Yuncheng? Song Yuning saw Song Yunjia in anger. She shook and reminded Song Yunjia. Sister, it's time for you to get rid of your bad temper. It has happened now. Why don't you control your temper?